Rationality evolves, after a series of transformations and displacements it installs itself under a new form in the life of rational man. And it is in life and through everyday life that this displacement and transformation of the irrational take place. b. So far from constituting something irrational beyond the control of reason, the entirety of the human being's needs and instincts, his passions, vital activities, are the very basis and the content of dialectical reason. These vital activities are already involved in the processes by which they become the needs and the capabilities of a being of nature with the ability to understand and control that nature, i.e. rational being. In so far as they are part of man's practical activities, they form the first step in his struggle to control nature, they are thus very much a part of a dialectical process, and therefore rational, and even instrumental in the creation of concrete reason. And yet this process is a process of becoming, a process yet to be brought to completion. Human needs and activities do not contain a certain amount of ready-made dialectical reason, which would in any case be meaningless. It therefore rests with methodically worked out rational thought, dialectical thought, to get to know this rich human raw material, and to win recognition from it in turn. It must study and organize this material, and thus contribute to the process whereby men's lives produce living reason, and become rational. Without being irremediably opaque and irreducible to reason, human raw material is a given. It is a mixture of the irrationality generated by alienation, which is far from being completely elucidated and categorized, and the potential rationality of instincts, needs and activity of all kinds. This human material is a fact of everyday life. To pursue the analysis of everyday life and distinguish as far as possible between its various elements, critical knowledge and action must work together. Although according to this definition human raw material offers no opacity, no absolute resistance to knowledge and action, since this is precisely where their content and their base of operations are located, it is nevertheless ambiguous. If on the one hand everyday life reveals the forces which work for and against man, on the other hand it has always been possible to erect the immediate as a barrier to wider and more far-reaching ways of seeing. It is in the name of the immediate demands, immediate needs, etc., that people have opposed and continue to oppose wider visions, wider solutions to their problems. The immediate, the given human raw material of everyday life, at one and the same time reveals and disguises the deepest of realities, both implying them and concealing them. Thus the task facing active, constructive, critical thought becomes clear, to penetrate ever deeper into human raw material, into the immediate which is a fact of everyday life, and to resolve their ambiguities. Here is a major problem which Marxists know well, to find a link between the immediate and the solutions Marxism proposes, so giving the immediate a positive function as practical and historical intermediary between theory and reality. This is an essential problem for action, but it is equally so for humanist philosophy, to link the idea of the human to the human as it is. The problem is always a new one, its terms of reference are constantly changing, merely to formulate it requires an ever-watchful lucidity and a method that is both rigorous and flexible. Let us try to look more closely at certain characteristics of given human raw material. There is an average general standard, specific to every region, to every country, to every moment of life and civilization. This standard of living is both a historical and a practical fact. It is based upon the technical characteristics of the economy, the level of material development, the social power of production, but also upon the extent to which the working masses can resist the pressure exerted by their adversaries. In the theory of wages, this average standard of living helps to determine the lowest living wage acceptable at any given moment, in other words to determine the value of labor power as sold on the market. Like any other commodity, labor power is bought by capitalists, honestly, for what it is worth, in other words according to the socially necessary labor time required to produce and reproduce it. This labor time is determined by a practical and historical factor, the average standard of living, which as we know is higher in certain states of North America than it is in France, and higher in France than it is in Japan. The average standard of living is explained by historical factors. If it is higher in certain parts of the United States, a major reason is that from the start economic development has never been hindered by a pre-existing feudal and medieval economy, but this does not mean that it can avoid colliding with the internal limits of capitalism. But in any event, no matter how precise the economic determinants may be, the value of labor power, wages, etc., they cannot be used simply as some kind of algebraic calculation. They have a basis in practical, everyday life. What is in question, what must be defended and even improved, is the standard of living, at a given moment, in a given situation. And in this sense again, the study of life and of human raw material is the great precept of dialectical method. At the same time as a material standard of living there is an intellectual or cultural standard of living. In a given civilization and among a given people there are a certain number of ideas which have been eliminated, superseded, rendered obsolete, and a certain number which are accepted as self-evident. Thus, many people still take occultism, spiritualism, vegetarianism, a particular moral code or the Christian religion seriously, but nobody takes the Greek god seriously anymore. Those people who support a religion, or a moral code, or even a philosophy, demand that their belief be shown the respect owed to all sincere opinions. But anyone who believed in Apollo or Venus would be regarded quite simply as a madman. Such a belief would seem to be completely out of touch with life. It is worth remarking, however, that it has never been proven that Apollo or Venus do not exist, it has simply become impossible to believe in them. Why? The question is worth answering, not least because in our culture, in our humanities, Apollo and Venus are forever cropping up, much more frequently than Jehovah, or Christ, or astral bodies. When an artist wishes to make himself understood, or to express certain feelings, he may still write plays about Apollo or Venus, or paint them, or sculpt them, but nobody or virtually nobody ever presents his ideas or his feelings by means of the Christian God, or the ectoplasmic spirits, which so many people believe in, and which moreover are taken so seriously. What do these facts mean as far as our culture is concerned? That our art is not serious? Or that we do not address the things we take most seriously when we want to express our most serious ideas? In any event, this is one of the symptoms, a very minor one, of a paradoxical situation and a problem which can only be resolved by examining the ideas implied in our present standards of life and civilization more closely. This standard of civilization is characterized by the extremely disparate and heterogeneous elements which help to compose it. In its structure, capitalist society brings with it all kinds of outdated forms which it raises to a modern level, being unable to eliminate them. Thus in France itself we find every type of economic structure, from a quasi-primitive pastoral economy, in the Pyrenees, for example, and an almost patriarchal agrarian economy, the small peasantry to be found in many regions, up to the most modern techniques of large industry. 3 In the same way, and as a corollary, there are overlapping and intersecting ideas in our culture and our consciousness which correspond factually and historically to different stages of civilization, from agrarian myths and peasant superstitions to recently acquired scientific concepts. Our average standard is made up of this inextricable tangle. Even in its apparent and pretentious modernity, and what in fact does this modernity consist of, our culture drags in its wake a great, disparate patchwork which has nothing modern about it. 4. Social milieu are not separated into watertight compartments. Juxtaposed, without rigorous boundaries, the reciprocal influences between them, a spiritual osmosis, is never-ending. This juxtaposition of socio-economic forms and human types from different ages and different stages in the embryology of the total man produces a curious situation. Seen from this perspective, our era looks like a freak with a hypertrophic human brain, the body of an invertebrate and the cells of a protozoan. Or again one might compare it to a folly built to the specifications of some insanely eclectic architect in which Doric columns support Gothic vaulting or reinforced concrete slabs, Effects like this are not unusual in the buildings which have sprung forth from the impoverished imagination of the bourgeoisie, and such eclectic imbecility is even less unusual in the ideological constructions of our era. Of course, the complex economic, social, legal, and political relations which this situation produces are not of direct interest in the critique of everyday life. What it must concern itself with are the overall consequences for life and for the consciousness of life. Given the confusion of facts, actions, and the practical conditions of consciousness, how could consciousness itself be anything but extremely confused? And among the consequences of this confusion we must include the fact that although many individuals receive their ideas and their feelings via the influence of a social formation other than the one they immediately belong to, they nevertheless go on believing in the independence of ideas, feelings, and consciousness. This confusion reflects a fundamental disorder. There is nothing to arrange or organize the elements of life, culture, and consciousness, composed as they are of a mixture of styles, types of life, and enthusiasms of very differing origins and meaning. There are certain sophisticated intellectuals who have all the verbal techniques, the entire bag of tricks of bourgeois thought at their fingertips, of whom it can be said, they are peasants, Claudel, for example, or else, they are craftsmen, Pigalle. The one ferries the other. The verbal techniques of the era of advanced literary styles are merely a vehicle for agrarian myths or the craft ethic, and vice versa. There can never be any question of denying anything that exists the right to exist. It is the movement within whatever exists which transforms the world, past, present or future, and not theories about what should be rejected and what should be preserved. The essential thing here is to denounce confusion with all its baggage of bad faith, guilty conscience, ideological duplicity, trickery, and trumpery. Now this confusion is lived, in other words it intervenes in life and in the consciousness of life. It explains how that ideological representative of the most backward peasants and their myths, Monsieur Jean Genot, has managed to be so popular, even with the younger generation in industrial towns, even with mechanics. But it has paved the way for many more paradoxes and sophistries. Here is a simple example. One can consider that in the West, and in advanced countries, a certain knowledge of the world and even of biological reality has become part of the average consciousness, of normal culture, to use the very equivocal and confused term employed by sociologists. Various rather vague notions about health, sport, heredity, have been vulgarized, as they say, and in this way an average stock of knowledge has been formed, although it is unequally distributed between the various groups and classes. In this way more or less scientific notions about heredity have merged in the average consciousness with old models of peasant origin, and old group and class prejudices. This vulgarization of science at its most modern has paved the way, in certain countries at least, for the propagation of a scientifically false theory, racism, which has all too easily permeated the masses. If it is indeed true that the beginning and the end of all knowledge is practical activity, then one may well ask oneself how it can be that during our era of high technology and advanced scientific knowledge the practical lives of human beings can still be so blind and so indecisive. How does such an obvious contrast between a science proud of its triumphs and the humiliation and uncertainty of human lives come about? If all power originates in action, where do life's weaknesses and uncertainties, and its triviality, come from? How can practical, everyday life form the basis of human thought, power, and splendor, when it is apparently so impoverished, so lowly, so blind, that we still feel the need to dress it up in illusions, decorations, lavish costumes, or at the very least in weird and bizarre disguises, before we can accept it? The analysis of the organic and ideological confusion of our era offers an initial answer to these questions. And admittedly this diversity contributes to the richness of our consciousness and our culture. Still we must grasp it, define it, categorize its elements, for what we have inherited from past and superseded eras is precisely a shapeless and irrational mass of notions and feelings, a rich but hitherto inextricable muddle. Only a vast inventory of the elements of our culture, in other words of our consciousness of life, will enable us to see clearly. This endeavor cannot be undertaken, it cannot even be conceived, with any method other than the Marxist dialectic. It can have meaning only in and through dialectical materialism. The philosophers, theologians, sociologists, and literary hacks all accept the ideas and feelings that are passed on to them, and on that level. Their criticisms are abstract and timeless. They are unable to situate the elements of our consciousness in historical time, by linking them to successive social formations, to fashions and ways of life. They can describe, but they cannot understand, much less judge and criticize effectively. Only Marxist social criticism is capable of uncovering the genesis of representations and feelings. It reveals their conditions, their practical functions, the way they work, and analyzes the relative proportions of appearance and reality, the amount of play acting and the amount of human, that they have contained in the past and that they contain today. It can make links between each representation, each symbol, each myth, each concept, and a specific human era. It can trace the interactions of the social milieu and in this way understand our composite and heterogeneous consciousness of life. Consciousness of life, can those words be right? Are we conscious of our own lives? The words which spring to our lips, the ideas and images at our disposal, are they of a kind to allow us a true consciousness of our lives? No. Our lives are still unrealized, and our consciousness is false. It is not only our consciousness which is false, it is only false because our lives are still alienated. False representations bring with them a false consciousness of what an unrealized life is. In other words, they do not bring an awareness of the non-realization, of the degree of non-realization, of human life. They present it as either realized, which leads to vulgar or moral satisfaction, or unrealizable, which leads to anguish or the desire for a different life. More precisely, nowadays, we do not know how we live. And at the end of our lives, we scarcely know how we have lived them. And how bitter this unhappy consciousness is. While we are trying to live, at the moment we are living, religion, morality, literature, and familiar words impose upon us an official image of ourselves. The individual's private consciousness is complemented by a public consciousness, they interact and support one another. The private consciousness refers across to the public consciousness and vice versa. The one is meaningless without the other. 5 The one is as real, and as unreal, as the other. For the private individual, the public consciousness contains the most basic social elements that individualism can adapt to, and at the same time it is laden with deceptive words, mystifying ideas, and images. In the public consciousness, the private consciousness finds justifications, ready-made explanations, compensations. Individual life oscillates between the one and the other. The famous dialogue between the I and ego is simply that between the private and the public in the same individual. And in this divided, riven, torn consciousness, the questions posed by one fragment are answered by the other. Together, the fragments take on the appearance of a self-sufficient whole. When the private man is secretly worried, his public consciousness assures him that there is no need to be, that everything is fine, that really he is happy, or, conversely, that owing to totally external circumstances, nothing can be done, that he will be unhappy throughout eternity. It eliminates the very need to ask questions. The private man never really asks himself how he lives, for he thinks he knows it in advance. He thinks that he owns life like just one more possession. He believes that happiness can be held in the hand, the pounds, shillings, and pence of that great capital asset, life. The critique of everyday life will propose the undertaking of a vast survey, to be called, How We Live. We could begin this survey by attempting to reconstruct the real life of a number of individuals, comparing their real lives with their consciousness of them, their interpretations of them, using a variety of research techniques. How were these private individuals formed? Under what influences? How did they choose their path in life, their profession? How did they get married? How and why did they have children? How and why did they act in such and such a situation in their lives? A survey of this kind would be fairly difficult to carry out, although some newspapers and reviews have already collected and published confidential information of the most intimate kind. if only for publicity purposes, but it would shed much unexpected light upon individual lives in our age. It would be fascinating to compare the results with religious, moral, political, and philosophical ideas which are still in circulation, and especially with the individualism which is even more widespread in behavior than it is in theory. Methodically carried out, this survey would at long last supplant the ramblings of philosophers or novelists, including those who get emotional about beings and harshly lucid about existence, with solidly established human truths. In all likelihood it would help to shift our centers of interest, revealing the part played by alienation, fictions, chance, and fate in the real life and death of men. The documentation we have collected so far, some of which will be published in the Critique of Everyday Life, demonstrates the existence in today's social life of some largely unknown sectors, and all the more so inasmuch as the dominant ideologies suggest ideas which appear to explain and schematize them. 6. b. This survey should not be limited to a certain number of individual lives taken in their totality, but should examine the details of everyday life as minutely as possible, for example, a day in the life of an individual, any day, no matter how trivial. A trivial day in our lives, what do we make of it? It is likely that the survey would reveal that taken socially, examined in the light of the hidden social side of individual triviality, this trivial day would have nothing trivial about it at all. During a day at work or a holiday, we each enter into relations with a certain number of social things whose nature we do not understand, but which we support by our active participation. Without realizing it, we are caught up in a certain number of social mechanisms. One question we can ask ourselves, for example, is how the average man in his ordinary, day-to-day life, relates to the large corporations. Where does he encounter them? How does he perceive them and imagine them? Theory reveals a complex structure here. In what ways does he move within it? And how does this structure appear to him from morning till night? C. Taken more broadly and more generally, this survey of everyday life would become a survey of French life and specifically French forms of life, as compared with the specific forms of other nations. How have the different milieux of the French nation organized their everyday life? How do these different social groups use their money? How do they organize their budget? 7. How do they spend their time? What are their leisure activities? In what forms do they act out their sociability, their solitude, their family life, their love life, their culture? Going on the as yet incomplete documentation we have collected, it would appear that genuine revelations may be expected. The survey would reveal how the Frenchman has long been one of the most exploited members of the capitalist universe, and how the bourgeoisie which has exploited him has been one of the shrewdest, alternating between deceit and brutality, and always very modern, very much in touch with all the tactics of the class struggle, particularly and precisely when it indiscriminately uses either the nation or the individual to deny that the struggle exists. Using precise cases and examples, the survey would demonstrate how this deceitful pressure results in the debasement both of the social structure, agriculture or industry, and of individual, everyday life. It would thus contribute towards dispelling certain harmful myths, for example, the economic myth of France's natural wealth, the cultural and spiritual myths of the inherent lucidity and spontaneous moderation of French thought, by demonstrating concretely what is true and what is false about them. It would also contribute towards the critique of a number of illusions which are particularly disastrous for France. Is it not surprising and fascinating that at the harshest, most oppressive moment of high capitalism so many of the French should have believed and should go on believing that they are free, and that in the name of their freedom a certain, and apparently large, number of them are still rushing headlong into slavery? What can be the meaning of the stubborn and persistent success of this mystification? What can examining the lives of private individuals teach us about it, and what can it teach us about the real lives of these individuals? In the name of freedom and individuality, we are told, the French have been abandoned. Just think of the situation of French youth. This extraordinary observation was made by Drew La Rochelle, and the conclusions he attempted to draw from it, were equally extraordinary. We know what became of him. 8 The fact is that the private individual suffers from the kind of spiritual abandonment which makes it easy for the whole gamut of phony spiritual powers to tout their false solutions and vow to rid consciousness and life of their sickness. It will probably never be possible to complete this picture of French life. But it would take but a few polls to counter the gloomy aspects of the situation, and to reveal the healthy, restorative side of our national life, its real possibilities and genuinely creative elements. On a completely different level, the study of everyday life would dispel several literary and philosophical myths whose spuriousness is one decadent tendency among many. For example, the myth of human solitude. There is ample evidence to show that for the vast majority of human beings, immersed as they are in natural life or undifferentiated social life, being alone is a need, and something to be achieved. For the peasant, merged with the life of natural things, of animals, of the earth, of the village, as for the worker who lives with his family in cramped accommodation and who is even more unfamiliar with freedom to move around than he is with freedom to use his own time, there is no solitude in the deep and metaphysical meaning of the word. Peasants and the workers can be alone, by accident or by chance, through illness, through inability to express themselves, etc., but they are not truly solitary. On the contrary, a worker who lives with his wife and children in 1 or 2 rooms feels the need to reflect, to be alone with himself for a while in order to think or to read. He rarely experiences the joys of solitude. For him the need to be alone is already progress, something gained. It is the most private individuals, intellectuals, individualists, separated by abstraction and bourgeois scholasticism from any relationship or social life, who have invented solitude. Instead of seeing it as the time and the chance to develop a deeper awareness of human relations, they have transformed it, following the usual metaphysical pattern, into an absolute. And then they have used their poetry, their novels, or their philosophy to moan and to wallow in self-pity. At the limits of the private consciousness and in the human nothingness of their existence, they have rebelled, in vain, against the metaphysical alienation which their own attitude towards life helps to maintain. For them, the fiction of solitude becomes reality. For them alone. D. The critique of everyday life has a contribution to make to the art of living. This art, as new, as unknown as happiness itself, has been prefigured, in the context of an individualism and dilettantism which was limited even then and has been moribund ever since, by several writers, including Stendhal. It is a domain in which everything remains to be said. In the future the art of living will become a genuine art, based like all art upon the vital need to expand, and also on a certain number of techniques and areas of knowledge, but which will go beyond its own conditions in an attempt to see itself not just as a means but as an end. The art of living presupposes that the human being sees his own life, the development and intensification of his life, not as a means towards another end, but as an end in itself. It presupposes that life as a whole, everyday life, should become a work of art and the joy that man gives to himself. 9. As with every genuine art, this will not be reducible to a few cheap formulas, a few gadgets to help us organize our time, our comfort, or our pleasure more efficiently. Recipes and techniques for increasing happiness and pleasure are part of the baggage of bourgeois wisdom, a shallow wisdom which will never bring satisfaction. The genuine art of living implies a human reality, both individual and social, incomparably broader than this. The art of living implies the end of alienation, and will contribute towards it. From one point of view life strikes us like some immense anthill, swarming with obscure, blind, anonymous beings and actions, and from another we see it shining with the splendor and glamour which certain individuals and certain actions confer on it. We must not avoid the fact that the latter view is produced by the former, and expresses it, that the contrast between the two is only momentary, and that up until now everyday life has been alienated in such a way that its own reality has been torn from it, placed outside it and even turned against it. In any event, this contrast cannot go on permanently deceiving us. Its drama, with the condemnation of life as its theme, cannot be an absolute one. It is merely a passing contradiction, a problem. This problem, which is none other than the problem of man, can only be posed and then resolved by dialectical method. Should we admit for one moment that it is otherwise, and that the plebeian substance of day-to-day living and the higher moments of life are forever separated, and that the two cannot be grasped as a unity and made to become a part of life, then it will be the human that we are condemning. 5. Notes written one Sunday in the French countryside. Some fairly precise documents exist which allow us to travel back in our minds to the origins of our civilization, not to prehistory nor to the so-called primitive era, but to a more recent age, the dawn of Greek civilization, for example, or Roman, or medieval. We can imagine villages and rural landscapes which scarcely differ from those we can see in modern Greece, southern Italy, or even in certain parts of the south of France. Let us conjure up this country life which in more ways than one has continued into the present day. In Greece, country folk had their festivals and religious ceremonies. The dates for these festivals were fixed by the country calendar. It seems that the religious season par excellence was winter, which in our rural areas is still the time for late-night gatherings. In the classical period which followed the archaic period, some of the most important festivals in Greece were still celebrated at the beginning of winter, or at the end, the Pianspes, in autumn, the Anthesteria, when spring came, the Thalasus, a festival for the local goddess in which all the inhabitants of the village participated, lying on swaths of reeds and vine leaves and eating the bread made from the new corn. These country festivals consisted essentially of a large meal. The peasants feasted, lying on the ore swaths, and in specific places, near woods, mountains, springs, rivers. Everyone brought a contribution to the communal meal. Each village constituted a community, a large family of people linked by blood, a way of life, and also by a practical discipline and a fairly strict collective organization of work, dates when tasks were performed, etc. About the system of property we know nothing very precise or very certain, but we can be sure that at the beginning it had not yet disassociated the peasant community. The neighboring villages in each canton came to the main festivals, as they do to this day in the fairs and votive festivals still celebrated in French rural areas. During the feasts there was much merrymaking, dancing, masquerades in which boys and girls changed clothes or dressed up in animal skins or masks, simultaneous marriages for an entire new generation, races and other sports, beauty contests, mock tournaments, exchanging comical taunts and insults. Neighboring and rival communities, men and women, associated but competing guilds, would try to outdo each other. The festivities would end in scuffles and orgies. Peasant celebrations tightened social links and at the same time gave rein to all the desires which had been pent up by collective discipline and the necessities of everyday work. In celebrating, each member of the community went beyond himself, so to speak, and in one fell swoop drew all that was energetic, pleasurable, and possible from nature, food, social life and his own body and mind. Festival differed from everyday life only in the explosion of forces which had been slowly accumulated in and via everyday life itself. We must imagine rough peasants, full of joviality and vitality, and fairly poor. For these celebrations they make great sacrifices, in the practical sense of the word. In one day they devour all the provisions and stocks it has taken them months to accumulate. Generously, they welcome guests and strangers. It is the day of excess. Anything goes. This exuberance, this enormous orgy of eating and drinking, with no limits, no rules, is not without a deep sense of foreboding. Should a disaster happen, too harsh a winter or too dry a summer, a storm or an epidemic, then the community will regret this feast day when it devoured its own substance and denied its own conditions. How can the need for exaltation on both an individual and collective level, the need for a few hours of complete, intense living, be reconciled with foreboding and fear? Men know how weak they still are when confronted with nature. How can this contradiction be borne? Festival is a risk, a wager on the future. What is there to be won, and what to lose? In those days when human beings lived so to speak on the level of nature and natural life, in its elemental violence, its uncomplicated freshness and also its ignorance, they imagined nature via their own preoccupations, fears, and desires. Conversely and simultaneously they still defined and understood their basic humanity through the phenomena of nature, animals and plants, the heavens or the bowels of the earth. Already witches and magicians existed, with spells, rituals and gestures which were intended precisely to console weak humanity with the illusion of having direct power over nature, nature so familiar and yet so terrifying. Rural communities associated nature specifically with human joyfulness. Nature was peopled with mysterious powers, powers that were human and close, yet at the same time fantastic, distant, and dangerous, distinct but at the same time merged in a recondite unity. 1 If festivals were successfully held, it was felt to be because nature and its powers had been good, favorable, regular, bringing rain and sunshine, heat and cold, the seasons and their allotted tasks, according to their expected, favorable cycle. Birds, coming and going with the seasons, appeared as magic and prophetic signs of this order. Thus when the community gathered to carry out this simple action of eating and drinking, the event was attended by a sense of magnificence which intensified the feeling of joy. By celebrating, the community was welcoming nature and was rejoicing in its gifts. More than this, it was associating nature with the human community, binding the two together. The regular place given in the country calendar to festivals and specific tasks represented the regularity of human actions, their punctual accomplishment, and appeared to guarantee and assure the regularity of the seasons. Very soon, if not from the start, peasant festivals became eminently important. They represented not only joy, communion, participation in Dionysiac life, but also a cooperation with the natural order. Simultaneous marriages represented the fertility of nature while at the same time ensuring it and fixing it firmly, as if to shape and tie down the future in advance. In this way certain polyvalent rituals had a magical aspect, a symbolic aspect and an aspect of play. In the primitive stages the latter was subordinated, but later it came to the fore, displacing the irrational aspects of the action. The seesaw, for example, was at one and the same time a game bringing the sexes together, a fertility ritual and a symbolic action. So the sacrifices which everyone had to make for the festival, gifts, contributions from each family and each household, appeared as a down payment for the future. To refuse to participate would have been to set oneself apart from the community, and to risk interrupting the normal, fertile course of nature and human life. It would have been to invite bad luck, starting with the magic curses of the people who collected the contributions. To this day in the French countryside, during certain festivals children or young people or poor people still exercise the last remaining privileges of the old peasant communities by going from house to house collecting money, eggs, flour, sugar, for the feast. Anyone who refuses is cursed ritually according to traditional formulas, drought for their land, sickness for their flocks. The Greek word, which gives us that word so characteristic of our religions and ideologies, symbol, means initially to pay one's share, hence, to participate in the magic action, in the effectiveness of the ritual. It would be perfectly clear to the members of the rural community that the larger the gift, the more effective it would be. Festivals were a way of assuring the future, and the more active the participation in them, the larger the amount of blessings in return, the greater the prestige, the influence, the power. Thus through their gifts to the community, the wealthy, once private property had become differentiated, could make their wealth accepted, and were able to consolidate it. The very fact that they gained social prestige enabled them to become even wealthier. Landowners became both powerful and blessed, and hated. They controlled the good fortune and the power of the community. At this point the object of study for the sociologist seems to shift. We move from the level of magic to the level of the social mystery, i.e. religion, from man's relationship to nature to the formation of differentiated, divided human society, where all community is fictitious. So originally the human order and the natural order seemed interwoven, joined by a mysterious link, but which for those simple peasants seemed the most immediate, the most natural thing in their world. If the peasant tradition was strict to the point of routine, it was only because all change threatens order. Also, human activity tends to become codified practice, so that festivals, and even the gestures and speech of everyday life, became ritualized. Perhaps this sums up how magic developed, or even how it was born, and how solemn and sacred gestures became generalized, taking their elements from day-to-day life, but transposing them to the level of an imaginary effectiveness. In such conditions the festive meal became a sacred meal in a holy place, a cosmic and efficacious action. The union of the sexes also became a magical act which challenged nature in its entirety, which could be blessed or blighted, prefiguring problems or happiness to come. And the gift, the offering, the contribution to the celebration, became a sacrifice in the mystic sense of the word, an insurance for the future, an exchange of favors with obscure forces, future benefits secured by means of present hardship. The association of nature with man means first and foremost the earth. In the magic and the religions which have been part of the becoming of Western civilization, the earth is represented humanly and sexually, Mother Earth, wounded and harrowed by the plow, and fertilized, like a woman, by man. Moreover, at once frightening and fruitful, the earth receives the dead and grows fat with their corpses. It would appear that the ancient peasant communities were fairly quick to achieve a relatively stable balance, which, as rural history, a recent science which is still in the process of formation, has demonstrated, had strict conditions and surprisingly subtle elements, a balance between pastures, forests and arable land, a balance between the animal and human populations, a balance in the organization of tasks between individual activities and collective disciplines, a balance between the sharing out of land and the structure of property. In our own history, in our Middle Ages, the sociological historian finds the same process once again, the same balance, which is shattered, as it seems to have been in antiquity, by the formation of a rural aristocracy followed by a rural bourgeoisie. This natural and human balance, achieved and preserved by a peasant wisdom, by a set of techniques and a spontaneous skill which astounds the historian, appeared to be the supreme good, divine, marvelous, fragile. It was precisely in order to maintain this balance that the peasant community clung firmly to its own traditions and reinforced the role of magic and ritual. To preserve this order, the peasant order, for every class, every social formation has its order and its idea of order, man cooperated with nature, he maintained and regulated its energies, both by his real work and by the fictitious effectiveness of his magic. But from the very moment they became prosperous, communities were faced with a serious danger. They needed children to renew the community generation by generation, children who would be initiated into its tasks and its secrets, receiving and passing on the communal heritage. Too many or too few births would endanger the balance, too many mouths to feed, or not enough arms to plow the land, and famine would engulf the community. By virtue of illusion which ethnographers discover in many places, the deep cause of which, in other words the practical cause, seems as far as our present knowledge can tell to be very simple and everywhere the same, and number of souls was part of the order as conceived by these peasants. Births and deaths were governed by the cosmic law, and remained regular so long as that law remained undisturbed. The number of human beings was determined by nature. Thus every birth was a reincarnation, a soul was taken from the group's available stock, and came back to life. Souls were immortal, even if their existence beyond the living group remained shadowy and vague. This notion of the soul overdetermines even more ancient representations, including perhaps that of the double, of that other which is still a human being. And it is the earth who bears and fosters all living things and receives from men libation to quicken her seed anew too, who supplies the souls. Following one of their most ancient traditions, the Athenians of the classical era still scattered seeds on newly closed tombs, just as we bring flowers. In the earth, their temporary home, mother and tomb, the dead continued to participate in the order of things, in the regularity of the seasons and of human activities. Strange phantoms, they went on moving and living as they made their preparations to be born again. They were still part of the order, and they could disturb it. By dint of honors, of funereal rites, which guaranteed order and were a part of order, by dint of libations and sacrifices, the community sought the favor of its dead. And in these offerings, the fruits of the earth, wine, foliage, flowers, or wheat cakes, played an essential role. The rural community was therefore also community with the dead, and festivals for the dead found a place amidst the festivals for the living. In man's state of weakness in the face of nature, disquiet appeared alongside joy, ever more defined, ever stronger, until it became anxiety, and anxiety too had its funeral festivals and its celebrations. And the wealthy, land-owning families, which were such a burden on the community, always tried to justify themselves by appealing to the past, to real or fictitious ancestors, heroes, dragon killers, founders or pseudo-founders of cities, inventors of new techniques. Funeral festivals became the privileged festivals of dead kings and heroes. Dionysiac joy gave way to terror. Human life was torn apart as it embarked upon its harsh and inevitable journey into alienation. Certainly, right from the start, festivals contrasted violently with everyday life, but they were not separate from it. They were like everyday life, but more intense, and the moments of that life, the practical community, food, the relation with nature, in other words, work, were reunited, amplified, magnified in the festival. Man, still immersed in an immediate natural life, lived, mimed, sang, danced his relation with nature and the cosmic order as his elementary and confused thoughts represented it. On the same level as nature, man was also on the same level as himself, his thoughts, the forms of beauty, wisdom, madness, frenzy, and tranquility which were available to him. In his reality, he lived and achieved all his potential. Feeling no deep conflict with himself, he could give himself up, in that magnificent state of balance which was the peasant community, to his own spontaneous vitality. No aspect of himself, of his energy, his instinct, was left unused. Perhaps he was basic and elementary, but at least he lived without being fundamentally repressed, and maybe he sometimes died appeased. The pure nature that some writers applaud is in fact this peasant life at a highly evolved stage, and in point of fact at only very rare moments and places in history has it achieved a successful, happy, balanced form. In most cases, the continuation of a nomadic, bellicose way of life, or poor soil, or a bad climate, or, furthermore, and especially, social crises and the rapid formation of brutally dominant castes, have dragged social life down dead ends, nearly always precipitating its decline. The balance of the community was threatened on two fronts. In nature, by all manner of catastrophes, and even more by the fear produced when acts were no longer ritualized and performed in order to maintain and celebrate life, but merely for the sake of their sacred form and for the sake of the magical power that that form was supposed to exert. In social life, through ever more differentiation and inequality, the simultaneous emergence of families isolated from the community, of private property outside of the collective systems, and of the power which certain families and certain individuals wielded over the community, destroyed that community from within. The crisis of the community, its dislocation, the distress of most of its members, went hand in hand with technical progress and social differentiation. It is hard for us to imagine the astonishment with which the members of old communities must have greeted these social changes which were happening around them and which they were unable to comprehend. Let us not forget that by the gifts and sacrifices they made in proportion to their wealth and influence, the chiefs became increasingly powerful while at the same time still appearing to be the embodiment of the community's own power. Those who were breaking up the community seemed to be strengthening its deep reality. They were enslaving the community while appearing to be its servants, and in a sense they were serving it, in that they defended it, that they stood for technical progress, and that they alone had access to ideas, thought, wisdom, prudence, a sense of responsibility, of potentially rational foresight. The social process was now masked by its own conditions. How was it possible not to attribute it to mysterious causes, external to everyday life, to original sins, supernatural punishments, an incomprehensible destiny. The developing social mystery, the reality which escaped men's consciousness, although they were its authors and actors, was destined to become a religious mystery, and religion now superimposed itself upon magic, but without destroying it. Chiefs and kings contrived to receive the blessing of the communities they oppressed, i.e. the blessing of its gods. In a curious but perennial mixture of illusion and reality, they maintained both the cosmic order, by virtue of their magical functions, and the human order, by virtue of their political functions. But in these quiet little towns and villages which sit at the junctions of ancient tracks that have crisscrossed the French countryside for thousands of years, how does one become a public figure, someone respected, such as a town or regional councillor, or a member of parliament, nowadays? If there are no urban centers nearby and if the workers' parties have no influence, then even today it is only via the church, charitable organizations, the commune, sports societies, or the fire department that a parvenu manages to become accepted and to consolidate his support and his influence. And this is achieved without any politics, i.e. by the oldest of all political processes, which is just as unconscious now as it has been for centuries. It is taken for granted that unless there is some extraordinary accident such as a natural upheaval, a war or a crisis, the prosperity of public figures and the prosperity of the community go hand in hand, the one produces the other, everyone in the village or the canton benefits, through gifts, charitable donations, and because the important peasant or tradesman makes work for the poor. These men are blessed, by the gods and by their fellow man. They have their own pew in church. People bless them in public but hate them in private. They are the object of 1,000 repressed and private grievances. Therefore, in ancient rural communities, according to all the available documents, a certain human fulfillment was to be found, albeit mingled with disquiet and the seeds of all the agonies to come. That fulfillment has since disappeared. It has been lost in two senses. First, rituals and symbols and their interpretation as elaborated by the religious imagination have tended to dispossess human actions of their living substance in favor of meanings. Secondly, social life has improved, but has changed its structure in the process, from being on a horizontal level, so to speak, on the level of natural life and the world, it has become pyramidal, with chiefs, kings, a state, ideas, abstractions, at its apex. Symbols have become more and more abstract, in its own way, like money, but on the political level, the state is also in a sense a realized abstraction, endowed with effective power which is ever more real. At first rituals conjured up the confused powers of nature, the hidden side of things and human beings, then mythical heroes, then increasingly elaborate gods. Later, however, they came to center on a spiritual power, i.e. a realized abstraction, the God of the universal religions. At the same time, the theories justifying the power of political chiefs and kings have become more and more abstract. And at the same time too, century after century, genuine knowledge and thought, implying logical abstraction, science, have appeared to be progressing and advancing in line with ideologies, whereas these are two different and possibly incompatible levels of human consciousness. The result for our rural areas has been a deprivation of everyday life on a vast scale, by religion, by abstraction, by the life of the mind, by distant and mysterious political life. Bit by bit everything which formerly contributed to the elementary splendor of everyday life, its innocent, native grandeur, has been stripped from it and made to appear as something beyond its own self. Progress has been real, and in certain aspects immense, but it has been dearly paid. And yet it is still there, this innocent life, so very near, but impoverished and humiliated, both strong and pathetic, creative but threatened, producing the future but beset with foreboding about all the imponderables that future has in store. It is still there, not unchanged, but degraded rather, humiliated, while in other respects, and proportionally, science and consciousness have progressed. Take for example an ordinary village in France. The network of roads and paths, fences, and hedgerows, encloses a land which is by no means unworkable, a docile, easy land which rises and falls almost imperceptibly as if with the breath of the distant mountains. Scattered farms, and then, around the church and the graveyard, a few houses grouped together, the village. A green land, meadows, their brooks full with autumn rain. The village still huddles closely around its dead. The living still bring their floral tributes to the dear departed. Many people believe that it is the right thing to do to put cheap and nasty metal and glass mementos on the graves. Ritual has become hideously commercialized. The graceful tributes of fruits of the earth which sustain the life of the dead, linking them with the living and preparing for their return to life, have been replaced by a sacrifice of money which is made once and for all, a way of settling one's conscience concerning the dead person, of making him permanently harmless. It is true that some people may think that what they inherit from the dead is somehow a settling of accounts, but they too can have pangs of conscience. Some visit the graves of the dead. "I'm just off to say hello to my poor departed husband," said Madame X as she made her way jauntily to the graveyard where her spouse lay at rest. These are people who apparently believe that the dear departed are simultaneously and at one and the same time in heaven, or hell, and here, under these stones and this ground, under these artificial flowers. In this consecrated fold, they experience the feeling of a living presence, instead of the terrifying reality, the horror of death. Their cold breast is flooded with a cruel, sweet emotion. Many of them believe in ghosts, in phantoms, in spirits, yet instead of preparing the return of their dead to the light of day and the community with love, terror, and respect, they simply relegate them to oblivion. Fresh corpses get visited, the others, the old ones, lie forgotten as in a communal grave. The myth of the community and its dead goes on, but demoted, weakened, deprived of warmth, linked to vague, abstract affirmations about souls which can never be translated into tangible acts. The winter solstice is still an important date, but the great solar myth of the God who is reborn to fill the earth with new and burning life has become just a sentimental, vaguely charming series of images, a little family portrait. What remains of ritual and myth? A date, a vague impression of birth, of hope, of grandiose drama, the idea of an all-powerful God who is nevertheless mysteriously destined to be born and to die, and then theological abstractions, sublimations relegated inaccessibly to the background, and then those childish but touching pictures, the animals, the manger, the wise men and their star, inseparably linked to the cosmic, human infant. Every time spring arrives, processions intended to confirm the regularity of the season and the fertility of the fields go round the village, winding drearily along through the paths between the fields. Drearily, plunged in an immense boredom which is like an ultimate sacrifice, people give up the time, put up with the inconvenience. All the Dionysiac joy has gone out of this ritual, which is known arrogantly as Rogation Days. It is a request for fine weather and a rich harvest. Actually, nobody believes that prayers can be really effective, but many still believe that not to attend or to stop the ritual completely would be bad luck. Prudently they take precautions. The negative side of the traditional ritual has completely annihilated the positive one, which was joy in human community. In this same village, in the same springtime, pious hands still hang garlands on sacred trees and, occasionally, on the roadside crosses which have long dispossessed old Hecate of her domain. And when war comes, and drought, the peasants bemoan their fate, saying, "Everything's gone haywire." They see cosmic order and human order as inextricably linked, as in the original agrarian myth. And they do not easily understand the specifically human means by which order, a coherent, rational order, can be re-established. 3. The mystical notion of sacrifice lives on more or less everywhere. If anyone tried to forget it, there would be wars and social dramas to revitalize it. But age has not favored it, and now sacrifices are only vaguely felt to be sacred. Parents make sacrifices to bring up their children. People also sacrifice part of the present for the future, by saving from their earnings and investing them, or by taking out insurance. Meanwhile they continue preparing for the future by negotiating with the supernatural, donations, charity, offerings of personal suffering, of merits achieved in the eyes of men and gods, for a repayment proportional to the hardship involved. 4. There is one special little item which every well-off and God-fearing family budgets for: charity. By private gifts and public donations the God-fearing can relieve their consciences of any residual qualms they might feel, and can also justify themselves to other people. They are contributing to the permanence of their order, while at the same time reducing poor people's resentment, and making their lot a little easier. Sacrifice has several meanings and several aims, some conscious, others unconscious, some selfish, others altruistic, and collectors and apologists for charity will quote one or other of these aims as circumstances demand. It is well known that wars are a punishment for people's sinfulness, indolence, and cruelty. And so is defeat. This Christian mystique, originally a peasant mythology, was made official under the Vichy regime. The poor should make sacrifices by working a lot, and the rich by giving a little. What are sacrifices? Spiritual investments. Their worth is a function of the effort they cost, i.e. the amount of hardship people are prepared to put up with in their fear of the future. Unfortunately, statistics concerning the amounts charities receive are never made public. What material they would provide for the study of everyday life across the classes and social groups. It is very possible that both in cash and in kind, the poor give more than the rich. Their uncertainties, their fears for the future, and their generosity too, are they not greater? Moreover, anyone who has nothing to give, or is unwilling to give, can always placate the mysterious powers by offering up their wishes, their sufferings, their hearts, and their minds. The uncertainties peasants feel about nature become superimposed, as religion was superimposed upon magic, by the disquiet of several other social groups about human, economic, and political circumstances. Ignorance of the laws of sociology, the inability to act without dependence on political lies and strategies, along with a sort of direct contamination from myths and rituals, fosters and perpetuates the idea of fate and predestination. Masses of individuals, each believing himself to be free and lucid, entire groups react to human circumstances in the same way that country folk responded to the circumstances of nature. They accept wars and crises as inevitable, pleading with their gods to bring these calamities to an end, thanking or cursing the heavenly powers that be. And in life itself, in everyday life, ancient gestures, rituals as old as time itself, continue unchanged, except for the fact that this life has been stripped of its beauty. Only the dust of words remains, dead gestures. Because rituals and feelings, prayers and magic spells, blessings, curses, have been detached from life, they have become abstract and inner, to use the terminology of self-justification. Convictions have become weaker, sacrifices shallower, less intense. People cope, badly, with a smaller outlay. Pleasures have become weaker and weaker. The only thing that has not diminished is the old disquiet, that feeling of weakness, that foreboding. But what was formerly a sense of disquiet has become worry, anguish. Religion, ethics, metaphysics, these are merely the spiritual and inner festivals of human anguish, ways of channeling the black waters of anxiety, and towards what abyss? And if beauty has disappeared from everyday life, what of its great mystical heroes? No, the mystic hero is virtually extinct. Everything is calculated on a cut-price basis. A penny for heaven. A little bit more, but as little as possible, to pacify the poor, whose real power is visibly on the increase. And yet, the more meaningless gestures become, the more solemn they are, and the more solemn they are, the more ludicrous, sparking off life's revenges, laughter and parody. And now let us go for a moment into the little village church, surrounded by its graveyard. I hesitate on its humble, unadorned threshold, held back by a kind of apprehension. I know what I shall find, an empty, echoing space, with hidden recesses crammed with hundreds of objects, each uttering the silent cry that makes it a sign. What a strange power! I know that I cannot fail to understand their meanings, because they were explained to me years ago. It is impossible to close your eyes and your ears to these symbols, they occupy you, they preoccupy you immediately, insistent, insidious, and the more so for their simplicity. Already a feeling of disquiet, suppressed anger, mingled with the reluctant but tenacious memories of a childhood and adolescence shaped by Christianity. And I know that this suppressed anger is another aspect of the power, the nascent fascination of the sacred object. It is impossible to free myself from it. For me this space can never be just like any other space. But precisely because I feel this obscure emotion I can begin to understand its obscure causes. So I must not despair, the fight goes on. The country church is small and dark, despite its whitewashed walls. A sickly light filters through the grimy little panes of its narrow windows. Small, dark, mysterious, a bit like a cave. An ambiguous perfume, its familiar side, damp, its strange side, incense, hits the nostrils. The mystical, faraway splendor of the incense penetrates the ordinary smell of must and mold. Already I am inhaling the perfume of the Orient, I want to inhale it despite myself, to identify it. Unalloyed it would be overpowering, but here its mystical appeal is tainted with something mundane. And now I can begin to make out the colored or gilded objects and signs which surround the faithful and impose their presence upon them. Around the vault, above the choir, a clumsy but inspired artist has painted a border festooned with stars, in silver and gold, on a blue background. This humble decoration on the vault is the Church's way of offering indisputable proof that it sums up the cosmic order, that the God who made the heavens is housed within it, but now time has almost erased it. I forgot to check whether it is turned eastward towards Jerusalem and the sunrise. And this lamp, shining dimly on the end of a wire hanging from the center of the building's vaguely cross-shaped structure, what does it signify? Is it the light of the sun or the eternal light of the Spirit? Is it the mind of man which must remain ever wakeful until the tragic final curtain? Ah! Now here's something better, or more precise. In a relatively wide, deep recess, a chapel, two painted wooden statuettes face to face, Saint Blasius and Saint Roch. The region we are in has a long pastoral tradition. Saint Blasius and Saint Roch are the little patron saints of cattle and sheep. The inhabitants of P have been crafty enough to obtain the protection of both saints simultaneously. At the back of the recess a rather sketchy painting, a fresco or a painting on wood, impossible to tell in the half-light, portrays the two saints in shepherd's smocks, their dogs at their feet, and carrying crooks which are drawn to look vaguely like bishops' croziers. The damp has obliterated patches of sky, bits of meadow. Around the chapel, a low railing. Beyond the railing, coins, roughly folded notes. Offerings, sacrifices. On their name days, the peasants burn a few bristles from the tails of diseased cows under their patron saints' noses. In another, smaller recess, on a plinth, the statuette of a little patron saint of the family, Saint Anthony, who helps to find lost property. At his feet, a simple collection box. The saint's right toe is discolored and worn down by the kisses of his supplicants. But here, sovereign and placatory, on the right of the high altar, here is the Great Mother, who distanced herself from the earth in the celestial mystery of a virginity made fruitful by God alone, the Father of all things. Eternal Virgin, yet at the same time the Divine Mother of all men, and also known by such attractive names as the Gates of Heaven, the Morning Star, the Ivory Tower and the Consolation of the Afflicted. God is remote and terrible is the Father. The Virgin Mother is near. Absolute Mother, Absolute Virgin, she conjures up mysteriously and poetically the feminine totality. Mother, she receives her children. Virgin, she reassures, for a virginity which has not been surrendered to anyone belongs to everyone. Great Goddess in the process of formation, or revival, but reduced by a prudent theology to the rank of mediator, it is she who attracts the most wishes, the most support, the most prayers. On the other side of the altar, Joseph holding a golden lily. The lowly church presents the absolute, human family, lit by the stars and the cosmos above and flanked by the two guardians of the regularity and the fertility of herds and flocks, the mother whose infinite purity renders her universal, the earthly, fictitious husband, naive and hesitant, the real, heavenly husband, the fearsome creative power that leads the drama, and her divine Son. The heavenly family is visited by earthly families, who offer it their good luck and their misfortunes in homage. It gives them a magnified image of themselves. The heavenly and the earthly are joined, the human is still mingled with the heavenly. And in the tabernacle, power united with goodness, fearsome despite the abstraction in which he has draped himself, a circle of something white, light, and dry, without taste or perfume God, in a threatening offering. Should a sacrilege be committed, the stories they tell in their pious conversations and their parish newspapers, of the host bleeding and speaking, of sudden deaths and unexpected conversions, should a sacrilege be committed, the world might collapse into nothingness. The firmament, that solid vault which supports the stars, might crumble. Fearful angels would trump forth the end of time. For if God does not accomplish all that he is perfectly capable of as cosmic Father, vain, vindictive Creator, Lord of heaven, Master of good and evil, throne of glory built upon azure, gold, and bank notes, it is because he is also the Son, controlling himself, checking his justice and his wrath, and showing himself to be equally and at one and the same time very good, very mild, very brotherly towards the little human families which crawl along in this vale of tears. If this church offers us the world and the human drama in resume, it also gives us history. I can see Joan of Arc in her suit of armor, the tricolor spreads its folds around her painted plaster breastplate, a plaque carries the names of the dead of the last war, the Great War, as the old men have long called it. O Church, O Holy Church, when I finally managed to escape from your control I asked myself where your power came from. Now I can see through your sordid secrets, all the more obvious here for being without the beguiling adornments of art. How naive people were to believe that they could get rid of you with a few sacrilegious protests. How holy men must have laughed at the freethinkers, while pretending to be deeply shocked and making sure to retaliate at the earliest opportunity. Now I can see the fearful depths, the fearful reality of human alienation. O Holy Church, for centuries you have tapped and accumulated every illusion, every fiction, every vain hope, every frustration. You have garnered them in your houses like some precious harvest, and each generation, each era, each age of man adds something new to them. And now before my very eyes I see the terrors of human childhood, the worries of adolescence, the hopes and misgivings which greet adulthood, even the terrors and despair of old age, for it costs you nothing to say that the evening of the world is nigh and that man is already old and will perish without realizing his potential. There are men who withdraw slightly from life so as to control it, using skills amassed by over more than 20 centuries of experience. And precisely because they have sacrificed themselves to the utmost, these men appear to be sacred, many of them believe they are sacred, and perhaps in a sense some of them are indeed sacred. From the newborn babe's first breath to the dying man's last sigh they are there, ministering to questioning children, frightened virgins, and tormented adolescents, to the anxieties of the destitute and even to the sufferings of the powerful. Whenever man experiences a moment of weakness, there they are. For their old, ever more skillful tactics, for the spiritual body of the Church, everything is grist to the mill, including doubts and heresies, and even attacks. The Church is nothing more and nothing less than the unlimited ability to absorb and accumulate the inhuman. Recently they have made their position more flexible, but I know that this is merely an attempt to absorb the enemy. Having condemned modernism a dozen times, the Church now wants to be modern. Her craftiest followers will say, they are already saying it, that she embodies man's progress towards the divine, his centuries-old effort to transcend himself, and gradual divine revelation. But no, you are nothing more than man's alienation, the self torn asunder, a magic spell. I can read the message unadorned on the walls of this country church. They sum up your history, which is the history of human poverty. All your strategies are here in miniature, all the skills with which you have controlled and preserved the massive dehumanization which weighs men down, growing larger and larger like some living monster. You have served Roman emperors, feudal lords, absolute monarchs, a triumphant bourgeoisie. You were always on the side of the strongest, not without some craftily reticent maneuvers to prove how independent and superior you were, but by appearing to stand up for the weak you ended up being the strongest of all. And now you have the gall to take up the cause of man, promising to turn yesterday's slave into tomorrow's master. No. The trick is too obvious, and above all the task is too great. Until now the Holy Church has always been able to digest everything, but for the first time her mighty stomach may prove not strong enough. And she knows it. And she is afraid. And she wants to be everywhere, double-dealing, treble-dealing, winning on all the tables. But people can see it, and people know it. So what is to become of this accumulation of every conceivable myth and empty abstraction, of this extraordinary apparatus which combines the flaws of every state that ever was without even the virtue of some connection to the life of any one people or any one nation? Sunday morning. The bell has already rung twice, the first time slow and inoffensive, the second hurried, threatening, domineering. Away in the distant meadows, its reverberations have a melancholy sound. Closer at hand, in the narrow streets of the apparently deserted village, it is something else again. It is the voice of the Eternal Father thundering down from the top of the belfry onto a barnyard of squat houses, scouring them, encircling every corner, every head, catching everyone by the ears, vibrating inside their skulls and their very bones. Come on, you childish, decrepit lot, get a move on. The murmur of a threshing machine can be heard getting slowly louder, suddenly cutting out and then starting again. The godless are working on this holy day. Through the open door and the clear window panes a soft, tawny sunlight redolent of October and the grape harvest floods the still empty church. Its beams dispel the Christian mystery which must have half-light. I can hear cockerels crowing, and the sound is astonishing. Across the cold paving glides a black shape, the folds in its dress completely immobile. A widow. It's a widow. Everything about her signals it. An unspeakably insipid, unspeakably dreary placidity fills her chubby face, settles at the bottom of her faded cheeks. Fat and stiff, she glides noiselessly. Surely nothing has ever disturbed this stagnating placidity. Surely she was born a widow. They say she is very good to the church. She comes to sweep it, tending to the decorations, replacing the dying flowers with armfuls of fresh ones. She is intoxicated with her own humility and self-effacement. She picks up the rubbish with her bare hands. She is the handmaiden of this holy house, but under her falsely pious modesty what pride lies hidden. A sudden flight of sparrows and pigeons, a loud scuffling of chairs and benches, the clatter of clogs on the stone floor. Hands are dipped into the font and chests are hurriedly crossed. Religion is about to attempt to relink all this disparate human material into a community. Old women enveloped in the black shroud of their Capulet, 5 sly, impatient urchins, shopkeepers' daughters who have come to show off their Sunday dresses, 1 or 2 men. On one side, the Guild of Women. On the other, farther back, nearer the door, the men. They are the last to come and the first to leave. But nevertheless they come, they are there, holding their berets rolled up in their hands. How many people here are genuine believers, not satisfied with gestures but ardently grasping their faith as an object. This young girl, perhaps, her whole body tensed and bent forward on her chair, gazing spellbound on the great Christ, his pink body stained with the blood of his wounds. There is something distraught about her eyes which contrasts with the peacefulness, the already unutterably bored peacefulness, of her face. Someone else cut out to be a widow, or an eternal virgin. With what sacrifices is she purchasing this peace of the true believer, innocently confident in an earthly and heavenly future, a little soul in the arms of the Father, a little lamb beneath the shepherd's crook. Contemptible, unfought for peace, whatever deprivations and conflicts may exist, they are placidly ignored, disdained, childishness is prolonged, cultivated even, a premature annihilation. I recognize you, despicable piece of my childhood. But what torments it takes just to be free, just to destroy these ashes. They say that the true believer must always experience conflict, that faith is born of anguish. But what anguish? Yes, maybe the anguish which lies bogged down and rotting in its own peacefulness, where the deepest deprivations are indistinguishable from mystical certainties. And yet surely they know that when it becomes clear that faith does not even exist, that it is an illusion, that there is nothing to have faith in, that there is only nothingness, then anguish is born in its place, and that once faith is gone it leaves the blood contaminated with nothingness. Then anyone who has been alienated and dehumanized by his childhood faith will begin a desperate quest for a pathway, a link with life, but his lost illusions still obsess him, his need for faith fills him with anguish, and he tries in vain to keep on believing. What a pack of lies! It is faith which produces anguish, like a painful scar, nothingness activated. Mass begins, mundane, reduced to its bare essentials, with no grand organ, canon's kiss, or plumed verger. Basically, this Catholic Mass revives the oldest form of dramatic art, tragedy, an audience which participates in the action, a choir which responds to the protagonist, who conjures up the founder of the community, his life, his destiny, and the inevitable catastrophe, the sacrifice and death of the hero. In the ceremony, the hero comes back to life and the participants identify with him. Through him they can reform a community which is both cosmic and human. In a sense the Catholic model turns out to be richer, more complex than tragedy. What a poetic drama, where anyone watching who is not insensitive or immune is challenged, gripped if only by the style and flow of imagery, forced to participate, drawn on by the senses even into the realm of theological meanings. And here in this country church there is not even music, nor the magnificence and mystique of stained glass and sumptuous ceremony. What a combination, the art of fascination and the art of control. And until now there has been nothing to compare with its versatility. Mass for marriage, Mass for the dead, Mass for soldiers and Mass to bless the coming battle, High Mass in cathedrals, and one day I will describe a cathedral, in minute detail, Low Mass in suburban and village churches. Yes, wherever something of man is born or dies, wherever there is something vulnerable, like a child, like love, or something threatened, like a soldier, like a peasant, there will the divine tragedy be acted out. A bench and an upturned crate make as good a stage as the most extravagant marble altar. On the other hand, the pathos is less than in high tragedy, and less perceptible. Despite the scope of the subject, the drama is far from perfect. Too many abstractions have had to be included, too many symbols piled one upon the other, too many gestures for their own sake. The fall in quality is inevitable. In the first place, the foreign language six, while helping to reinforce the mystery, limits the number of dramatic effects available. It is true that the sermon in French comes just at the right time to compensate for this. The rhythm is slow. The audience is bored to tears by the respectful abstraction of it all. Religion will end in boredom, and to offer boredom to the Lord is hardly a living sacrifice. Yet as I write these lines, I wonder if I'm not making a crude mistake. Magic has always gone hand in hand with emotion, hope and terror, and still does. But are there such things as religious emotions? Probably no more so than there is a psychological state, consciousness or thought without an object, that could be called faith. These are ideological fictions. Surely religion, like theology, metaphysics, ceremonies, academic literature, and official poets, has always been boring. This has never been a hindrance, because one of the aims of spiritual discipline and asceticism has always been precisely to disguise and to transfigure this living boredom. The divine tragedy is overladen with riches. The journey the solemn words and gestures of the protagonist take us on is too long. Here too, as in the church itself, the listener, his suspicions aroused, discovers the secretions, the accumulated sediments of centuries. In a minute we shall be in a market stall in Alexandria, where some wily Kabbalists are discussing mystical names and entities with a bearded Jew who has just arrived from Athens. In initio erat verbum, 7. For the moment we are in the age of kings and princes. Armed with their pikes and with a great roar the infantry are setting off in a cloud of dust behind the war chariots, wheels bristling with sharp blades. And the high priest invokes the divine names, Deus, Deus, Sabaoth. Lord of hosts. Did Judith murmur these words as she carried away Holofernes' head in her bag, his eyes closed in the voluptuousness of death? Yes, God was always on the side of the strongest, since victory proved whose side God was on, and defeat was explained as the wages of his wrath. How childish, simple, and profound divine mystification is! Lord of hosts, Lord of armies. But what armies, and armed with what arms? But hush! We mustn't be flippant. Pay attention. In Troibo ad alter Dei, qui latificat juventudem meme. What magnificent poetry! The God who makes my youth rejoice. Really moving, really splendid, isn't it, this marriage of youth and eternity? Doesn't anyone here think about the young people who have been burdened, sickened, poisoned, by the filter of the absolute, the venom of sin and the yearning for the dreary peace of innocence? What can these words mean to these people? Have they discovered how to avoid mental torture? Can I have been the last of the faithful? I mustn't get annoyed. I merely want to understand their secrets. Et verbum caro factum est. More abstractions, more symbols, but this time with the fascinating information that they are now merged with life. The word, the mysterious, holy, magic word of words, is made flesh. Does that mean that speech takes the form of a tongue, or a mouth? Maybe. And now the priest turns towards the audience and begins making grander gestures. He is ageless, young rather than old, the son of a peasant, one can tell from his face, a slight figure in a tight black robe, but amplified by the alb and surplice, a long, pale countenance, bony and bluish with beard, a shy man, with little authority in the village. They say he has a weak chest, and that he's under his sister's thumb. But here he is another man, he becomes assured, imposing. Almost too much so, some of his gestures seem to be lifting some enormous but meaningless weight up towards heaven, and it's rather comical. Now the moment for the holy meal has come. Time once more for the most venerable of these rituals. Will the bread and wine reanimate the faithful once again, restoring their oneness with nature and humanity? But how cold it all is, and how dried up! Where's the joy? Where are the overflowing cups and the huge, consecrated loaves of bread? Only the priest gets to eat and drink, consuming the principles of life in the form of the two basics, bread and wine. Then, to a couple of old women in black and the mystical young girl, he will hand out an insipid symbol of infinity. So this is what the holy meal has been reduced to, torn away from community to be accomplished by those who mediate between us and the absolute, torn away from the life of the senses and from real festivity to become symbolic, abstract, distant. Transferred entirely to another plane, a spiritual and interior plane, apparently. But where is the human community for these people in black I see filing back to their seats, their eyes half closed, their hands clasped piously together, absorbed in the dreariness of what their mouths and their souls have just tasted? A caricature of a community. Profound. Inner. No. These dehumanized beings are self-absorbed from the moment they are born to the moment they die, and the only community they know is fictitious and abstract. I remember a time when I hated them because I still loved them. My adolescence was drawing to a close, an adolescence which had lived through more than one season in hell. Hatching fiendish plans of revenge, I continued going to church and mixing with priests. Even the most terrible acts of violence seemed too tame, too simple. My friends made do with various small sacrilegious gestures which to me seemed meaningless, it was the time when Breton tied a crucifix to the lavatory chain in his toilet and thought he was exterminating Christianity. I thought about vaster, but no less naive, ventures. I studied the history of the Church in the hope of ferreting out a vintage heresy I could resurrect, an indestructible, indigestible heresy with which to torpedo the Church. Jansen's. Too dry, too terribly 18th century petty bourgeois, and as far as boredom goes, his Augustinus beats even the Summa Theologia. 8 Only one heresy appealed to me. Everyone can see for themselves how far the Holy Ghost is absent from the Church. It appears only in the dubious shape of a pigeon, or as an excellent teacher of modern languages. So I started planning a revival of the cult of the Holy Ghost, making it as much a living presence as the other personalities in the Holy Trinity. I wanted to show that the incarnation of the Son was not enough to save the world, which is obvious, and to proclaim the imminent arrival and incarnation of the Holy Ghost. As a prophet of the Holy Ghost, I would have carried my ardent prediction into the very bosom of the Church, in the name of a neglected dogma. I would have paid anything, made any sacrifice, in order to spread this heresy, and the best of it was that I didn't even believe in it. I wanted revenge so much, I would even have been willing to become a martyr. One fine day, in an effort to think clearly, which from this distance may seem facile, even comical, I understood that my whole satanic venture was just another way of perpetuating mystical themes, that by going in that direction I was simply a future prodigal son, a man in despair, one of the last believers, that I hadn't realized just how extraordinarily naive the whole plan was. It wasn't as though the Church had never been attacked before. And just how clerical my fiendish scheme really was. So for a little while I adopted one of Nietzsche's great visionary theories. Dionysius, the living cosmos, is born and dies in order to be reborn. The eternal recurrence, the great year, the periodic return of things, which so many wise men and philosophers have sensed, are not and cannot be simply a dry, frigid theory. The universe, the whole, is a God who becomes and accedes to consciousness within man. He is a whole, but dismembered into fragments which also like him know suffering and joy. Through the torments of his cosmic journey, through the tortures of human consciousness, his eternal destiny moves on with each new cycle towards the joy of supreme consciousness, and at the same time towards the tragic catastrophe, the death of the planets and the stars, the new ice age or the gigantic atomic cataclysm. The God's destiny is accomplished, and because the God, creative energy, cannot end, he is reborn, he starts again. Spring of springtimes and everlasting joy. Sunrise, immense procession of resurrections, ascension of life, and also pain, immortal death of all forms and all past moments, winters and old age, cataclysms and massacres, a billion tragedies in the cosmic tragedy. Since the sufferings of Dionysius could be identified with Christ on the cross, since all the symbols of art and religion must take on a new meaning in Dionysius, I dreamt of a total celebration, a mass and a tragedy, intense and absolute, extraordinarily poetic and powerfully dramatic, which would rejoice in the tragic destiny of nature, finite and infinite, divine and human, joyful and harrowing. Zarathustra would have been merely the prophet and the herald of this superhuman celebration, this offering and supreme sacrifice of man to the Absolute. Such are the difficulties we face when we try to liberate ourselves from mystiques, from our predilection for illusory greatness, for self-effacement, for the sacrifice of man. The cruelest and most rigorous of self-examinations will always unearth some hidden radical of alienation, of the perverse pleasure alienation of the self affords. To conclude these notes, I would like to sum up briefly what dialectical method can bring to such chaos. A. It allows us to re-establish order and reason in ideas. Using Marxist method, every cultivated and truly modern man will soon be able to look at the irksome and incomprehensible mumbo-jumbo of our towns and villages, our churches and our works of art, and read them out loud, like an open book. B. Marxist method enables us to understand the secrets, the obscure aspects of the social mystery and of history. Thus Catholicism appears in its historical truth as a movement rather than a doctrine, a vast movement, thoroughly skilled in the art of assimilation, which never creates anything new but in which nothing is ever lost, particularly the oldest and most tenacious myths, which for various reasons go on being accepted or being seen as acceptable by the vast majority, agrarian myths. The mystifying skill of this movement can be measured by the fact that it has been able to disguise itself as a rigid dogmatism. In fact, it is exactly the opposite, like a crafty child who slides along while insisting he is sitting still. And this disguise is a cover for its press gang tactics. Anyone who criticizes Catholic dogmatism in the name of free thinking and independent individuality is being ridiculously naive. This movement taps human weakness and helplessness. To be absolutely exact, it capitalizes on them. Where does it get its universality from? From its ability to live with all the myths and rituals it has taken from the various social formations, to superimpose them and overdetermine them, and to churn them back in the guise of doctrinal rigor. This unstructured syncretism has been working unceasingly since the death of Christ up until the present day, and it is obviously the Church, in its role as a social and political organism, which props it up. See, the problem of the human cannot be resolved by inventing new rituals, be they spiritual or material, mystical or aesthetic, public or private. That path, which is the one nearly all our philosophers and men of letters have followed, is the path of alienation. The Church has tapped and accumulated all human, or rather inhuman, alienation. Its power comes from the fact that it penetrates everyday life. On the one hand, it has created a dehumanized ceremonial, an official magnificence, an extranational state, an abstract theory. On the other, it has produced an extremely subtle and precise psychological and moral technique. In every act of one's immediate life, no matter how insignificant, religion can be present, in the internalized form of a ritual or in the external form of the priest who listens, understands, advises, reprimands, or pardons. Past religion and past moral doctrines, which deep down are always religious, tell us what we must do, according to them, in an everyday life which seems all the more derelict, uncertain, and humiliated for the fact that the life of the mind, of knowledge, of art, of the state, is getting more and more vast, more elevated and more ritualized. We spend each day of our lives crawling along at ground level, while the superior moments fly away into the far reaches of the stratosphere. Religion snowballs as a result of all the practical helplessness of human beings, constituting an immense obstacle. It is there in life's most infinitesimal detail, knowing the weaknesses and provoking them, breathing in the positive substance of everyday life and concentrating its negative aspects. At each everyday event, at each emotive, disturbing moment when something begins or when something ends, religion will raise its head. It reassures, consoles, and above all supplies an attitude, a way to behave. It tells us what we must do, in its view, but until now no one has offered an alternative, when faced with death or birth. It provides a ceremonial. It relieves people not only of the embarrassment of not knowing what to do and what to say, but also of the fear and remorse their embarrassment produces, as though all misfortunes, past, present or future, were in any way their fault. It gives everyone the impression of doing something. The ritual gesture when a funeral procession goes by, words of insult, an adieu when we part, a wish, a propitious phrase of greeting or thanks, all such everyday attitudes still come down to us from magic and religion. They are really religious, or potentially so. And that is where in the end the secret of religion's strength lies. In this way the illusion by which religion deceives us, that vain and ever-broken promise of community, of the power to act, tends to be born again with every action in our everyday lives. Exactly as, on another level, economic fetishism is reanimated every single time an individual, unaware of the social structure, uses a coin or a note to buy the product of human labor, transformed into a commodity. The problem posed by Marxism is thus revealed in all its breadth. We now know that Marxism wants to transform the world, and no longer just to interpret it. But we need to understand fully what we mean by the term world. It is not simply a matter of intensifying production, of cultivating new spaces, of industrializing agriculture, of building giant factories, of changing the state and then finishing once and for all with that monster, of all cold monsters the coldest. These are merely means to an end. And what is that end? It is the transformation of life in its smallest, most everyday detail. The world is man's future because man is the creator of his world. And the problem is not simply to change the idea of man, to found the idea of the total man, nature and consciousness, instinct and lucidity, power over things and over his own products, and to place it at the apex of culture. The problem is not simply to achieve a dialectical unity of knowledge, to bring together the results of all the sciences in an organized and rational encyclopedic system. It is not simply to form a new type of men or to establish new general relations between men. Those are still only means. The end, the aim, is to make thought, the power of man, the participation in and the consciousness of that power, intervene in life in its humblest detail. More ambitious, more difficult, more remote than the means, the aim is to change life, lucidly to recreate everyday life. This is the exact opposite of the aim and the essence of religion. By revealing its positive and negative duality, the critique of everyday life will help to pose and resolve the problem of life itself. Human culture and consciousness incorporate every conquest, every past moment of history. In contrast, religion accumulates all man's helplessness. It offers a critique of life, it is itself that critique, a reactionary, destructive critique. Marxism, the consciousness of the new man and the new consciousness of the world, offers an effective, constructive critique of life. And Marxism alone. 6. What is possible? When the world the sun shines on is always new, how could everyday life be forever unchangeable, unchangeable in its boredom, its grayness, its repetition of the same actions? Many who have lost faith in the human, and who get hypocritically emotional about the immemorial gestures of peasants, mothers, or housewives, think it is. Everyday life is not unchangeable, it can decline, therefore it changes. And moreover the only genuine, profound human changes are those which cut into the substance and make their mark upon it. It is fairly easy to demonstrate decline using one simple, important example, life in the country, because in many ways the traces of another life, a community life, are still more perceptible there than elsewhere. A later installment of the present study will endeavor to describe the decline of everyday life, on industrial housing estates, in so-called modern everyday activity. But for the moment we have to consider another factor, one which will make our investigation yet more complicated. Just as this decline proceeds to its ultimate consequences, possibilities become more apparent, more immediately perceptible, in this sphere than elsewhere. Human life can decline and it can progress. Up until now it has followed this dual movement, on the one hand, and in one direction, decline, on the other hand, and in another direction, progress. Life has got better, and we cannot entirely disagree with those optimists who insist obstinately that, favored by some unspecified theological or metaphysical providence, the human species is slowly advancing like a well-drilled army along a preordained path from barbarism to civilization. They are not entirely wrong, and likewise the theory of decadence is just as metaphysical, and just as dubious, as the optimism of the partisans of progress, which it opposes. The abstract idea of decadence in general conceals a very real decadence, present in the world today, albeit only momentarily, the decadence of the bourgeoisie. And yet the optimistic idea of progress lacks flexibility and dialectical understanding. It fails to grasp the different aspects of human becoming. Up until now progress has carried within itself certain elements of regression. Spontaneous, objective, like a process of nature, this progress has not been guided by a reason. Thought has realized this at a very late stage, and it is only now that efficient reason is making an attempt to penetrate it actively, to understand its laws and to transform it into a rational progress without negative repercussions. Human life has progressed, material progress, moral progress, but that is only part of the truth. The deprivation, the alienation of life is its other aspect. In reply to the naive theoreticians of complete, continuous progress, we must demonstrate in particular the decline of everyday life since the community of antiquity, and man's growing alienation. We must present a firm answer to the Robinson Crusoe-esque idealists who denigrate the present and theorize the good old days, by demonstrating the progress that has been accomplished, in knowledge and in consciousness, in power over nature. Above all, we must demonstrate the breadth and magnificence of the possibilities which are opening out for man, and which are so really possible, so near, so rationally achievable, once the political obstacles are shattered, that this proximity of what is possible can be taken for one of the meanings, painfully and frighteningly unconscious, of the famous modern disquiet, the anguish caused by existence as it still is. Now the simplest, most mundane events can show how economic and technical progress has worked. Several years ago, a worldwide firm which was trying to extend the market and put a rival firm out of business decided to distribute paraffin lamps to Chinese peasants free of charge, while its rivals, less generous or less shrewd, went on selling them. And now in several million poverty-stricken Chinese households artificial light, an immense progress, shines down on muddy floors and rotten matting, because even peasants who cannot afford to buy a lamp can afford to buy paraffin. The progress capitalism brings, like its generosity, is just a means to an end, profit. To take an example from much nearer home, in France, in the Pyrenees, just a stone's throw from dams and powerful ultra-modern hydroelectric installations, there are many hamlets, thousands of houses where peasants live almost as primitive a life as the Chinese. They have no electric light either. Elsewhere, more or less everywhere, in town and country alike, electric light illuminates the peeling plaster of slums and the sordid walls of hovels. Although even in Paris there are still houses and flats without modern lighting. Mundane, without literary interest, and picked at random from an infinity of possible equally significant examples, these facts show that up until now progress has affected existing social realities only secondarily, modifying them as little as possible, according to the strict dictates of capitalist profitability. The important thing is that human beings be profitable, not that their lives be changed. As far as is possible, capitalism respects the pre-existing shape and contours of people's lives. Only grudgingly, so to speak, does it bring about any change. Criticism of capitalism as a contradictory mode of production which is dying as a result of its contradictions is strengthened by criticism of capitalism as the distributor of the wealth and progress it has produced. And so, constantly staring us in the face, mundane and therefore generally unnoticed, whereas in the future it will be seen as a characteristic and scandalous trait of our era, the era of the decadent bourgeoisie, is this fact, that life is lagging behind what is possible, that it is retarded. What incredible backwardness! This has up until now been constantly increasing. It parallels the growing disparity between the knowledge of the contemporary physicist and that of the average man, or between that of the Marxist sociologist and that of the bourgeois politician. Once pointed out, the contrast becomes staggeringly obvious, blinding. It is to be found everywhere, whichever way we turn, and never ceases to amaze. Compare an average house in one of our towns, not with an ostentatious and absurd palace, nor with some characteristically grotesque dwelling of the haute bourgeoisie, but rather with a modern industrial installation, a power station, for example. Here we find hyper-precise technology, light, and a dazzling cleanliness, power methodically condensed into strictly contoured appliances. These machines are so amazing in the way they conceal their strength beneath an apparent immobility that more than one writer has used them to resuscitate the feeling of sanctity, of awe in the face of powerful, motionless fetishes. On the other hand, in the house where decent, average people live out their everyday lives, all is petty, disorganized, dusty nooks and crannies, mean, pretentious furniture, petty bourgeois knickknacks. The strictly useless is accompanied by the absence of anything useful, and yet the cult of utility reigns, dark rooms, feather dusters, brooms, carpets which are shaken out of the window. which is to say nothing of workers' lodgings and peasants' houses where the doorstep is a pool of liquid manure. The power acquired thanks to technology and thought thus remains outside of life, above it, far away. And, if asked, very few of those affected by these simple facts would be able to account for them or for their consequences. Likewise, compare an ordinary street, with its little shops, its rows of windows stretching drearily along like gravestones in a cemetery, with any monument screaming power and arrogance. In this country there is a striking, strident contrast between the appearance of things and the symbols of power. In this quiet little town, there is nothing to make us think of war, of the tragic feeling of life, of the will to power. Between the houses of the bourgeoisie, heavy, angular, with their ornamental structure, the breeze is heavy with the disturbing scent of lindens. In the nearby canal, thousands of frogs can be heard croaking interminably. Priests stroll by, little girls, prisoners, basset hounds. In a belfry daubed with green and gold, the bells are ringing. There must be a mistake somewhere in this picture. And at a bend in the road, that mistake becomes clear, a monument to some victory or other, a conglomeration of steel and stone, of predatory eagles and sharp swords, of taut muscles and stubborn faces, one. That was how Pierre Cortade saw Germany just after the war. But the mistake in question was not specifically German. It was universal. A mistake that allowed human power to become the will of a few men to hold power. That allowed power to be placed outside of life, to be transposed to the level of state control, in a word, to be alienated. And it is not only in Germany that the contrast is so blatantly obvious between the painful or ridiculous situation of private life, even among privileged people, and a power which only becomes public in absurdly externalized forms and manifestations. Factories that are technological marvels, and private properties, are paralleled by monuments which magically concentrate not only the prestige of the state and the power of the rulers but also all the artificiality of empty celebrations, ceremonies, and rituals, not to mention a host of mystical ideas, grandiose theories, and official abstractions. Their only real purpose, however, is to proclaim, to express, and indeed to betray, the will to power. The will to power? It is real power, stolen from the community, itself smashed and atomized into private individuals, and turned into power over men, set up brutally above men, instead of being power over things. And it is precisely into things that it wishes to transform human beings, depriving them of any real consciousness, and turning them into economic and political tools. As life drags on in all its weakness and humiliation, the will to power expresses itself in these cancerous monstrosities. To admire one of them is not only stupid and tasteless, it also amounts to acquiescence in a potential holocaust. Everything great and splendid is founded on power and wealth. They are the basis of beauty. This is why the rebel and the anarchic protester who decries all of history and all the works of past centuries because he sees in them only the skills and the threat of domination is making a mistake. He sees alienated forms, but not the greatness within. The rebel can only see to the end of his own private consciousness, which he levels against everything human, confusing the oppressors with the oppressed masses, who were nevertheless the basis and the meaning of history and past works. Castles, palaces, cathedrals, fortresses, all speak in their various ways of the greatness and the strength of the people who built them and against whom they were built. This real greatness shines through the fake grandeur of rulers and endows these buildings with a lasting beauty. The bourgeoisie is alone in having given its buildings a single, over-obvious meaning, impoverished, deprived of reality. That meaning is abstract wealth and brutal domination. That is why it has succeeded in producing perfect ugliness and perfect vulgarity. The man who denigrates the past, and who nearly always denigrates the present and the possible as well, cannot understand this dialectic of art, this dual character of works and of history. He does not even sense it. Protesting against bourgeois stupidity and oppression, the anarchic individualist is enclosed in private consciousness, itself a product of the bourgeois era, and no longer understands human power and the community upon which that power is founded. The historical forms of this community, from the village to the nation, escape him. He is, and only wants to be, a human atom, in the scientifically archaic sense of the word, where atom meant the lowest isolatable reality. By following alienation to its very extremes, he is merely playing into the hands of the bourgeoisie. Embryonic or unconscious, this kind of anarchism is very widespread. There is a kind of revolt, a kind of criticism of life, that implies and results in the acceptance of this life as the only one possible. As a direct consequence, this attitude precludes any understanding of what is humanly possible. Our towns may be read like a book, the comparison is not completely exact, a book signifies, whereas towns and rural areas are what they signify. Towns show us the history of power and of human possibilities which, while becoming increasingly broad, have at the same time been increasingly taken over and controlled, until that point of total control, set up entirely above life and community, which is bourgeois control. Rural areas tell us above all of the dislocation of primitive community, of poor technical progress, of the decline of a way of life which is much less different from that of ancient times than is generally believed. Towns tell us of the almost total decomposition of community, of the atomization of society into private individuals as a result of the activities and way of life of a bourgeoisie which still dares claim that it represents the general interest. On the other hand, provided our purpose in deciphering them is neither the search for the superficially picturesque, after the fashion of a Jules Romains, nor the search for would-be modern myths, then our towns will show us something quite different, the rebirth and reforming of community in factories and working-class neighborhoods. There, other modes of everyday living, other needs, other requirements, are entering into conflict with the modalities of everyday life as imposed by the capitalist structure of society and life, and tending to re-establish a solidarity, an effective alliance between individuals and groups. How does this conflict manifest itself? Constantly beaten down, constantly born again, how is this solidarity expressed? How does it translate in concrete terms? This is exactly what the positive side of the critique of everyday life should discover and describe. It is not the academic literary hacks from the smart side of town, nor the populists in search of ever more picturesque poverty to stimulate their descriptive whimsy, who can understand industrial housing estates and working-class neighborhoods. Nor is it those false dreamers who leisurely imagine sublime anguishes, revel in lunacies, abysses, and other evasions, while harsh reality is imprisoning the bodies, minds, days, and nights of millions of men and women. Point 3 Among the rare valid expressions of this reality are the poems by American workers translated in 1930 by Norbert Guterman and Pierre Morhang. Point 4 Listen to Martin Russock, a silk weaver. And so I was born, how strange, in the city of many tongues. And came when a baby in arms and remain rootless and restless in the city of silk. 5. O Paterson, my home, my town, Paterson. With your church spires and chimneys racing for heaven. With your statue of justice on your courthouse dome. Who has lost her sword and her scales and stands blindfold and helpless in the smoky air. When I lie on the cliffs at Garrett Rock, eating a bag of lunch at noon, and considering you spread out below, I could weep for myself and you, if only I did not know how to curse. 6. But Miriam Allen adds a moving message of combat to this curse. When you hear a bird singing, remember Sacco and Vanzetti. When you see a wild flower growing, remember Sacco and Vanzetti. 7. And Ralph Cheney adds a message of hope. These little fingers soft as the fronds of a fern must grow hard to grab an axe, pick, spade. In your dimpled hands and those of millions of other working-class babies, white, black, yellow. The future of the world rests. Open your little mouth and bawl. Clench those rosebud fists. Suck hard so they'll grow strong. To smash the old world in which you were born. 8. Since these poems by American workers were published, American novelists have shown us the contradictions of that illustrious America and the poverty and slavery her real greatness implies. While our own literature remained academic, abstract, psychological, outside of everyday life, to such a point that our most intelligent critics and novelists only noticed Faulkner and Dos Passos for their technical innovations, American writers were accomplishing something we had not even been able to begin, the trial of so-called modern life, the analysis of its contradictory aspects, poverty and wealth, weakness and power, blindness and lucidity, individuality and massiveness. A curious situation. In America, a country where the general crisis of capitalism has scarcely begun, and where imperialism is alive and well, writers have been able to open their eyes to what is nearest to them, everyday life, and to find themes in it which amaze us by their violence and originality. But in France, where the economic crisis has already turned into a political crisis, a crisis of the social structure and of culture, a crisis of life, it is becoming impossible for the French to go on living as before, or to even want to, although there are plenty who try to turn the clock back at every possible opportunity. Writers are seeking the themes and the content of their books far away, in the unreal, the surreal, in abstraction, in pure technical virtuosity. Instead of looking lucidly around them, they lose themselves in a distant vision, and it is taken as read that every young poet must live in ecstasy, out of his mind, intoxicated if only with words. In our country, with its tradition of struggle, there is not a single book to compare with Steinbeck's In Dubious Battle. Considered as a symptom, what does the situation of French literature tell us? Could it be a proof of decadence or creative impotence? Or does it indicate that for a people like us with an old culture, everyday life has lost that spontaneity, that violence, that tangible, dramatic side which American writers have been able to uncover and make conscious? Impotence. To a degree, yes. The comparison between American books and French books which have been inspired by them, is instructive. Monsieur Sartre's Roads to Freedom reveals an indisputable literary talent and above all a rather remarkable gift of workmanship. The content has not determined the form. The first wish of this over-intellectual, over-abstract novelist has been to master technique. His starting point is a formula, a procedure, and he even calls upon an entire metaphysics to help him out. Just as reading Faulkner forcefully engages our interest, awakening 1,000 undefined emotions swarming beneath the everyday surface, cruelty, sexuality, surprise, worry, etc. So reading Sartre is an increasingly cold, dry experience, overladen with falsely concrete details, noted down deliberately and consciously in order to be concrete, without passion, without interest in life, without youth, and without maturity, and quite simply boring. Yes, a certain impotence. And above all a lack of vitality, an abstract attitude, a lack of direct and immediate interest in human beings and in the violence and drama of their lives. For in France, in spite of our relatively relaxed social mores, the lower classes, workers or peasants, would appear to enjoy their fair share of dramas, spontaneity, passions, elemental violence, and humanity. Be that as it may, we do not know how to see them or to understand them. And it is the dreary, rigidly codified lives of the petty bourgeoisie and the middle classes which have imposed their style upon nearly all our literature. Class divisions, which are much more accentuated here than in America, stop our writers from watching the people live and from knowing how to watch them. For many years the rigid parameters and false freedom of petty bourgeois life were thought to express eternal reason, and to prove its validity. And when these parameters are threatened, petty bourgeois anguish takes on metaphysical proportions for one and all. Only a few writers, Gide, Valéry Larbaud, Cocteau, have brought another element to our literature, facility, a free and easy air, cynicism, refined sophistication, the exquisite taste of the cultivated haute bourgeoisie, but no new way of looking at the world, Monsieur Gide's ridiculous claims notwithstanding. 9. Petty bourgeois individualism has reached the extreme limit of exhaustion, and that goes for the intellectual as well as the writer. In the human sand, each grain, which is so dreadfully similar to all the others, unless we look at it through a psychological microscope, thinks it is frightfully original, and even unique. Individualism ends up as the impersonality of the individual. It is the dialectical result of the private consciousness and of its internal contradiction, the separation of the human being from the human. Nothing is easier to express literally than the abstract psychology of this individuality, devoid of any content which might be difficult to express. Only a little knowledge of grammar is necessary. And there is plenty of that around. But unfortunately the tone of all these confidences and all these descriptions happens to be that of impersonality, therefore of boredom. The accusation that the Marxist dialectician levels at modern French literature as a whole is not that it expresses individuality, but rather that it expresses only false individuality, a facade of individuality, an abstraction. Nor is it by working in an element of anguish that a young writer can give his descriptions or his story the direct, visual, physical, moving style, so much more individualized and varied, that one finds in Faulkner's characters and novels. To see things properly, it is not enough simply to look. People who look at life, purely as witnesses, spectators, are not rare, and one of the strangest lessons to be learned from our literature is that professional spectators, judges by vocation and witnesses by predestination, contemplate life with less understanding and grasp of its rich content than anyone else. There really is no substitute for participation. And it is not that there is any shortage of subjects to write about. For example, in France the mixture of moral doctrines and politics has produced a species composed of some very varied types, the worthy father type, the sexton type, the Pharisee type sweating with fear and guilty conscience, etc. Shared characteristics, immensely serious, generous, or morally scrupulous to a fault, the kind of loyalty that fully expects its reward, in honors and influence, not to mention money, a few moral ideals linked to a very limited sense of immediate realities, and above all an excessive sensitivity. Any attack on their ideals is taken as a personal affront. Meeting places and social habitat of the species in question, certain political parties, which shall remain nameless. This human species, so characteristic of our times, has not yet appeared in literature. And yet how picturesque, how comic it is. There is nothing like the sight of an old lag from the dungeons of political idealism haranguing a critic, actually quite moderate, beating his breast with a combination of self-pity, terror at such sacrilege, and disappointment for not yet having received the honors and the positions his long martyrdom deserve, shouting, "You young wretch, you are insulting an old Republican." Why this silence? Could it not be that a large proportion of our witnesses and judges, of our writers, are recruited from these same Pharisees of idealism? And is this not the reason why our era has allowed itself to be literally dominated by Gideon cynicism, in spite of everything that might be said, and indeed has been said, against Gide? Abstract culture places an almost opaque screen, if it were completely opaque the situation would be simpler, between the cultivated man and everyday life. Abstract culture not only supplies him with words and ideas, but also with an attitude which forces him to seek the meaning of his life and his consciousness outside of himself and his real relations with the world. The exact nature of deprivation and the relation between the private consciousness and the public consciousness changes as a function of social level. For the cultivated man, one who has received what is traditionally called culture, this relation undergoes a curious inversion. For him his thought, his culture, are a part of his most intimate self. He carries them with him in the silence of his office, in the even more barren silence of his inner life. He tends to forget that thought is human and not private. He will readily talk about his social life when he means his relations with family, friends, and business partners, i.e. his private life. This inversion of consciousness does not constitute an absolute error, for there is no such thing as an absolute error. In the course of his historical development, the individual has to take thought upon himself. This is one of the meanings of the Cartesian cogito. In the context of individualism, of a highly fragmented division of labor, and of the division of society into classes, This absolutely necessary action, this assumption of human thought, finds expression in an inversion of consciousness, a relative error, but one which has serious consequences. The cultivated man forgets the social foundations of his thought. When he looks for the secret of his behavior and his situation in words and ideas that he has received from without, he imagines that he is looking deep into himself. And at the very moment when he thinks the search for his own self is over, he is actually leaving himself, taking the path of alienation. Consequently, his practical, everyday life, his real relations, he sees as external to him. The structure of his consciousness tends to annihilate any genuine consciousness of his life. In individual life, this error of structural origin is expressed by conflicts, by specific psychological errors, by a shift of consciousness, so exacerbating what has up to now been the natural and inevitable tendency of consciousness to lag behind. Without resorting to any kind of psychoanalysis, we can use this error, to which all cultivated consciousnesses within an individualist structure are prone, to explain a number of barely asocial minor neuroses, accepted if not encouraged, which have until now been considered the bailiwick of psychoanalysis. To attain a consciousness of life in its movement, its reality and its unfulfilled possibilities, but without losing anything of culture, our first task must be to break the limiting, narrow, erroneous form of this culture. Intellectuals, cultivated men, are convinced in advance, that everyday life has only triviality to offer. In fact, this belief plays an important role in so-called existential philosophy, which condemns all non-metaphysical life to triviality and inauthenticity. The study of everyday life shows clearly that people with secrets, with inner lives, with mysteries, lead mundane everyday lives. Thus mysterious young girls and women are mainly passive, with little reality, they hide behind the feminine mystery, which offers them a glamour and a means of control which they cannot find elsewhere. In literature, the case of Kierkegaard, who invented the category of the secret, is equally very significant, and not without its link with the myth of the mysterious woman. The myth of the triviality of everyday life is dispelled whenever what seems to be mysterious turns out to be really trivial, and what seems exceptional is exposed as manifestly banal. It would be possible to interpret the works of Faulkner and above all of Kafka along these lines. But there is another, more moving question to be asked: what about urban life, the life of the people, the life on industrial housing estates? Where, how, and in what experiences can its essence be discovered? When the first documents about the concentration camps in Germany arrived, they showed a horrible brutality: crematoria, living skeletons with crazy eyes, mass graves, corpses in gigantic heaps. News coverage, photos, then films, all the objective accounts, but from outside the world of the concentration camps, stressed this first impression: they seem to be revealing atrocities outside our experience, outside Western civilization and outside civilization itself. Since then, the survivors have returned. And some of them have made the effort to speak of what they saw and endured. Even the most lucid of them have realized how extremely difficult it is to organize their recollections, to discover a guiding thread, to give their experience a measure of unity. Exhaustion has affected their memories, their sufferings have dulled their sensibilities, they are accustomed to horror, habit has trivialized it. But it is not simply that. Bit by bit, in the most interesting of these accounts, a conviction develops: the objective reports have not fully explored the horror of the concentration camps. This horror is now an accepted fact that nobody can dare contradict, but it has a meaning. Clear-minded observers ask the question, why, and fail to come up with a satisfactory answer. Were the concentration camps extermination camps? It would have been easier to shoot the detainees en masse. Were they work camps? The amount of work produced was insignificant. And so it seems that this unique experience, the strangest, the most immense experience of the war, between 20 and 30 million human beings were deported to the camps, has still not revealed its meaning. The question why, was already being asked while the experience was being lived out, in the very heart of the world of the concentration camps. What characterizes German cruelty is a certain systematization of the absurd, a certain technique for driving men mad. 10. The universe of the absurd. As early as April 1945, a talented journalist offered the following striking vision of this universe. It was always the same. Nothing corresponded to anything. One of the characteristics of Hitlerian sadism is to rob things of their meaning, to plunge its victims live into a disorientating world. From that point of view, the journey to the deportation camp was a masterpiece, an interminable roll call which lasted an entire day, carefully packaged bundles which would never be sent on, disconcertingly polite SS officers who became increasingly harsh and brutal as the frontier approached. Food distributed, but nothing to drink. They had been told to dress up warm, but at Neuburg they were stripped, completely in some carriages, partially in others. 11. Then, on arrival at the camp, Buchenwald, frozen with cold, exhausted with thirst, these naked men are ushered into a huge, well-heated hall. Many of them begin to feel more hopeful. Now they are moved to another hall festooned with electric shears, they are shaved by assistants in white coats, and taken to the showers. A veritable resurrection, hot showers, clean towels. Then, suddenly, they are beaten with sticks. Then something makes them laugh, uncontrollably, they are in fits of laughter. Behind a counter there were several men who handed us shirts, trousers, hats. They were clothes taken from blokes who had been arrested all over Europe. What a scream! Cossack trousers, check embroidered shirts, hats with feathers, all of it too small or too big, creased, faded, stretched. When we saw each other we started laughing, and we couldn't stop. 12. Clean, disinfected, showered, these men are taken to filthy huts piled high with bunk beds, their restless, emaciated occupants crawling with vermin. The torture begins. In a recent book, Pelagia Lewinsky explains how she had to break with the moral way of thinking she had been used to until that point. When they arrive the detainees are packed into a bare hall. A young woman goes into labor. All her friends become concerned, they lay her out on the floor, a woman doctor, also a deportee, tries to take care of her. But the expected stretcher fails to materialize, the women are surprised, but nevertheless find reasons from the other world for the delay, shortage of staff, poor organization. And yet someone has the bright idea of asking one of the detainees who was already there. Her answer stuns everyone, it's irrelevant. 13. And according to Pelagia Lewinsky, everyone began concentrating on one dreadful question, what is Auschwitz? And Pelagia Lewinsky is still asking herself the question, what is Auschwitz? The full meaning goes beyond the brute, objective facts. People who were there feel this. Their accounts are clearly marked by the effort to go back in time, back to the numbness, the suffering which killed their feelings and their power to remember, in order to recapture the things objective reports have been unable to grasp. David Rousset has tried to define what he calls the universe of the concentration camp. The camps are ubuesque. Life at Buchenwald is lived under the sign of an outrageous humor, a tragic buffoonery. The universe of the concentration camp is another world, a monstrous universe where human thought falters and ends up lost, a nightmarish Kafkaesque world where everything seems organized according to some implacable, rigid, rational mind, but which one? Since everything here is unnatural, dehumanized, mad, manic. 14. Madame Lewinsky has also evoked this contrast between an obvious absurdity and the hidden and yet rigid rationality which rules over all. The idea which governed the way the camp was organized had been well and consciously thought out. They wanted to debase and humiliate the human dignity within us, to eradicate every trace of humanity from us, to make us feel horrified and disgusted with ourselves. That was the aim, that was the idea. 15. What at first seemed carelessness was in fact perversity. What had given the impression of disorder was premeditated, what appeared to be ignorance was subtlety. In organizing a concentration camp they had called upon all the German talent for meticulousness, All the absolute brutality of Hitlerism, 16. And as David Rousset writes, it is dark. Around 5, the men start assembling. There is snow everywhere. The searchlights on the main gate are yelling through the storm like powerful, barbaric horns. 45,000 detainees move towards the parade ground. Every evening, without fail. The sick, the living, the dead. Curses are bitten back and silenced before the gods of the main gate. An emaciated people drag their feet in time to the music of an incongruous, ludicrous band. It is a universe apart. This intense life of the camps has its laws and its raisons d'être. This people of concentrationists has motivations of its own which have little in common with the existence of a man in Paris or Toulouse, New York, or Tbilisi. But the fact that this universe of the concentration camp exists is not unimportant for the meaning of the universe of ordinary people. 17. A very striking assertion. But if the writer senses a link, he seems to find it rather difficult to define what it is. If the camps formed a universe completely apart, if the depths of the camps afforded an absolutely unique experience, what can they reveal about the meaning of the human universe? He senses a link and cannot discover what it is because he believes, or so it seems, in the rather literary and idealized notion of distinct universes. The absurd and the rational coexist. Absurdity of detail, of appearance, conceals and reveals an overall rationality. This rationality is rigid, cruel, inhuman. It is scientific barbarity. The why is a torture, which only stops when habit finally kills rationality off, for it is still rationality which asks the questions and which affords the feeling of absurdity. These feelings may be pushed to crisis point in the universe of the concentration camp, but are they unknown to us men of Paris or Toulouse, New York, or Tbilisi? Are they not precisely the most constant of all the feelings underlying everyday life, its very bedrock? At every moment of lucidity we experience the torture of why. It is the normal state of childhood which poetry and metaphysics prolong, and we know how much our poets rely on childhood. In moments of lucidity we sense the social mystery, all around us, in our most modern towns. Why this? Why that? Habit and familiarity gradually dull our curiosity and bring, not peace, but a comforting indifference. And yet, how many times do we feel ourselves carried away by some enormous power, absurd and yet fearfully rational? In factories, government offices, courts of law, barracks, or simply in cities, an implacable mechanism is at work. And human reason appears only as a terrifying, distant, dehumanized reason, scientific barbarity. If we are not so stupid as to believe that we have a hold over reason simply because we utter the word, or that it can be invoked like some cheap goddess, then the only time we are aware of reason within ourselves is when it raises its head to provoke a feeling of absurdity and to pose the generally unanswerable question, why? Hidden beneath what appears to be human reason lies an irrational reality, but lying even more deeply hidden beneath what appears to be absurd is a dehumanized rationality. Where? All around us, though not so much in rural areas as in our modern towns. All or nearly all accounts of the universe of the concentration camp are reminiscent of the strange universe of Kafka. It is an enlightening reference. Kafka's universe is not and is not intended to be extraordinary, nor does it aspire to be a universe, it is everyday life, or Kafka's view of it, meticulously described and captured in its essence. How should we interpret the castle? Is the hidden, malicious, punctilious, tedious power which drives K towards his fate in the village dominated by the castle the power of bureaucracy? Of reason? Of providence or divine grace? How easy it is to pass from the social mystery to the theological one. It matters little whether it is the one or the other. The essential thing is that the everyday life of the modern man in modern towns and on industrial housing estates, and above all the life of the ordinary man, the poor man, the worker like K, in the castle, is tragically controlled by unresolved contradictions and by the most painful contradiction of all, that between absurdity and reason, both equally inhuman, both indivisibly united. And if we are to understand the everyday universe of the modern man, surely we must abandon the illusions created by moral doctrines, together with the illusions, which form such a thick screen between consciousness and the real, of a beneficial reason and a fully realized individuality. It seems that Madame Lewinsky left her illusions behind without falling into another illusion, that of another world. I can only admire the skill with which the Germans had introduced the modern science of man into the way they organized life in the camp. Not only had they applied a system of conditions which killed people, but also, with great precision, they had used the science of psychology in order to disorganize the human soul, to destroy the human being morally. Who were the women detained in Auschwitz? A motley crew, with every nationality, every faith, every social class, every kind of delinquent. Alongside a handful of political detainees, there were people arrested in street raids, in cafes, in trains, people dealing on the black market or haunting brothels. 18. Had this mass of detainees been swept together by chance? Nothing was left to chance at Auschwitz. The Germans made sure that no community could be formed in the camp. They consciously created a jungle where brutal egoism, trickery, the lack of all deference towards anyone physically weaker, stifled any sense of human solidarity. 19. And here is probably the true vision of the concentration camp, the one which sums the experience up. In this jungle, which represented a condensed social image of the Third Reich, humanitarian scruples and thoughtfulness became a ridiculous weakness, while the bestial struggle to go on living was intended to produce a camp elite in the image of the one that governed Germany. Men with a developed social sense, people with a certain cultural or ideological standard, had to perish crushed beneath a blind and primitive animality, paying the price for having subtler minds, for a generosity of spirit which in Hitler's book meant nothing but weakness and inferiority. 20. As if in a small state, a social organization was created which was based, and not at all fortuitously, on the Hitlerian theory of the people, the masters, and the state. At the base, a large gray mass of slaves working hard. At the apex, the ruling class, white-collar women detainees, all-powerful, with the power of life and death over the majority, well-fed, well-housed, enjoying even the right to love, with the SS and the male detainees. Point 21. And here is Auschwitz, capitalist housing estate. If the material conditions of the camp improved, it was the upper strata which benefited, the women who had all the wealth, what they had plundered from the slaves. The workers and agricultural laborers went on sleeping in the same huts, went on toiling, being beaten and dying. Point 22. That the concentration camps had other meanings, that they satisfied Hitlerian sadism, that they collected millions of potential hostages, etc., is doubtless true. But the dominant, essential meaning seems to be this: if fascism represents the most extreme form of capitalism, the concentration camp is the most extreme and paroxysmal form of a modern housing estate, or of an industrial town. There are many intermediary stages between our towns and the concentration camps: miners' villages, temporary housing on construction sites, villages for immigrant workers. Nevertheless, the link is clear. And it is in the experience of the darkest tragedy, in the seemingly exceptional, at the pinnacle of absurdity, in the pathetic antagonism between man and a still inhuman reason, that the very essence of our everyday lives, of the most mundane of everyday lives, stands revealed. Will they understand, those who have never been able to see what is all around them? Will the cruel light of the concentration camps at last enable them to understand what towns and modern life really are? And will they be able to understand that the possibilities of man and reason can be transformed into the most monstrous of realities? Up until now, human possibilities have only been made available in a limited way, even though it is the masses, the human community, who by their labor supply those possibilities with their material basis. Through a lack of imagination derived from a lack of dialectical reason, most people, among the masses themselves, do not think that things can ever really change. They are quite ready to believe that there will always be the same little shop, or a shop like it, in the same place, or that the same house, the same field, will remain where they are forever. There are writers who have allowed their imagination to be stimulated by what is possible. They have dreamed, they have looked into the future. And what have they seen? Fabulous palaces, buildings, entire cities devoted to pleasure, cosmic excursions. How many of them have tried to picture what would be in store for everyday life, if bit by bit it were to be raised to the level of what modern technology and science allows? If wealth and power were no longer outside of the community, if those cancerous monstrosities, art for art's sake, thought for thought's sake, power for the sake of power over men, were to disappear? But should we in turn wish to look into the future and form an image of what it will be, there is one childish error we must avoid: to base the man of the future on what we are now, simply granting him a greater quantity of mechanical means and appliances. Also, and this is much more difficult and complex, we should acquire a sense of qualitative changes, of modifications in the quality of life, and above all of another attitude of the human being towards himself. Our civilization, like every reality, has progressed in an uneven, spasmodic manner, complete with deviations, winding paths, and sudden changes of direction. The natural sciences were the first to progress. For a wide variety of reasons, certain sectors of knowledge and life lagged behind. The sciences of human reality, medicine, physiology and psychology, history, political economy and its applications, etc., are still behind the natural sciences. As for practical, everyday life, a fundamental sector nevertheless, it is so backward that it can often appear unchanged or merely downgraded. At certain privileged moments of lucidity or action, an increasingly large number of individuals are able to partake of science, of technical power over nature, of political power, organization, state, political life. Rarely, these individuals may succeed in thinking on the level of the total man, the level of the possible. But aside from such privileged moments, even these individuals live almost every instant at a vastly inferior level. The contrast between the possible and the real, which is historical and social in character, is thus shifted. Within the most gifted individuals, it becomes the more or less conscious conflict between theory and practice, dream and reality, and this conflict results in disquiet and anguish, like any contradiction which remains unresolved or appears unresolvable. As far as the majority of human beings are concerned, they only accede to the real and the possible by means of fragmented, monotonous labor, and no one individual can really grasp what the overall meaning and consequences of his labor might be. New forms of community appear tentatively, in action, in politics, but in our country, France, they have not yet been consolidated or made to enter into life, except in the case of the most advanced and lucid militants. In their work as in their private life and leisure activities, most people remain imprisoned within narrow, out-of-date frames of reference. Even if they are worried or discontented, even if they want to smash these social limits, they have no clear idea of the possibilities. They only enjoy derisory scraps and fragments of the power and the splendor they have themselves brought into being. This contradiction is an intolerable one, though it is familiar, and disguised, smothered beneath mountains of ideologies. In terms of himself, and putting to one side the varieties of community which appear and disappear according to political circumstances, modern man finds himself ever more on his own and defenseless. By the expression modern man, we also mean today's children, today's adolescents. Moralists call this situation moral crisis, although it definitely concerns something other than moral issues. Deprived of the wisdom of antiquity, which no longer has any meaning in a life so distanced from nature, modern man has not yet discovered a new wisdom, founded on power over nature, and over his own nature. Nobody has devised subtler techniques for him which would allow him to understand himself, to direct his passions, to control his life. The point has been made many times: we know more about what goes on in atoms or in the stars than in our own bodies and souls. Everyday life thus still belongs to what Marxist theoreticians call the uncontrolled sector. And this is what gives a final, sad meaning to the term private life. The modern individual is deprived not only of social reality and truth, but of power over himself. So progress in the way life is organized cannot be limited to technical progress in external equipment, cannot be confined to an increase in the quantity of tools. It will also be a qualitative progress. The individual will stop being a fiction, a myth of the bourgeois democracies, an empty, negative form, a pleasant illusion for each human grain of sand. He will cease being private by becoming at the same time more social, more human, and more individual. We have shown how the forward march of human reality was progressing according to a dialectical process, greater objectification, the human being becoming more social, and realizing himself in a world of social, material, and human objects, and deeper subjectivization, a more highly developed consciousness, reflecting on and conscious of power over all reality. This dialectical progress supposes that the human individual will become the object, will take himself as the object, of certain infinitely delicate but efficacious techniques which will give him active power over himself qua content, and not simply as the empty form of individuality. Our pedagogy, our psychology, are but tentative sketches for these future techniques, which will make the subject into an object for itself, and therefore more real, and the social and biological object into a subject, consciousness, freedom, active power. Although they are still very inadequate, and contaminated by the myth of the individual as already realized, a given, a fact like any other biological or social fact, our developing pedagogy and psychology are already showing us that this power over our nature is possible. Here again, the way the real is lagging behind what is possible, not the fictions or the illusions, but what is really possible, is peculiarly characteristic of our times. So it really is a question of man establishing a new attitude towards man, of a qualitative modification in life and culture. We already have the means to demonstrate that this fundamental modification is possible. We cannot begin even to imagine its inexhaustible consequences. All we know is that the gigantic, shapeless movement, with its incoherent and complicated strategies and ground plans, that we have called human alienation, must eventually come to an end. Alienation has stripped life of everything which blessed its primitive frailty with joy and wisdom. Science and power have been acquired, but at the cost of many sacrifices, so much so that the very idea of human sacrifice was an essential stage in man's progress. The human, stripped bare and projected outside of itself, was and remains at the mercy of forces which in fact come from the human and are nothing but human, but torn apart and dehumanized. This alienation was economic, the division of labor, private property, the formation of economic fetishes, money, commodities, capital, social, the formation of classes, political, the formation of the state, ideological, religions, metaphysics, moral doctrines. It was also philosophical. Primitive man, simple, living on the same level as nature, became divided up into subject and object, form and content, nature and power, reality and possibility, truth and illusion, community and individuality, body and consciousness, soul, mind. Via these ideological illusions, philosophy has given confused expression to the situation of man, division and supersession, dialectical process, subjectivity and objectivity progressively attained. With its speculative, metaphysical, vocabulary, philosophy is itself part of human alienation. But man has developed only through alienation. The history of truth cannot be separated from the history of errors. So it is that, in so far as it can be separated from an extra-human metaphysics, philosophy must not be condemned in toto, since now it has begun superseding itself and is providing the means to denounce alienation and to indict dehumanization. With its help the problem can be formulated in all its scope. It poses the question of the total man in its totality, taking into account the entire range of our knowledge, physics, biology, economy, history. It asserts that the total problem of man, the problem of the total man, is posed and is resolved on the level of everyday life, by a new consciousness of that life, by the transformation of that life. And so philosophy is evolving into a new whole, the theory of knowledge, logic, and methodology, social criticism of ideas, criticism of life. Philosophy is no longer speculative, separated from action and life, abstract, contemplative. And yet it is still philosophy, the search for, the discovery of a conception of the world, of a living totality. By superseding itself, philosophy has achieved a widening, a deepening of philosophy. But henceforth neither philosophy nor the philosopher can be satisfied with themselves alone, closing their horizons and considering their work done. Thought, even at its most genuine, is still no more than an exceptional moment. The mass of everyday moments, for the philosopher and the scientist, as for everyone else, are only indirectly involved in these flashes of inspiration, these total visions. The metaphor which links thought to mountain tops and clouds is not a completely empty one. We may take it as proven that this metaphor does not express an eternal truth. But the problem remains, how can the masses, whether masses of moments or masses of human beings, participate in a total vision? Mystics and metaphysicians used to acknowledge that everything in life revolved around exceptional moments. In their view, life found expression and was concentrated in them. These moments were festivals, festivals of the mind or the heart, public or intimate festivals. In order to attack and mortally wound mysticism, it was necessary to show that in fact festivals had lost their meaning, the power they had in the days when all their magnificence came from life, and when life drew its magnificence from festivals. Up until now the principle of festival has stood for a divorce from life. Whether a festival for the inner or for the outer man, it has involved an increasing proportion of play acting. Is this life's fate? And are we, the human masses, a mere accumulation of moments in time, fog-bound marshy plains, enormous, stupid crowds? Are we fated to contemplate and adore the pinnacles above us, raising ourselves to their level occasionally, only to find ourselves subsequently cast down from the highest points to the lowest depths? Dialectical materialism negates this destiny, as it negates every destiny which weighs down upon action from without. It negates it and demonstrates this negation. On this precise point, from this point of view, we are witnessing the essence of Marxism, one of its essential aspects. Dialectical method applies its criticism to its own efforts as well. The vision of the world it strives for, a vision it first glimpses at certain moments of thought, the total conception of the world, the possibility of the total man, will only make sense once it stops being a vision and a conception, once it penetrates life and transforms it. This philosophy wants to be serious without taking itself seriously. The truly human man will not be a man of a few dazzling moments, a drunken man, a man who feeds upon himself. There have been and will always be visionaries, geniuses, or heroes who have their moments, moments which may be extraordinarily important and effective. But man will appropriate nature, and will make the world the joy man gives himself 23 for the days, for the centuries yet to come. The program we have sketched for a critique of everyday life can be summed up as follows. A. It will involve a methodical confrontation of so-called modern life on the one hand, with the past, and on the other, and above all, with the possible, so that the points or sectors where a decadence or a withdrawal from life have occurred, the points of backwardness in terms of what is possible, the points where new forms are appearing, rich in possibilities, can be determined. B. Studied from this point of view, human reality appears as an opposition and contrast between a certain number of terms, everyday life and festival, mass moments and exceptional moments, triviality and splendor, seriousness and play, reality and dreams, etc. The critique of everyday life involves an investigation of the exact relations between these terms. It implies criticism of the trivial by the exceptional, but at the same time criticism of the exceptional by the trivial, of the elite by the mass, of festival, dreams, art, and poetry, by reality. C. Equally, the critique of everyday life implies a confrontation of effective human reality with its expressions, moral doctrines, psychology, philosophy, religion, literature. From this point of view, religion is nothing but a direct, immediate, negative, destructive, incessant, and skillful criticism of life, skillful enough even to give itself the appearance of not being what it really is. Philosophy was an indirect criticism of life by an external, metaphysical, truth. It is now appropriate to examine the philosophy of the past from this perspective, and that is the task facing today's philosopher. To study philosophy as an indirect criticism of life is to perceive, everyday, life as a direct critique of philosophy. D. The relations between groups and individuals in everyday life interact in a manner which in part escapes the specialized sciences. By a process of abstraction, these sciences infer certain relations, certain essential aspects, from the extraordinary complexities of human reality. But have they completed this task? It seems that once the relations identified by history, political economy, or biology have been extracted from human reality, a kind of enormous, shapeless, ill-defined mass remains. This is the murky background from which known relations and superior activities, scientific, political, aesthetic, are picked out. It is this human raw material that the study of everyday life takes as its proper object. It studies it both in itself and in its relation with the differentiated, superior forms that it underpins. In this way it will help to grasp the total content of consciousness. This will be its contribution towards the attempt to achieve unity, totality, the realization of the total man. Going beyond the emotional attempts by philanthropists and sentimental, petty bourgeois, humanists to magnify humble gestures, and beyond that allegedly superior irony which has systematically devalued life, seeing it merely as backstage activity or comic relief in a tragedy, the critique of everyday life, critical and positive, must clear the way for a genuine humanism, for a humanism which believes in the human because it knows it. Toulouse, August, December 1945. Volume 2. Foundations for a Sociology of the Everyday. Translator's note. This translation is for the people of Amara, who taught me how everyday life can be an art and a festival. Itzalai duden liburu how amarata ray eskinson diet. Goragu eta gyotarak. Except when preceded by transaction, footnotes are from the original. When titles appear in French, the quoted material is my own translation. Preface. The moment of radical critique. Michel Trubetsk. How have the analysts, even master thinkers, of the early 21st century managed to neglect a book as brilliant as the second volume of the Critique of Everyday Life? Assuming one has sufficient historical sense to discount the inevitable scoria of the vocabulary of the period, in other words, the ubiquitous Marxist terminology, it must in all honesty be acknowledged that we are dealing with one of the major works of the turn of the 1960s. Henri Lefebvre was then on top intellectual form, productive, creative, publishing some of his most accomplished works and dozens of articles in the space of a few years. The unqualified private college teacher of the interwar period had, in the meantime, become a researcher and, soon afterwards, a recognized if unconventional academic. The communist intellectual in search of legitimacy with those he always called the official Marxists made a resounding break with the party at this point, making him one of the main figures of the contestation that prepared and prefigured the events of May 1968.1. The gap separating the first and second volumes of the Critique of Everyday Life, from 1947 to 1961, is long enough, but not as long as that between the second and third, 1961 to 81. However, it was marked by various extremely powerful, predominantly political upheavals against the backdrop of the Trente Glorieuses, which meant that everything changed at the beginning of the 1960s not only for Henri Lefebvre, but as regards the whole ideological and cultural climate. The 1947 book, it may be remembered, derived in large part from the pre-war period and could only have emerged in the short-lived context of the liberation, just before the doors of the Iron Curtain closed shut and the Zdanovite Ice Age set in. Point 2 Between that date and 1961, nothing less than the trauma of 1956 occurred, The Invasion of Hungary, Khrushchev's Report and, for Henri Lefebvre, the start of a fairly slow process of detaching himself from communism in the name of revising Marxism. The key book of a key moment, this volume is presented in a rather remarkable form explaining precisely these basic changes and, in addition, its author's lucid, even precocious, consciousness of them. Nearly a third of its 350 pages are in fact devoted to clearing the ground, attempting, as Lefebvre indicates, a balance sheet of the transformations in everyday life over the intervening 15 years. The first volume of Critique of Everyday Life already had Introduction as its subtitle. These prefatory texts, or inventories, are at one with Henri Lefebvre's approach, the desire constantly to link the conceptual with the experiential, the autobiographical dimension of theoretical reflection, a relationship to experience, in Hannah Arendt's sense of the word. As Lefebvre formulates it with the utmost clarity in his axiomatic chapter, knowledge of society is impossible without a critique of this society. This is the thread that will guide our reading, the essential link, forged during the 1950s, between the political whirlwinds generated by the rift of 1956 and the overall development of the field of the social sciences, especially sociology, and its ideological function. What is so interesting about this book is that we have before us a mature work, firm and rigorous in its expression, resolute in its theoretical ambition, and with few equivalents in the rest of Lefebvre's output. It can be read as a veritable discourse on method in sociology, in particular, because it aspires to restore a properly philosophical rigor to the latter. And it determined a scholarly stance in Henri Lefebvre which, lifting him out of intellectual marginality, gives all its force to the core of the project, the development of a radical critique of what exists that serves to clarify his trajectory during subsequent years. For what is in play, beyond the second volume of Critique of Everyday Life and the case of Henri Lefebvre, is a longer intellectual history, which could even be extended to Pierre Bourdieu, whose first major works appeared in the very same years. Here, however, we shall confine ourselves to the 1960s, taking the critique of everyday life as a central element in a history of the ideas of May which, inasmuch as it remains dependent on the effects of fashion and a posteriori reconstructions, remains to be written. If posterity has retained any image of him from the 1960s, it is that of Lefebvre the political agitator, and here we shall indeed be examining the impact of his oeuvre, in particular its influence on the ideas of May 68, of which Critique of Everyday Life, the second as well as, retroactively, the first volume, forms a major component. But a condition of this is that we take the book as a highly theoretical endeavor, unlike the more polemical works of the period, that we recognize in it a surprising contemporaneity in its reading of the social, or what Lefebvre himself defined as the social text, landscapes, cities, streets, that we carefully read his attempt to develop the formal implements and specific categories, his terms, of a critical sociology. One will retain, for example, the 20 or so pages on the idea of structure, where we find one of the best definitions of structuralism, and also one of the most virulent attacks on it at the very moment when the debate was at its height. 3 But in fact, much more broadly, the sociology that Lefebvre attempted to construct was defined with reference to the two currents dominant at the time, quantitative sociology, which he criticized for sticking to enumerations and classifications that cannot exhaust reality, and, equally, participatory sociology, the sociology of surveys and questionnaires postulating a spontaneity of the social rejected by Lefebvre. It is not within my remit to analyze the content and concepts at stake in this sociological controversy, which runs through the book, especially since they are presented to readers clearly enough. On the other hand, that controversy makes it possible to grasp what is essential if we are to understand the intellectual history of the 1960s, the fundamental link between sociology and politics, between the institution of contemporary French sociology and attempts to renew revolutionary thought in a rupture with Stalinism. This is the movement, which began well before May 1968 and continued for part of the 1970s, I refer to by the notion of radical critique, a phrase to be found in Lefebvre and others. It is this closely linked relation that I would like to track through the dual trajectory, professional and political, of our philosopher of the everyday. The Centre d'études sociologiques. In retrospect, we may start with the commonplace about 1968, according to which sociology and sociologists, students and teachers, were essential driving forces behind the May events. An immature discipline without any openings, sociology launched the movement of May 68, wrote Georges Pompidou in Le Noël Gordien, and the idea that sociology was a site of revolutionary thinking because it was a dominated discipline pervades Bourdieu and Passeron's The Inheritors, one of the cult books of the period. 4 Underlying this commonplace are several deeper questions about the development of the discipline after the war, and its role as analyst and catalyst of a certain number of debates about society, as well as about the personal trajectory of Lefebvre who, even though he was now integrated into the university system, remained marginalized with respect both to the royal discipline of philosophy and a party that rejected this particular form of bourgeois science. In 1948, following a brief spell at Radio Toulouse where Tristan Tzara had introduced him at the Liberation, and then a return, briefer still, to secondary school teaching, Lefebvre found himself among the 6 researchers appointed to the Centre d'études sociologiques, a laboratory of the Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique founded in 1946 by Georges Gurevitch, whom Georges Friedman was to succeed in 1949. We must say a word about Gurevitch, an unusual character, the outcast from the horde as he characterized himself in an article on his intellectual itinerary published in 1966, just after his death. 5 A socialist revolutionary, Gurevitch was exiled from Russia in 1921, first to Prague and then, in 1924, to Paris, where he took his doctorate in philosophy, before succeeding Maurice Halbwachs at Strasbourg in 1935. Exiled once again during the war, to New York, where he worked with the New School for Social Research, he returned to introduce American sociology for the first time and then challenge it. His international openness and personal charisma have often been stressed, but, remaining a philosopher in his references and categories, he was never himself fully integrated into French sociology. And yet, connected to a whole network, Lucien Febvre's 6th section of the École pratique de hautes études and the Conservatoire national des arts et métiers where Georges Friedman was appointed the same year, 1946, Gurevitch represented both the link and the rupture with the Durkheimian legacy, with the sociology of social facts, and it was around him that what has been called the second foundation of French sociology developed after 1945. Hitherto hard to distinguish from social psychology and philosophy, of which it formed one of the diplomas, sociology had only been represented by a few posts at Paris, Bordeaux, and Strasbourg. A generation later, in the 1970s, the main actors in the history of French sociology had passed through this small Centre d'études sociologiques. With Henri Lefebvre and Gabriel Le Bras around him, and assisted in the secretariat by the marvelous Yvonne Halbwachs, widow of Maurice, Gurevitch founded the Centre d'études sociologiques with some singular, curious figures, who were rather non-academic and possessed little academic capital, few were egregies. Their recruitment was a matter of chance, of relations forged in the resistance and political activity, Edgar Morin, while 2 of them came from Uriage, Henri Combert de Lowy and Geoffroy Dumas-Idier, and of an interest in the working class, which explains the early specialization in the sociology of work, Georges Friedman, but also in urban sociology and even the sociology of religion. This is the heroic context in which we must situate the arrival in 1948 of Henri Lefebvre, who had known Friedman since the 1920s and who rapidly became Yvonne Halbwachs' god. Lefebvre was never a Gurevitchian, but Gurevitch, engaged with the problem of revolutionary change and defender of a fairly complex vision of a dialectical sociology, a sociology of the totality, could not but be appreciative of his post-war publications, particularly Critique of Everyday Life. About his entry into the CES we possess the testimony of a second-rate novel by Françoise d'Aubagne, Le Temps d'apprendre à vivre, where he is depicted in the form of the Marxist philosopher Hervé Lefebvre, and where she describes the highly politicized atmosphere of the center, several of whose members, like Lefebvre or Morin, were communists. 7. Initially Lefebvre put considerable effort into the area of rural sociology, creating a rural sociology group in 1950 to which he invited the best French rural scholars, Daniel Halévy, Michel Sabide, Louis Chevalier, René Dumont, and embarking on area surveys, in particular, in the Tuscan countryside in 1950 to 51.8. During the war he had worked on the Pyrenean valleys, going through the archives of pastoral communities and discovering in them a kind of primitive communism that had permeated his composition of critique of everyday life. From this research he derived his doctoral thesis on Les communautés paysannes pyrénéennes, defended in June 1954, his first academic qualification since his Diplôme d'études supérieures, obtained 30 years earlier in 1924. 9. His work was marked by a militant dimension, by his links with Italian agricultural unions and even his influence on the Jeunesse agricole chrétienne in France, but also because his empirical research was systematically coupled with theoretical publications, on ground rent and agrarian communities, culminating in a Traité de sociologie rurale, the manuscript of which seems to have been stolen, and which put him out of tune with the PCF, then at the height of its Lysenkoist phase. This political investment was, moreover, to cost him an affaire Lefebvre with the directorate of the CNRS. In 1953, during the Journées nationales d'études de intellectuels communistes, in his report on the Cercle de sociologues communistes he had attacked the police sociology of the bourgeoisie, which indexed the working class, and had said about Gurevich and Friedman by name. 10. The reaction of the CNRS was immediate. The Cold War was then in full swing. He was demoted back down to secondary schools. Lefebvre defended himself in a statement, Protestation de M. Henri Lefebvre contre la fin de son détachement au CNRS, 11, and a campaign organized by the Researchers' Union, led by Alain Touraine and Edgar Morin, led to his reinstatement and his being granted tenure as Maître de Recherche in October 1954. Arguments and the revision of Marxism. At this point in time Lefebvre was already fighting on two fronts, while, vis-à-vis bourgeois sociology, he sought to develop the idea of a Marxist sociology. As regards the Communist Party he had to explain that sociology served a purpose and could not be reduced to bourgeois science. In truth, the misunderstanding went back much further. With the first volume of Critique of Everyday Life, we left Henri Lefebvre verging on the status of official Communist Party philosopher, particularly with his participation in the anti-Sartre offensive, L'existentialisme, 1947, and the publication of his short Qu'est-ce text Le Marxisme, 1948, which remains the best-selling text in the collection at Presses Universitaires de France and which, like his 1939 book Dialectical Materialism, was to serve as a reference for generations of Marxist intellectuals. The idyll, it may be remembered, lasted 2 years at most. By 1949, Lefebvre found himself back in the position of marginal communist he had occupied for 30 years, from his adhesion in 1928 to his exclusion in 1958. As early as 1948, the party paralysed his projects, pulped a work he had already written, Méthodologie des Sciences, and delayed his contribution à l'esthétique until 1953. And he was challenged on several occasions in La Nouvelle Critique for his neo-Hegelianism and his intolerable claim to preserve the relative autonomy of philosophy from political imperatives. 13. What actually interested Lefebvre was not proletarian science as defended by Stanov from 1947 onwards, still less the relative or absolute immiseration of the proletariat that formed a great debate of the 1950s, and even less Lysenko. What interested him was analyzing the debasement of everyday life in the modern world, marked by the subject's separation from itself and the objectification of the object reduced to reification, to the object losing any aesthetic value, to the poverty of the modern world. Nevertheless, the process of breaking with the Communist Party was rather strange and poses the question, formulated by Edgar Morin in the half-tone portrait he drew of Lefebvre in his 1958 auto-critique. Why did this butterfly crawl like a caterpillar for years? Why did Lefebvre remain in the PCF so long? Asks Morin, while suggesting that he paid for his small margin of dialectical autonomy with total political subservience. 14 In fact, in contrast to the successive waves of intellectuals who were excluded from the party or withdrew from it from 1948 onwards, Lefebvre did not make a mark in any of the major crises: the Prague coup, the condemnation of Titoism, the Kravchenko affair, the Raj trial, the doctor's plot, or even when faced with the earthquake of 1956, the 20th Congress of the CPSU, and then, in October, the Soviet intervention in Hungary, when he had knowledge of Khrushchev's report very early on, as early as February, during a trip to the GDR at the invitation of the Berlin Academy of Sciences. 15 This was because his problem was more theoretical than directly political. In this sense, the first shock dates back to 1955, on the occasion of a lecture on Lukács to the Hungarian Institute of Paris, when Lefebvre, while polemicizing with Raymond Aron, The Opium of the Intellectuals, and Merleau-Ponty, Adventures of the Dialectic, rejected the Zdanovite thesis of proletarian science. Attacked in the communist press, he copped a warning from the party leadership, which prevented publication of his lecture. 16. The key question for Lefebvre, as for a number of intellectuals at the time, was the crisis of orthodoxy and the revision of Marxism. The main anchorage point of this challenge was to be the journal Arguments, founded in 1956 and wound up by its editors in 1962, in which the prime movers were Edgar Morin, Jean Juvenod, and Kostas Axelos. 17 A research bulletin rather than the organ of a group, this journal gathered together thinkers excluded from the PCF and a number of people from the socialist left who wanted to renovate socialism. Before and after the 20th Congress, the initiative of these revolutionary intellectuals was to seek to renew Marxism by all available means. Lefebvre himself only published 2 articles in it, and following his exclusion from the Communist Party, one in 1959, Justice et Vérité, on Nietzsche, number 15, the other in 1962, La signification de la Commune, number 27. A loose grouping round Arguments sought to rethink French society, particularly after de Gaulle's victory, which posed some new problems, to rethink modern civilization, the reign of bureaucracy, technique, the new working class, Serge Mallet, fragmented work, Georges Friedman, to rethink international relations by posing the question of the Third World. In the name of a methodological position that consisted in trying to reason, the meaning of ragionamenti, the title of the Italian journal that worked with them, to pose questions and not to try to offer an interpretative line on Marxism, they pondered a key word: alienation, rediscovered via the young Marx and Lukács. Lucien Goldman's Hidden God, Pierre Navali's Thesis de l'aliénation à la jouissance, Roland Barthes's Mythologies, all these works from 1956 to 57, which coincided with the evolution of annals towards the longue durée, shifted examination towards the everyday and modernity. Lefebvre's contribution to the question in this period was to be his long introduction to the second edition of Critique of Everyday Life, 1958, in which he sought to examine what had changed between 1947 and 1958 in the modern world, and where he refocused on the question of alienation. In addition, Arguments opened itself to foreign currents, the Frankfurt School, Lukács, Marcuse, Kolakowski. Alongside the various movements attempting to revise Marxism in France, we should in fact introduce a series of international dimensions, whether the shock of Algeria or Cuba or Yugoslav self-management, and later that of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. However, the main point here is to clarify the parallel between debates on the revision of Marxism and debates on the function of sociology. Just as Arguments served, in Remy Riefel's phrase, as a political decompression chamber for the exit from Stalinism, so the Centre d'études sociologiques and the Cahiers internationaux de sociologie, founded by Gurevich, served as a scientific and cultural decompression chamber. 18 It was in part the same authors who confronted each other in both, Morin, Juvenod, Ballandier, Turenne, navally, so that it is legitimate to define an axis extending from sociological research to the journals and magazines that relate these questions to a wider public, Esprit, Le Nouvel Observateur, and the recurrent themes of surveys and colloquia clearly prefiguring many of the concerns of 1968, fashion, needs, social classes, urbanization, technical society and civilization, tradition and continuity, the sociology of change, prediction in sociology, the critique of modernity. For this dual debate assumed a public character. Lefebvre's opposition to the party line had long been internal, notably within the oppositional cell of the Centre d'études sociologiques. But it soon extended to the fractional groups L'Étincelle, Victor Leduc, Jean-Pierre Vernant, Hélène Parmelin, Maurice Caving, Maxime Rodinson, in 1957 and, above all, Voix Nouvelles in April 1958, where he published several articles, in particular, a set on Marxisme et théorie de l'information in the first two issues that attracted a lot of attention. 19 This was the context in which Lefebvre published an article that was key in everything that happened thereafter, Le Marxisme et la Pensée française, which drew up a disastrous balance sheet of the theoretical regression of Stalinist dogmatism. Published in the Polish journal Turchisk at the end of 1956, released in June 1957 in France Observateur and in July-August in Les Temps Modernes, the article earned him exclusion from the editorial committee of La Nouvelle Critique along with various others. 20 This analysis was resumed and extended at the beginning of 1958 in Problems actuels du Marxisme, published by Presses Universitaires de France. 21 At the same time, he participated, together with the Temps Modernes Circle and the Mendicist Left, Bourdet, Martinet, around the Club de la Gauche, in a number of discussions on the New Left and the New Working Class that led to the foundation of the PSA and then the PSU, which Lefebvre never joined. He was to be criticized for all this. But it was on political grounds that a procedure to exclude him was initiated in June 1958. He was criticized for his prolonged activity of breaking away through publications in the bourgeois press, L'Express, France Observateur, the NRF, Les Temps Modernes, his revisionist works, Problems actuels du Marxisme, and his blatant fractional activity in participating in the Club de la Gauche and oppositional publications, Voix Nouvelles. 22 Pronounced for a year, the exclusion would in fact prove definitive, he would never return, despite the lines thrown him at the beginning of the 1980s by a party only too happy, in times of famine, to have a last intellectual to digest. This exclusion calls for three observations. The first is the violence of the attacks the PCF unleashed against him, launching against the core its intellectuals, Gilbert Murray, Guy Bess, André Gisselbrecht, Lucien Seve, Jean Connapot, and making him a privileged target at its 15th Congress, 1959. The virulence was commensurate with the extreme patience of the PCF, to adopt a phrase of Lucien Seve from 1960.23. This was because the loss of Henri Lefebvre was, as David Cott indicates in his classic Communism and the French Intellectuals, a heavy blow for the party. 24 But it was also the case, second observation, that, whatever the official grounds, the virulence and vulgarity of these attacks were directed at an intellectual, not a political figure. Henri Lefebvre is a unique example of an intellectual, a philosopher, excluded for his ideas. Althusser was not excluded and, as for Ghirotti, it was the Politburo member who was ousted. If the political break was obviously fundamental in allowing Lefebvre to develop his thinking in total freedom, there was no real theoretical discontinuity in his desire to construct a living Marxism, freed from dogmatism and committed to the analysis of contemporary phenomena. Certainly, he responded to his exclusion by publishing an initial analysis, L'exclusion clut, in Les Temps Modernes as early as July 1958. Above all, as if it represented a veritable liberation for him, he threw himself into the composition of La Somme et le Reste, that strange narrative of a philosophical adventure which remains for many his major work. 25. From revolutionary romanticism to the situationists. Having entered a romantic, Lefebvre left a romantic, wrote Maurice Blancot in the fine portrait, Slow Funeral, he drew of him in L'Amitié. If he stayed, it is because he believed it possible, thanks to the position he occupied, to maintain an opening, even if it sometimes meant playing a double game. A philosopher's head is a hard head, even unbreakable. 26 In the interim, Lefebvre published another article in the NRF, drawing less fire from party intellectuals, which was different in scope and destined to have a different echo in the coming decade. This article, Vers un romantisme révolutionnaire, taken up and reworked on several occasions, notably in the Introduction to Modernity in 1962, ushered in his phase of radical critique, making it possible for him to quit the Communist Party from the left. 27 In this text, Lefebvre revived the 1925 ideal of a revolution that could only succeed if it extended not merely to the economic infrastructure, but to mentalities and culture, that set out, hence the notion of revolutionary romanticism, from the critique of modernity which was for him at the heart of 19th-century romanticism, from a refusal of the modern world. This romanticism must be oriented towards the production of œuvres and the production of man himself, what Lefebvre, like many people in the Stalinist era, called the new man. This text seems to me be essential for understanding the process of rupture and the various developments in which he was engaged from 1956 to 1958. But first, in order to appreciate his sensational entry into radical critique properly, we must resituate Henri Lefebvre in the context of the scholarly legitimacy he acquired at the turn of the 1960s. Contrary to retrospective reconstructions, we may note that sociology was now no longer quite what it had been in 1945-46, when he joined the CES. 28 As early as 1946, Gurevitch had launched the Cahiers internationaux de sociologie, the first such journal since the disappearance of the Annales de sociologie. Under the direction of Friedman, the CES, installed in 1951 with the École pratique de hautes études on the Rue de Varennes, had already been transformed into a genuine laboratory, conducting area surveys, forming research groups, while Gurevitch, appointed to the Sorbonne, launched the Bibliothèque de sociologie contemporaine at Presses Universitaires de France, and directed the French version of a big trait de sociologie long regarded as authoritative. The Gurevitch era was succeeded by the era of Stoetzel. Jean Stoetzel, a Sorbonne professor at the same time as Raymond Aron, became director of the CES in 1956, appointments to it now speeded up. In the academy, a key turning point occurred with the creation in 1958 of a degree in sociology, which thus became an academic discipline in its own right. The same year, Gurevitch founded the Association Internationale de Sociologues de Langue Française. Relying on a system of publications, with editions anthropo-augmenting Presses Universitaires de France, and multiplying through the foundation of several journals alongside the Cahiers, particularly the Revue Française de Sociologie, 1960, these were the years of major colloquia and public visibility for the discipline. 29 The turning point represented by Stoetzel, who had staked out his position as early as 1946 in a kind of manifesto, L'esprit de la sociologie contemporaine, was still more profound on the methodological and ideological level. In demanding an empirical and even neo-positivist sociology, primarily preoccupied with quantitative techniques and indifferent to theory, Stoetzel consciously and explicitly established the discipline in the framework of the dominant ideology and, more specifically, as a site of intellectual elaboration of major reforms implemented at the beginning of the Fifth Republic as regards technological modernization, planning, and national and regional development, dater. If this development cannot quite be reduced to a victory of American sociology, it did at least mark a crucial reorientation and explains the reaction of Henri Lefebvre and several other Marxist sociologists, Edgar Morin, Pierre Navali, who at just this moment were embarked upon the enterprise of revising Marxism and who proposed, in various forms, a much more militant vision of sociology. For Lefebvre, this was expressed by the abandonment of rural sociology, an area in which he was replaced by Henri Mendras, who would direct his research towards the Second French Revolution, the end of the peasantry and France's entry into modernity. In the account of research in the CES in 1959, published in the first issue of the Revue Française de Sociologie, 1960, Lefebvre's themes were as follows: 1. Research on needs in the framework of the family, how mothers see the needs of children. Sociology of everyday life. Theory of needs. Research into needs in the family framework. 2. The birth of a city, Lac and Morinx. 3. Monographs on villages. We are at the pivotal point of an evolution that was going to lead towards urban sociology and, more broadly, a sociology of daily life. Thus, in 1960 Lefebvre created a research group on everyday life at the CES. It was at this point, the production of Volume 2 of Critique of Everyday Life, that he was to quit research for university teaching. Elected as a professor, in October 1961 he was appointed by the liberal philosopher Georges Gusdorf to the sociology chair in the faculty at Strasbourg, formerly held by Gurevich, where he would remain until his election to Nanterre in 1965. Developing an academic practice that was self-directed in character, particularly with the creation of an autonomous department of applied sociology, his reputation with the bourgeoisie of Strasbourg rapidly became inflammatory and his courses would mainly attract those students most disposed to protest. This is the manifold context in which the passing but striking encounter between Henri Lefebvre and the Situationist group must be placed. 30 The influence was to be fertile and mutual, for Lefebvre, who revived the strategy of rupture of the 1920s avant-gardes, and for the Situationists who, prior to heaping abuse on him, drew much of their theoretical inspiration from his work. Founded in 1957 around Guy Debord, Raoul Vaneigem, Esther Jorn, and Constant, the Situationist International was itself the inheritor of several movements like the Lettrist International of Isidore Isou and above all Cobra, Copenhagen, Brussels, Amsterdam, created in 1948 and dissolved in 1951, with which Lefebvre maintained relations, as is indicated by his correspondence with the Belgian poet Doutremont, or his influence on Constant, Nieuwenhuis, who was to draw upon the critique of everyday life for his initial urban projects in the New Babylon. But it was indeed the article Vers un romantisme révolutionnaire that prompted Lefebvre's encounter with Debord. As early as the first issue of Internationale Situationniste, the theses sur la révolution culturelle were explicitly constructed with reference to that article. Lefebvre offers us a track for critique of the contemporary world, but he does not propose a political project for making the revolution. From the outset, as we can see, the relations between Lefebvre and the Situationists were complicated and critical. They were not of the order of filiation or affiliation and, as the Situationist International made clear during their rupture, he was never a member of the movement. But it was with the thought of Henri Lefebvre that the Situationists were fundamentally in dialogue, and there was even a phase of shared existence, trips, stays in Lefebvre's house in the Pyrenees, genuine collaboration, since Lefebvre involved Debord in the work of his research group on everyday life within the CES. 31. For a start, both parties had in common the idea that everyday life is governed in the modern world by the reign of scarcity, not by the wealth of the consumer society, that everyday life has become disconnected from historicity amidst industrialization and accumulation, that it has been debased into uniform, repetitive everydayness by its separation from the great cosmic, natural, and vital cycles, that the individual is herself divided. This is Deleuze's capitalism and schizophrenia. Separated from herself and the world in the modern world. Such alienation can be expressed in terms of poverty. Guy Debord came to give a talk to the research group on everyday life in 1961, in which he launched the saying everyday life is literally colonized. 32 This was a saying with a prosperous future ahead of it, expressly quoted by Lefebvre in the second volume of Critique of Everyday Life. It was to be met with again in 1967 in the Manifesto on the Poverty of Student Life, and would even reach as far as Habermas in 1981, in his Theory of Communicative Action, which contains a whole chapter on The colonization of the everyday. It was in response to this poverty and alienation that the situationists developed a theory of revolution, even cultural revolution, in terms of revolutions in individual everyday life, which is at the root of the theory of situations. In their most theoretical text, Théorie de moments et construction de situations, they in fact define themselves with reference to the theory of moments developed by Lefebvre in La Somme et le reste and then in Critique of Everyday Life. 33 Spatio-temporal, constructed situations are said to supersede moments as so many procedures for rupture, acceleration, subversion with respect to daily life, particularly the situationist derive, close to the surrealist promenade, which consists in passing so rapidly from one district to another that an effect of acceleration and fluidity, breaking with the everyday, is created. The main site of experimentation is the city, but also as an object of experimental town planning, an anti-Le Corbusier city, constructed to counter uniformity, based on an architecture of the labyrinth, of complexity, which makes it possible not to take reality for such. But there is a divergence between Lefebvre and the situationists over what utopia consists in, abstract utopia or concrete utopia. Is experimenting with a different kind of city a concrete utopia that already forms part of the revolution? Or does it remain at the level of architectural designs? 34. It was here that the tensions were to crystallize. The situationists were to be stymied by the eternal problem of avant-garde, since the surrealists, the difficulty, even impossibility, of articulating cultural revolution and political revolution. As early as the first issue of Internationale Situationiste, and again in number 3, Sur le dépérissement de l'art, December 1959, the situationists had criticized Lefebvre, and indeed Goldman, both defined as representatives of independent revolutionary thinking, for having nothing to offer on the organization of a political force. But it was Lefebvre's relations with the New Left, particularly with what they dubbed argumentist dung, that led to the rupture. The situationists could not accept the revision of the 1957 text Vers un nouveau romantisme, taken up again by Lefebvre in 1962 in Introduction to Modernity, where he related situationism to this new romanticism and reduced the group to a youth movement. 35 Above all, at the same time Lefebvre published an article on La signification de la commune in the last issue of Arguments, foreshadowing his 1965 book La proclamation de la commune. 36 These few pages had been requested by him from Debord and Vanagem, who defined the commune as the greatest festival of the 19th century. This was the key theme of the revolution as festival, which would dominate the whole of May 68. But in 1962 it was the occasion for the violent break with Lefebvre, consigned to the dustbin of history and accused of being a plagiarist, a renegade, a Versailles of culture. 37. Starting from there, we could, notwithstanding the sensational rupture, expatiate on the basically fairly direct influence of Henri Lefebvre, appointed in the interim to Nanterre in 1965, on situationist texts that would serve as a theoretical reference point for May 68, especially Guy Debord's The Society of the Spectacle and Raoul Vanagem's The Revolution of Everyday Life, both of which were published in 1967. Did the radical critique characteristic of Henri Lefebvre's position at the time, and which aligns him with the current of critical theory in unorthodox Marxism, have an immediate impact on a movement that accorded more importance to cultural revolution, the seizure of symbolic power and seizing speech, than reversing economic and social infrastructures and capturing state power? Rather than responding to that question, by way of conclusion I should like to take a different tack, starting from recent works on Michel de Certeau and the comparison that might be sketched between the author of Critique of Everyday Life and the author of The Practice of Everyday Life. 38 The works of Henri Lefebvre on everyday life were a fundamental source for de Certeau, as he signaled in the general introduction to his book. 39 Unquestionably, the two-part company on numerous points. Notably, the historical apprehension of daily life, which is relocated by the philosopher in A History of Modernity, whereas the historian confines himself to a phenomenology of social microbehavior pitched at the level of the longue durée. But they coincide, particularly with respect to Marcuse and his pessimistic definition of the consumer society, in a reading of consumption not as sheer passivity within mechanisms of domination, but as a form of production of a different kind that comes to disrupt the established order, the anti-discipline that is at the heart of Desserteau's thinking, as of Michel Foucault's. In On the Edge of the Cliff, Roger Chartier has provided a fine analysis of this central hypothesis of the practice of everyday life, to a rationalized, expansionist and at the same time centralized, clamorous, and spectacular production corresponds another production, called consumption. The latter is devious, it is dispersed, but it insinuates itself everywhere, silently and almost invisibly, because it does not manifest itself through its own products, but rather through its ways of using the products imposed by a dominant economic order. 40 And it is above all here that we detect a proximity, even a direct influence of Lefebvre on Desserteau, on the basis of some fundamental ideas in Desserteau about tactics and strategies. The terms, which are quite explicit and analyzed at length, are to be found in Lefebvre, as a development of the Marxist concept of praxis, in Volume 2 of Critique of Everyday Life, which Desserteau read very closely. In it Lefebvre precisely defines the critique of everyday life as a theory of tactics and strategies, tactics referring to the everyday, to stagnant and trivial reality, and strategy to the domain of action and decision-making. 41 We can even go somewhat further, if invention in Desserteau is not that far removed from critique in Lefebvre, here is to be found the genealogy of the very idea of a science of daily life, which has been so essential in the recent renewal of the social sciences. Insofar as the science of man exists, it finds its material in the trivial, the everyday, Lefebvre asserted as early as 1947, with reference to Marc Bloch. 42 This attention in Lefebvre to familiar gestures, to what he elsewhere calls the minor magic in everyday life, even treated in terms of survivals, certainly does not make him the grandfather of microstoria, but definitely does open up the path to a contemporary reflection on the complexity of the forms of experience and the role of an anthropological approach to the critique of modernity. CNRS, Paris, June 2002. Translated by Gregory Elliott. 1. Clearing the ground. 1. Is it enough to launch ideas and to hazard hypotheses, when some may be fruitful, and others sterile? No. If we are to advance knowledge, it is essential that we deploy a set of concepts which has inner coherence. For the scientist and philosopher alike, coherence is a basic requirement. However, should this requirement go beyond certain limits, which in fact are hard to define, it becomes system for system's sake, and restricts intellectual scope and theoretical inventiveness. There may also be the danger that changes which may be occurring in the field of study itself will be overlooked. For this reason, research in all scientific fields, and particularly in the social sciences, is governed by a twofold imperative: first, to guarantee that the thought and concepts employed be coherent, and second, to take into account whatever new and probably unforeseen insights may be emerging in the area being studied and in the conceptual apparatus being used. This twofold imperative is not always easy to satisfy, and in an age such as ours when so many things are changing, but not all and not all in equal measure, it is difficult to steer a firm course between systematic thinking and essayism. 1. This difficulty is apparent in a large number of contemporary works. In some, the reader is aware that coherence is given prominence. The author isolates a theme and examines it in depth, or tries to examine its implications and consequences without ever going beyond those specific limits. He theorizes in order to produce a lucid piece of work, or at least apparently lucid, thus seeking to impose a logical order on the enormous confusion of ideas and the immense disorder of facts. The success of certain ideas, that of structure for example, and the influence which certain works have had may be attributed to this concern. Such strict thematization may guarantee unity and cohesion, but does it not also run the risk of overlooking some of the realities and innovations, in particular those elements which are not easily thematized and conceptualized using standard, accepted concepts, and are thus intractable to logical coherence? On the other hand, There are other more essayistic works which try to capture the complexity and the rapid, multiple transformations of the modern world, and it is quite right that they should do so. However, their authors are facing different dangers, that of overestimating change at the expense of what is stagnating or regressing, and that of composing a rhapsodic and discontinuous work with no interconnections between its various parts. Such works make no attempt to find either a thread to guide them through the labyrinthine complexities of the modern world, or a precise definition or evaluation of what these complexities are. 2. The object of our study is everyday life, with the idea, or rather the project, the program, of transforming it. So, what has happened so far? In the last 15 years everyday life has undergone extensive transformations, and this has prompted us to ask whether in fact our aim has not been achieved, in remarkable and unexpected ways, by social practice itself. We have also had to ask ourselves whether the everyday as we had previously defined it too has not been absorbed by technology, historicity, or the modalities of history, or finally, by politics and the vicissitudes of political life. These are questions which have also troubled many of those who originally supported the idea, the aim, and the author himself. We still need to find an answer to them, since our previous answer has been overtaken by circumstances. It would be pointless to pretend that these obstacles strewn in our path have not obstructed the way forward. However, it will not require lengthy thought or extensive documentation to observe that although the everyday has indeed been modified, and in a contradictory way, it has not disappeared. It has not been absorbed by culture, by history, by politics, or by technology. The situation of the everyday per se has become increasingly serious. It is true that technology is penetrating it much more than it did 20 years ago, and it is impossible to ignore the importance of domestic science, for example, but we also know that technology and domestic science have not eliminated the most trivial aspects of everyday life. By reducing the time spent doing tedious chores, technology raises very clearly the problem of available free time. Rather than transforming the everyday into a higher creative activity, it has created a vacuum. Another example is the way very few people's lives have been changed by air travel, and even then only in minor ways. Will interplanetary travel prove to be the same? Probably. At some time in the future, although it is difficult to say when, such journeys will be the preserve of a technical, social, and political elite. It is easy to imagine that one day mankind will have traveled beyond the sun, while on Earth actual men, peasants for example, will still be hoeing the land, transporting things on donkeys and mules, and perhaps living in hunger. Uneven development remains the prime law of the modern world, and there is much to learn and to be said about it. The distance, the gulf, between the everyday and technology is mirrored by the gulf between investment in the arms industry or interplanetary exploration and investment in the construction of new housing estates. Only days of revolution, those days which are equivalent to 20 ordinary years, Lenin, allow everyday life to pursue history and perhaps briefly to catch up with it. Such days occur when people will not and cannot go on living as they did before. The everyday as it has been established is no longer enough, and it affords them no satisfaction. And so they shatter the boundaries of everyday life, bringing life as it is lived into the domain of history. The conjuncture is momentary. They separate once more, or at least in our experience of so-called modern life and society they do. The major stirrings and creative drives of revolutionary events have a totalizing impact. For a brief moment they bring the elements of totality together, after which these elements separate out once more. The results of history differ from the goals pursued and the aims envisaged, which is something we will call historical drift. Certain elements of totality assert themselves and become quasi-autonomous: arts, technology, politics, sciences. The everyday withdraws into itself. These complex relations can be understood either from a historical and political perspective, or from the perspective of the everyday. Here we have chosen the latter. This is not to say that the former is faulty or bad, merely that it can sometimes lead to a dead end. Sometimes the political theorist will recommend that situations mature slowly until such time as the lived and the historical coincide again. Patience has revolutionary virtues. At other times, the very same theorist of political history will recommend quickening the pace, on the assumption that humanity only sets itself problems it is able to resolve, and as historical moments happen only briefly and infrequently, anyone who lets them pass by will pay dearly for his lack of impatience and imagination. Finally, it is irrefutable that public, political, life has penetrated private life, and vice versa. Today private life is saturated with items of general, social, and political information. Equally, public and political life has become personalized, as they say. As we shall demonstrate, this interaction has resulted in an indisputable reprivatization of practical and social life and a withdrawal into a family existence, in other words into a private everyday. Point 3. Of course, we shall return to these themes, and this is only an initial reply to those sociologists, historians, and politicians who have denied and who continue to deny the importance of the problems of the everyday in the modern world, some going so far as to deny that it even exists. When we look closely, we can see that this denial constitutes an astonishing paradox, and we need to discover what it means and what the reasons for it are. Meanwhile, let us emphasize yet again the efforts which literature, cinema, and even some specialists in the social sciences have made to get closer to the lived, to eliminate the arbitrary transpositions of the everyday, to grasp what is extraordinary within the ordinary, and the significance of the insignificant. Questions of the value of this or that novel or film for or aesthetic theory apart, all this proves the validity of a critical study of everyday life. 3. In the introduction to Volume I of Critique of Everyday Life we presented a program of empirical and theoretical research, beginning with the elaboration of a theory of needs. In the event, and for reasons we will explain forthwith, this program has proved difficult to achieve. We will be quite open about these reasons, since in our view they compromise neither the concept of the everyday, nor the program itself. Quite the reverse, they consolidate them, since they foreground the real and complex problems to which they are linked. Established and slightly shop-worn concepts are easy to work with. Empirical study of social reality requires more patience. It is not more difficult per se. The real difficulty begins when concepts which are new and as yet not fully clarified come into confrontation with a mass of empirical documentation, and our thinking is prepared neither to give up those concepts in return for innumerable observations, nor to give up facts in return for a conceptual abstraction. As its program implies, analytic and critical study of everyday life is particularly suited to the bringing together of facts and concepts. This does not mean that it presents a preordained highway along which to travel. On the contrary, it must blaze its own trail between philosophical reflections and fragmented and specialized research. Working with general concepts, we can define man as a being of need and construct a theory based on need and the world of need. We can show how through need, want and the consciousness of want, man and his consciousness leave nature, childhood, and a whole magical fairyland behind, though not without nostalgia and regrets. It is through privation that consciousness realizes that it has been hurled into life and the world, forced to create its own world in a distance relative to the natural being it was initially given and relative to itself, compelled forever both to recreate and to surmount that distance. The godlike amazement of seeing the world for the first time and the marvel of first smiles are not enough. If he is to work and to create, man must experience want. Without the experience of need and want, without actual or potential privation and destitution, there can be no being, consciousness, and freedom will never spring forth. In the land of its birth, nature and the unconscious, being remains a prisoner. It is in and through need that freedom is born and finds ways of acting, and if it is to modify the real, there is a fissure in its hard surface which it must discover and penetrate. Finally, need defined as want is the starting point from which man begins to explore a world of possibilities, creating them, choosing between them and making them real. He enters the domain of history. His consciousness can never come to an end. The consciousness of individuals opens onto social consciousness and vice versa, and the multiplicity of human consciousnesses opens onto the world. This set of propositions is based on classic texts, and notably on a large number of texts by Marx, some of which are very well known, others less so. 5 The result of a theoretical development of this kind, and it could be a lengthy one, would not be without interest, but it is philosophy in its accepted, classic sense, a philosophy of want and need, unilateral and abstract like all philosophy. It turns need into a world. While not forgetting it, we will leave this conceptual development behind us. Let us look towards what is called the concrete. Wrongly so, the concrete is also present in philosophical abstraction. In the press, in visual or written advertising, in household budgets and accounts, or just simply in language, it is easy to observe that an immense number of needs are being expressed. These needs are precise, as are the goods, 6 objects, which are proposed or imposed in order to satisfy them. We are no longer considering need in general, but rather the need for this or for that, and thus defined in relation to this or to that, the object, the product, the goods, its absence or the enjoyment of its possession. Let us note that the apparently clear concept of satisfaction and of the fulfillment of a need, the need for this or for that, is in reality very obscure. Being in its entirety feels the pressures of need, whether it be satisfied or not. Will we simply describe, classify, and typecast these needs, and nothing more? That is how economists who specialize in consumer studies, or purely empirical sociologists, approach the matter. For us, the real problem is how to transfer from need in general, as a form of existence, as a manifestation of being, to the need for this or for that, in other words to a desire which is both individual and social, and as it manifests itself in everyday life. This theoretical transfer may not be impossible, but it is prodigiously complex. We will have to bring together an analytic presentation of needs and a dialectical determination of desires. If we are to arrive at a theory of the situations, concrete, of course, of social man, we must not lose track of the generic or general concept of man as being of need when confronting the mass of contemporary facts. We may be anticipating and taking the bloom off the part of our book which will be explicitly devoted to this question, but this does not worry us. Here as much as elsewhere we do not intend to avoid repetitions, or to take up the same theme, or to cast different lights on the same subject, or to treat different subjects using the same concept. What does social experience provide? Desires, transient and many-faceted desires, together with their motivations. In spite of the indecisive character of this last concept, or rather because of it, we are led to something diffuse, obscure, and real. To overestimate the motivations of desires and desires themselves is to fall into subjectivism, psychologism and classic idealism. To disregard them is to fall into simplified and vulgar materialism and determinism, in which we forget man's obscure depths and his development. There are innumerable desires, some with often strange motivations. There are few fundamental needs: hunger and thirst, sex, play, perhaps 7 may be the simple need to expend accumulated energy. Theorists do not agree either on the quality or the quantity of elementary needs, or on the possibility of reducing them to a single, initial, primordial fundamental need: libido, trieb, drive, will for being or will for power, etc. How can we pass from need or needs to desires? In other words, what happens between them in the transition from the one to the other? Need is determined biologically and physiologically. It is generic, it belongs to the human species. Desire is at the same time both individual and social, in other words it is recognized, or excluded, by a society. Need is determined quantitatively: a human organism needs so many calories, so many hours of sleep, etc. An industry needs so much energy and so many raw materials, so many machines. Desire, however, is qualified or qualitative. But these observations are too simple. Need is also spontaneity and vitality, and also depth and relationship to depth. So sexual need seems generically linked to reproduction. In the individual it cannot be separated from an organ and the way it functions, from a certain determined quantity of organic material, sperm or ova. At the same time, it is not only the drama of the relations between one individual and another, or the other, individual which is sketched out and foreshadowed through this need, it is not only the drama of the link between individual and species, it is universality which is being offered or withdrawn. These are the problems, or as philosophers put it, the problematic, of love. The biological and organic fact now appears like an initial and unique nucleus of being, now like a group, family, specificity, now like a general principle relative to the problems of the species, now like a proposed universality. We cannot limit ourselves to the organic or biological fact. As such, it is as abstract as the absolute idea of love per se. On the other hand, it is still too simple to see desire as qualitative and need as quantitative, the one psychological and sociological, or psychosocial, the other biological and physiological. There are needs which are social, objective, and quantifiable, needs for so many sources of energy, so many houses or schools, etc. Economists and sociologists know these needs well. On the sociological level, to use the still unclarified term level, need and desire are still separate one from the other. A single human reality appears with two faces, one brutally objective, social need, for this or for that, the other subtly subjective, desire, for this or for that or for something else by means of this or that, or even for nothing or for the infinite or for pure surprise, with motivations which give meaning to the desired object and to desire itself. There are many mediations between need and desire. In fact, there is everything, society in its entirety, productive activities and the modes of consumption, culture, the past and history, language, norms, commands and prohibitions, the hierarchy of values and preferences. Desire only becomes desire when it is assumed by the individual via his conflicts in a conscious and accepted way, and when it is consciously confronted with goods, the object, and the enjoyment afforded by them. It only truly becomes desire when it becomes a vital and spiritual power, accepted and used by the individual, and when his life is metamorphosed into a creative consciousness, creating and created, by becoming need once more. Initially, need is nature, it becomes a creative activity and comes to an end in the works creativity produces. Now this is an immense journey, fraught with obstacles and pitfalls, empty spaces and gaping holes. The definition we have given of desire seems to be necessary, in that it condenses experience. And yet, if we accept it, it points to a limit, a kind of horizon. One may ask oneself whether there has ever been a true desire or even a true desire truly fulfilled. Kant, that theorist of the virtuous action, used to ask himself whether there had ever been a virtuous action which could conform to his concept. At every step of the immense journey, how many potential failures, deviations, regressions, mistakes correctable or beyond repair. But self-regulatory systems, such as feedbacks, do exist, which may be fragile and yet are real in the context of determined contexts and structures. An overall balance is established between differing needs, between satisfactions and dissatisfactions, as between offers and demands. Conversely, self-regulation does not appear to exist psychically. Always relative and forever in question, the balance of desires must be fought for time and time again. In the fabric of the everyday, the pathological and the abnormal are a constant menace to us. Dreams, with their discontinuities, their surprising suspenses and their obvious absurdities, sum up the transition from need to desire. They reenact the journey from the certainty of need to the uncertainty of desire. Dramatically, they condense an enormous dramatic, social, and individual history, marked out by symbols. It is not only the failures and the possibility of failure which they display, but also the illusory solution to potential failure which makes a different, more serious failure inevitable, nostalgia for the cozy warmth of the lost homeland, the journey back to an original state without problems, repetitions, refuge in symbols, and escape into a past of natural being in order to evade the problems of the being which is as yet unattained. In a spontaneous digest of the drama of desire, dreams signal gaps and deviations, and in doing so make them more serious. If dreams reenact the tremulous birth of desire, then should not desire act like dreams, going beyond the critical surface which separates sleeping and waking, images and the everyday, and create itself in an external form? We are beginning to perceive an infinitely complex dialectical movement, which for the time being we will sum up with several propositions. A. Desire is profoundly different from need. It can even go so far as to struggle against it, until it frees itself. B. Initially, however, there is no desire without a need as its nucleus, its point of departure, its base or foundation. A desire without need can only be purely artificial, an extreme case which even the most subtly refined moral or aesthetic values or artificial modes of behavior find difficult to create. C. Sooner or later desire turns back towards need in order to regain it and to regain itself. By reinvesting itself within it, it rediscovers spontaneity and vitality. It is a return journey which crosses through the objectivity, impersonality, and indifference of social need, as it is conventionally understood. This dialectical movement permeates the everyday. It gives it life. The everyday is the space in which dialectical movement advances or comes to a halt, in an unpredictable blend of opaqueness and transparency, of clear-sightedness and blindness, of determinability and transience. Therefore there is a transfer from need to desire which crosses the social and society in its entirety. This transfer is sometimes continuous, sometimes interrupted. Between myself and me, or if you like, between I and me, or rather between me and I caught up in everyday life, there is everything. First and foremost there is language, which allows a consciousness of desire to be achieved and then inserted into praxis. But this vision is still too simple. The transition from need to desire and the vital return of desire back to need, in order to reabsorb itself within it, this transition which the complexities of the journey have already impeded, is also obstructed by extraneous interventions. We live in a determined society, bourgeois or capitalist rather than socialist society, since that is different and in any case too badly understood for us to undertake a study of its everyday life. In consumer society, which is allegedly based upon mass consumption and massive production for needs, the manufacturers of consumer goods do all they can to manufacture consumers. To a large extent they succeed. The consumer does not desire. He submits. He has strangely motivated behavior patterns. He obeys the suggestions and the orders given to him by advertising, sales agencies, or the demands of social prestige, not to mention worries about solvency, which are far from negligible. The circuit from need to desire and from desire to need is constantly being interrupted or distorted. These orders from outside become subtly abstract fragments or absurdly concrete motivations. Desires no longer correspond to genuine needs, they are artificial. Need no longer metamorphoses into desire. The process becomes complicated, or disintegrates. And yet it does not disappear, it continues its journey from the vital to the social, from want to fullness, from privation to pleasure, even if its nature is misunderstood or unrecognized. However, the system of needs, which Hegel considered to be the cement of social life, no longer seems coherent. It has been dissociated or shattered. As Guy Debord so energetically put it, everyday life has literally been colonized. It has been brought to an extreme point of alienation, in other words profound dissatisfaction, in the name of the latest technology and of consumer society. Now this technology could make a different everyday reality possible. However, these very same causes have uniform effects, equalizing social needs and bringing desires in line with one another. They replace previous highly diversified lifestyles by everyday ways of living which are analogous, if not identical. Therefore there can be no knowledge of the everyday without knowledge of society in its entirety. There can be no knowledge of everyday life, or of society, or of the situation of the former within the latter, or of their interactions, without a radical critique of the one and of the other, of the one by the other, and vice versa. For this knowledge, negative concepts, distance and omission, dissatisfaction, frustration or, more generally, alienation, are as indispensable as the positive ideas in use in the fragmented sciences. 4. Volume I of Critique of Everyday Life also promised a schematic of the situation of women in modern society. Two types of consideration prompted this intention. First, women in general bear all the weight of everyday life, they are subjected to it much more than men, in spite of very significant differences according to social classes and groups. Their situation sums up what the everyday is. Second, this situation is an indicator and a measurement of the degree to which the human is achieved, or not, in a determined social practice, at a certain level of economic and social development, and at a certain degree of culture and civilization. Now over the last 10 years, this theme, the situation of women or the feminine condition, has subsided into literary and journalistic banality. It has given rise to polemics which have been as vague as they have been violent, and to very specialized monographs on points of interest but of minimal importance. The salient feature of these polemics is that they were directly linked to political questions and to some quite astonishing political positions. 9 Like all polemics, they have their share of bad faith. Obligatory options, in other words choices, bias, partisan attitudes, party attitudes, all these make for an inextricable confusion. Everyone excels when it comes to pointing out other people's weak points. So, with statistics and texts at their fingertips, their partisans have no difficulty in showing the extent to which our society persists in disadvantaging women. And, with statistics and texts at their fingertips, the opponents of this neo-feminism have no difficulty in showing that we are being threatened by a kind of modern matriarchy or gynecocracy. When polemics start off on the wrong foot, it is difficult to intervene without taking sides. This debate was a confrontation between misogynists and gynecomaniacs. What was the point in intervening? Critique of everyday life has time on its side, it requires patience, it would be rather more in favor of people who wait for situations to mature, but it avoids those who let these situations atrophy, and who are human beings of another sort. First and foremost, the study of feminine reality implies the intervention of concepts which are still underdeveloped, for example the concept of ambiguity. If we say it is underdeveloped, it is because confused intuitions about obscure situations are often mistaken for concepts. If the object of the concept of ambiguity appears to be confused and unclear, the concept itself needs to be all the more clear and explicit. 10 In this day and age, who would deny that in being or existence or in life or in praxis there is much that is unclear and obscure? If the concept of unclearness and of obscurity remains unclear and obscure, in other words if there is no concept, irrationalism triumphs. If the concept of unclearness and obscurity can be clarified, then a relative rationalism will impose itself. Study of the women's press, and above all of the so-called romantic press, reveals a feminine world of singular ambiguity. That it wishes to promote women socially is obvious, yet vague, and it does not go beyond certain characteristics, themselves ambiguous, of the vaguely defined social group they comprise. In the feminine world the analyst notices innumerable times the resurgence of myths, of cosmological or anthropological symbolisms, which, from the perspective of modern science and technology, are all outdated. These resurgences are analogous to something taking place on an apparently higher level than that of the Romantic press. If we have seen the rebirth of myths in literature, art, and culture, the criticism which attacked these myths needed to be subtler than before. We have seen the appearance of symbolisms, notably in cinema, at a time when old symbols were being discredited and anti-symbolism was intensifying its campaign under the banner of realism or neoclassicism. The analyst ponders these contradictory phenomena. He looks at these publications which sell in their millions and asks himself what link they establish between the everyday and the imaginary. On one hand he tries to isolate themes, good luck and bad luck, chance and destiny, happiness and fate, and their combinations, transferred to the context of cosmological reference, the stars and their conjunctures. On the other, he tries to capture the effective tonality maintained in these readings. He discovers an ambiguous mixture of very practical texts and of texts about the imaginary. His impression is that often the practical texts, such as recipes, menus, dress patterns, read like dreams, and that conversely the imaginary texts read in a practical fashion, in a perpetual toing and froing from one to the other, in a never-ending equivocation which reproduces itself indefinitely. It is not easy to define what this ambiguity means. Is it a symptom of the weakness and childishness persisting in a large number of women? Is it a victory on the part of obscurantism and superstition? Is it proof that this social group, women, is badly integrated in the society in which we live? Is it a sign of resistance to the primacy of technology and the rationalist ideology in industrial society? Or on the contrary, is it a confused protest against the shortcomings of technology or a confused but profound perception of the role randomness plays? These questions need to be addressed. It could be maintained that these facts and symptoms would disappear within a truly rational society in which the integration of women had been perfectly achieved, and where they would work normally in conditions which would resolve their specific problems. One may also think that this feminine world, with its mythologies and cosmologies, horoscopes, systems of correspondences and interpretations, demonstrates the permanence of a need or a deep desire to deny the triviality of the everyday by opening it up to the marvelous and to a kind of poetry, sometimes clumsy, sometimes subtle, which art and literature rediscover in their way but without being able to invest it in the everyday. This desire for another dimension of the everyday and the social may address itself to old-fashioned representations, but this does not make it any the less legitimate. It is like a serious game, an aestheticism for people deprived of art. More concretely, the analysis of texts specifically directed towards women and their preoccupations reveals the permanence of cyclic time scales of biological and cosmic origin at the heart of the intermittent or continuous, linear time scales imposed by technology and industrial labor. Now the link between the everyday and cyclic patterns and time scales, the time of day and night, week and month, season and year, is obvious. Furthermore, women's physiological and social lives place them at the junction between the controlled sector and the uncontrolled sector, which explains the role ideas such as good luck, bad luck, or destiny play in their consciousness. All this reveals the link between the feminine world and everyday life in a much clearer light. This link will be seen to be more profound than the indispensable studies of budget time, women's work within and outside the home, etc., would have us believe. Once more we see ourselves directed away from specific facts towards society in its entirety, and the analysis of totality. The study in isolation of the feminine condition conceals more than one trap. Although it starts from characteristics which are indisputable, such a study runs the risk of recreating a metaphysical entity and an occult quality, the feminine, femininity, or conversely of dissolving these characteristics by considering important everyday problems to be minor ones. In order to avoid both these risks, we will not study the feminine condition as a discrete unit, but instead we will divide it up across the whole range of our critique of everyday life. Thus the initial program is restructured. While we will maintain the project for a theory of needs, we will abandon the theme of the feminine condition as a discrete and separate entity. 5. The obstacles confronting critical research into everyday life would be of little more than anecdotal interest if they did not afford us a theoretical experience. Here we are in the domain of movement, a domain which is at the same time extremely structured. As we have just seen, it has been necessary to reconsider the concept of everyday life, to intensify it, to modify it, and to situate it in society as a whole. Research was focused on a huge pile of empirical facts, such as the appearance of new needs, and on a huge pile of documents, such as the women's press and its themes. At the same time, a difficult conceptualization, to use the jargon of the social sciences, had to be undertaken. Research in the domain of scientifically necessary abstractions, concepts, has adopted a threefold aspect. We have had to challenge a certain number of ideas and methodological tools, which had already been accepted but which were not yet fully developed, by confronting them with facts. An example would be the idea of level, which we will examine in a special section in Chapter 2 in order to demonstrate how everyday life is one level of social reality. We have also had to introduce concepts which are new, but which correspond to a certain stage of knowledge and which therefore tie up with preoccupations and areas of research other than those relating to everyday life. An example would be the concept of the whole or total semantic field, which we will examine in Chapter 4. By extension, we have had to make concepts dialectical, whether or not they are already known and accepted. Finally, it has been necessary to try to introduce some order into the immense theoretical and practical confusion which seems to be an aspect of modernity in general and the social sciences in particular, and which cannot be overlooked. This confusion stems from the proliferation of hypotheses, the considerable number of studies carried out, and their extremely uneven quality. When attempting to introduce some order and clarity, we must avoid simplification and artificial coherence. We have already pointed out this danger. It will confront us again in relation to ideas which are indispensable, but which if used or misused in an oversimplified way will allow us to substitute seductive and superficial coherences for the complexity of the facts. Some examples of this would be the ideas of structure and of totality, to which we will also devote some methodological considerations. 6. Among all these obstacles, one in particular is worth attention, namely politico-ideological controversies which, though inevitable and indispensable, have vitiated the atmosphere for research. The social science sector is too involved in certain important interests not to be damaged in this way. The ensuing debates can be extremely lively, and perhaps this is to be welcomed. All in all, it is preferable to stagnation and indifference. The worst thing is that the one does not always exclude the other, and sometimes stagnation and indifference go hand in hand with virulent polemics, which are irrelevant to the actual issue. No knowledge in any domain can move forward without controversy, and this is particularly true for political economy, sociology, and history. Behind ideas there are men, and these men have their interests and their passions. Behind men there are other, vaster interests, those of groups, classes, and nations. Only someone naive, or an academic, would insist that there should be a climate of affability and cozy tranquility in the social sciences. But beyond a certain limit, it becomes almost impossible to work. So in the last few years, how have these controversies changed? In the following way. It used to be agreed as a fact of civilization and the acquisition of culture that discussions degenerated when their arguments were used ad hominem. Now for some time many discussions, if not all, when they are carried out in public rather than by way of gossip or whispers, have rushed headlong and shamelessly beyond the pale. They begin with what used to be the conclusion. They become personal. They try to discredit, to disqualify, to disinnure. They try to show that the person they are arguing with is not valid. They belittle him. In doing so, and without being aware of it, they are belittling themselves, the discussion itself is belittled, and they pretend not to notice. If bourgeois thought, and we include liberalism in this, is trying to occupy a kind of artificially serene high ground, where it would be exempted from those genuine discussions which go right down to the foundations, then current dogmatism, and above all Marxist dogmatism, is just as guilty of breaking with the rules of dialogue. As a result, the atmosphere is unlikely to improve overnight. Under the influence of Stalinism, controversies have become political operations deploying the techniques of propaganda. If you wish merely to neutralize your opponent, you are being nice to him. More often than not, you will try your hardest to eliminate him. As is always the case, these procedures of ideological warfare have gone well beyond the limited circle in which they originated. Bad manners have spread like wildfire. The good manners of liberalism are rather out of date, and have offered a feeble and timorous resistance. The result is a generalized terrorism which would merit a study all of its own and which is part of a fairly serious and virtually ubiquitous contradiction between the creation of a new democracy and the undermining of the very foundations of this democracy. If minds, ideas, and concepts manage not to be neutralized, then they are eliminated. In the ideological jungle, terrorism rules. Everyone uses the same arsenal: intimidation, threats, repression. Terrorism paralyses. Be they liberals or not, those who resist will suffer, ideas become stale and lifeless, men become tired and grow old. All the better for dogmatism and tyranny, or whatever you want to call them. Force and power have won. The procedures of the intellectual mandarinate and the techniques of intellectual gangsterism complement each other, though it is not the same men who use them. 11. 7. Putting this to one side, let us recapitulate the objections and aims of those who reject the idea of everyday life, or who deny that it has any interest. The arguments have been presented sometimes verbally, 12 sometimes in written form. We will sum them up without quoting names or texts. We will begin with the least intimidating ones, by which we mean those who least use the authoritarian method. Common sense objections. Common sense is the trivial reflection of a fragmented practice, and should not be confused with good sense, which is nearer to analytic understanding and Cartesian reason. To begin with, everyday life does not exist as a generality. There are as many everyday lives as there are places, people, and ways of life. Everyday life is not the same in Timbuktu, in Paris, in Tehran, in New York, in Buenos Aires, in Moscow, in 1900, in 1960. In fact, what do the words mean? Whatever is repeated on a daily basis. The action of opening or shutting doors, of eating and drinking. Only organic functions correspond to your definition. Utterly without interest. Everyday life in art? In politics? That must mean the everyday life of the artist, of the politician, what they eat, what they drink, how good or bad their digestion is. As far as art or politics is concerned, utterly unimportant. You are just a vulgar materialist. Reply. Do you really think you have understood what the words critique of everyday life actually mean? Is it a question of describing, comparing, and discovering what might be identical or analogous in Tehran, in Paris, in Timbuktu or in Moscow? Such an aim would indeed be restricted to the basic and the physiological. The aim of a critique of everyday life is quite different. It is a question of discovering what must and can change and be transformed in people's lives, in Timbuktu, in Paris, in New York or in Moscow. It is a question of stating critically how people live or how badly they live, or how they do not live at all. Would you go so far as to say that everyday life cannot change? If so, you destroy your own argument, because you have already admitted that it can. Critique implies possibilities, and possibilities as yet unfulfilled. It is the task of critique to demonstrate what these possibilities and this lack of fulfillment are. Do you think that basic physiological demands, organic functions, as you call them, are external to social life, to culture, to civilization, and are thus unchangeable, or relatively so? Such a postulate would be highly debatable and highly dangerous. Moreover, the term everyday has misled you. You take it literally rather than seeing its deeper meaning. Do you think that the repetitions which take place each week and each season are not part of everyday life? Frequently, and not for the last time, we have taken rhythms and cyclic time scales to be one of the contents of the everyday, with all that they organize and command, even when they are broken and fragmented by linear time scales. This is something which supersedes the everyday in its strictest sense. And another thing, do you think that art is external and superior to real life, and that what the artist creates is on a transcendental plane? Similarly, do you think that politics and the state are above everyday life and external to society? Critique of everyday life encompasses a critique of art by the everyday and a critique of the everyday by art. It encompasses a critique of the political realms by everyday social practice and vice versa. In a similar sense, it includes a critique of sleep and dreams by wakefulness, and vice versa, and a critique of the real by the imaginary and by what is possible, and vice versa. This is to say that it begins by establishing dialectical links, reciprocities, and implications rather than an unrelated hierarchy, as you do. Finally, please note that what you say about the diversity of everyday lives is less and less true. Technological or industrial civilization tends to narrow the gaps between lifestyles. We are not talking about living standards, in the world as a whole. Having said that, your argument has a point and raises a question. Would everyday life be merely the humble and sordid side of life in general, and of social practice? To repeat the answer we have already given, yes and no. Yes, it is the humble and sordid side, but not only that. Simultaneously it is also the time and the place where the human either fulfills itself or fails, since it is a place and a time which fragmented, specialized, and divided activity cannot completely grasp, no matter how great and worthy that activity may be. Objections from historians. Everyday life is an aspect of history, an interesting one, maybe, but minor. To study it in itself and for itself entails certain dangers. Like it or not, aren't you falling back on the anecdotal, on something external to events and their deep-seated reasons and causes? Over the last few years there have been volumes and even entire series dedicated to everyday life in such and such a society, at such and such an epoch. Sometimes these are the work of serious historians. But do you honestly believe that they do not bypass history, that they are not merely marginal or anecdotal? Except when they deal with archaic societies, and are written by ethnographers, they add nothing to what we already know. Reply. Agreed on one major point: history is a fundamental science. The human being is historical and its historicity is inherent to it. It produces and is produced, it creates its world and creates itself. Having said that, let us not simplify the process of historical becoming, and let us avoid historicism. Everything is historical, agreed, but not equally so. History as a science does not exhaust the human. It neither eliminates nor absorbs political economy, sociology, or psychology. Remember what we sometimes refer to as historical drift, in other words the gap between intentions, actions, and results. There can be no history without a critique of history itself. Above all, remember the issue of uneven development. In the links between mankind, human groups, and nature, is that not a significant factor? And there is not only history, but culture too, and civilization. The more we distance ourselves from our Promethean society, and the more we look back towards archaic societies, the less the everyday life we are able to reconstruct is distinguishable from culture and historicity, insofar as there was history and historicity in such societies. In archaic groups, difference seems to disappear. Could their everyday be defined as the secular as opposed to the sacred? But the former haunted the latter, since even the humblest functional object was not just a product, and even less a thing, but a work of culture and art. Whether it was perfect or only half-finished, it was the bearer of multiple symbols and meanings. Let us not idealize this past. Let us not lapse into ethnographical romanticism. For us, here, the question is the modern everyday. We observe that history has had the following result: the separation from what is historical per se of that other aspect of history and of the human which we call the everyday. Today, in our society, everyday life and culture, everyday life and historical event, are dissociated, but without losing their solidarity completely. Marx was the first to perceive this characteristic of the period. Read the critique of Hegel's philosophy of the state again, where Marx points out the modern rift between private and public life which did not exist in antiquity or in the Middle Ages. The abstraction of the state as such was not born until the modern world, because the abstraction of private life was not created until modern times. The abstract reflected antithesis of this is to be found only in the modern world. The Middle Ages were an age of real dualism, the modern world is the age of abstract dualism. Point 13. We could study literary history, and in particular the history of the novel, in this light. We would see how the narrative of the novel distances itself from the epic and the tragic, just as the everyday it describes becomes distant from historical action and cultural totality. In fact, it is true that at certain moments institutions, culture, ideologies, and the most important results of history are forcefully brought into the everyday life over which they formerly towered. There they find themselves accused, judged, and condemned, grouped together. People declare that these institutions, these ideas, these forms of state and culture, these representations are no longer acceptable and no longer represent them. Then, united in groups, in classes, in peoples, men are no longer prepared to live as before, and are no longer able to do so. They reject whatever represented, maintained, and chained them to their previous everyday life. These are the great moments of history, the stirrings of revolution. At this point, the everyday and the historical come together and even coincide, but in the active and violently negative critique which history makes of the everyday. After which, the wave subsides and spreads out in a backward surge. What other moments are there when the distance between what history makes possible and what it has achieved becomes so great, like the distance between what men have wanted, what has resulted, and what they have lived? History is necessary, but by itself it is inadequate. According to Marx, this historicity is nothing more than a summary of the prehistory of mankind, and indeed the men it tries to define become aware of alternative forms of knowledge and critique. To sum up, the historian wishes to challenge the critique of everyday life in the name of science, but critique of everyday life will in turn challenge and accuse history insofar as it is a mere series of faits accomplis, insofar as it is history which has reduced the everyday to the state in which we find it. Objections from philosophers. Be careful. There are particular sciences and there is philosophy. Each social science has its own domain, its vocabulary, its specific concepts and operational techniques. As for philosophy, it has its own concepts, terminology, and intentions. It seeks either to attain being, or to totalize knowledge, or to bring something or other which has hitherto eluded it into language, in other words into consciousness and knowledge, or finally, to construct a total and totally coherent discourse. Does your critique of everyday life fall within any particular social science? It would seem not, even though now and then one glimpses a taste for sociology, and even unilateral sociologism. Does it come under philosophy? No, you have said so yourself. Rather it would claim to supersede philosophy by dismantling it and filching some of its categories. In a word, if we admit and accept that these disciplines correspond to precise theoretical procedures and to a certain general structure of human knowledge and consciousness, then it does not fit into any one of them. Moreover, what you call everyday life is simply what has been lived, and inauthentically lived, Heidegger's ontic, external to the ontological. This is precisely what the philosopher must avoid if he is to unveil the authentic and to reveal the truth of being. Instead of lifting them, you are going to make these veils more opaque, and without contributing to the accumulation of positive learning and knowledge of the real. Reply. The general question of philosophy has been debated time and time again, and at this point we will return to it only briefly. Because of its failure to supersede itself by fulfilling itself, or by fulfilling the aims and aspirations of philosophers by superseding abstract philosophical thought, philosophy finds itself in a difficult situation. It goes on seesawing between system and experiment, between state ideology and anarchizing critique. Today, if we must provisionally redefine it, our definition would differ from yours. It is an attempt to bring the greatest possible quantity of present-day human experience, the experience of our so-called modern era, along with the practical experience of love, political action, or knowledge, into a set of reflections and concepts. This will bring us out of systematic tradition and the generally accepted tautology which turns philosophical discourse into a philosophy of discourse. In this effort to experience a totality, and the limits of discourse itself, philosophy includes a critique of philosophy, and this involves critique of everyday life on more than one account. To begin with, it is a mode of the lived which we have no right to overlook or to parenthesize in the name of higher or supposedly higher experiences. On the other hand, after the great hopes fostered by revolution, is not the situation of the everyday a specific experience, even a political one? What did Marx mean when he maintained that it would soon be time to stop interpreting the world and to begin transforming it? Did he mean simply the outside world? Here and now, we say no. For Marx, to transform the world was also and above all to transform the human world, everyday life. When they interpreted the world, philosophies brought plans for its transformation. Were we to fulfill philosophy, were we to change the process of the philosophical becoming of the world into the process of the world becoming of philosophy, would that not be to metamorphose everyday life? We will therefore go so far as to argue that critique of everyday life, radical critique aimed at attaining the radical metamorphosis of everyday life, is alone in taking up the authentic Marxist project again and in continuing it, to supersede philosophy and to fulfill it. As far as the problem you pose is concerned, namely that of relevance in relation to a specific fragmented science, we will return to it shortly, and more than once. You formulate the problem in a very narrow way, thus vetoing anything which fails to fit into your self-imposed framework. In any event, that is merely a secondary problem. It is true that critique of everyday life raises the question of authenticity, but it does so in its own particular way. Everyday life per se is neither the authentic nor the inauthentic. Instead, it could be seen to define the milieu and the moment in time where they come into conflict, where authenticity justifies itself and must show its credentials. To take some examples from everyday life, neither love nor the relations between parents and children, say, are stamped in advance with inauthenticity. Doesn't all love want to embody itself in the everyday? Isn't that its wish? If you judge otherwise, it is because you are defining the authentic as exceptional and in the end as solitude, failure, and death. It is to counter this excessive and speculative hypothesis that critique of everyday life launches its challenge: either man will be in the everyday or he will not be at all. He will live his everyday life by superseding the everyday life he lives today, or else he will no longer be. As long as everyday life has not radically changed, the world will be the same as ever. It is up to radical critique to bring those changes to the world. As for the lived and Lebenswelt, the entry of such terms into philosophical thought marks a date or rather a turning point. Henceforth, philosophy must choose. It can stay within its habitual context and preserve its traditional categories, i.e., pure research into being by means of meditation, ontology. In this case it lapses into dogmatism, into the pure and impotent description of what exists, or into irrationalism. Conversely, it can metamorphose into a critique of everyday life which uses the old ideas, above all the idea of alienation, but in a new way, which is difficult and problematic, and as yet to be determined. The option is not apparent everywhere, and is not always clear. The paths cross. Although the idea of inauthenticity is confused, it is a critical idea which we can use when we need to, modifying it and giving it practical meaning and content. When philosophy tries to use the term the lived in a way which encompasses a determinable experience, it immediately gets closer to becoming critical analysis of everyday life. Where does the intersubjectivity Maurice Merleau-Ponty talks about in his latest book 14 express itself, and where can it be grasped? The reply leaves no grounds for doubt, in our mind at least. All that remains is to add the negative dimension, that of radical critique. Perhaps we will dare to go even farther and to say, the time has come to summon up that elusive and pregnant reality, the everyday, and to bring it forth into language. The content of so much discourse has been based upon the everyday, but without being explicit or overt. Let us bring it openly and coherently into language and discourse, while not forgetting that language and discourse have their limits. Is that not a specifically philosophical procedure, or what, according to you yourself, used to be an essential procedure of philosophy? This is how Freud proceeded with sexuality, Marx with praxis, labor and production relations, Hegel with dialectical movements, Aristotle with language, logos, and logic, and others with political life, the state, history, etc. With an action such as this as starting point, other creations which supersede it will become possible. Would this be too ambitious? Objections from the fragmented sciences. The social sciences, economics, history, sociology, psychology, are at an empirical and positive stage, that of specialization. They have left empirical and philosophical generalities behind once and for all. The scholar must define as narrow a field as possible. Then he must explore it, get close to it, and as soon as he can quantify it, he must treat it in a precise way. Thus such a scholar will no longer accept the concept of everyday life any more than he will any other general, totalized concept. This is all the more reason for him to reject a critique which cannot distinguish the value of positive facts, since by essence it denies facts in the name of a value. The scholar wants to be purely empirical and purely positive. Reply. Specialists have every right, except the right to condemn critical thought to silence in the name of a conception of the real which they rarely explain and which is not relevant to anything. The positivity of this realness derives from critical thought, which begins by establishing that the negative and the possible are just as real as the positive real. The conception of a reality which would be the personal property of the specialist dealing with it produces a curious attitude, a paternalism, not to say an imperialism. Nothing gives these specialists the right to observe everyday life from aloft and from afar simply because they do not deem it worthy of being a specialism. In any case, it would be easy to demonstrate that their specialisms often overlap into everyday life, they cut into it technically. Too many specialists regard their field as private property. As far as their realness is concerned, they have a curious way of dealing with it, which consists in thickening it, giving it consistency, making it so stiff it stands up by itself. As housewives say when they whip cream or make mayonnaise, they thicken it. Once it has thickened, this realness is no longer a small field, it is a domain, a region, and if it has been whipped up by an expert hand it even becomes a little world. Next, once his right of ownership has been established and he holds the deeds in his hand, the specialist can relax completely, enjoying his field and thinking about who he will bequeath it to. He can also think about extending it by appropriating more land. He becomes a touch imperialistic. Once the specialist becomes an unwitting technocrat, this is how his alienating and alienated, refeeing and reified attitude functions. However, the best possible reply would be to integrate a conceptual development with a coherent set of empirical research programs. We think that study, critique, of everyday life lends itself particularly to such a confrontation between facts and concepts. It goes without saying that concepts which originated in philosophy but which are no longer part of any philosophical system, alienation, totality, cycle, repetition, the process of dialectical becoming, etc., must be tested by facts. If they survive this test, they will take their place among those concepts which allow us to dominate the plethora of facts and to go beyond the scope of fragmented research, in other words, they will become scientific concepts. As we know, an orientation of this kind is not without its difficulties. How are we to demolish an edifice as sturdy as philosophy? If a construction is coherent, how are we to extract separate concepts from it? And then, how are we to confront these concepts with facts in order to make them concrete? According to what criteria are we to ascertain that they have become experimental and that they have graduated from speculative philosophy to scientific knowledge? These difficulties are at the heart of our research. They are its specific problems. In any event, critique of everyday life, insofar as it is knowledge as well as critique, consists of a twofold rejection of fragmented specialization and of the elevation of any specific science into the sum total of the other fragmented sciences, and is thus a rejection of sociologism, historicism, and psychologism. There is a precise point on which we can reassure the specialists. Critique of everyday life is not intended to be a new specialism, or a particular branch of sociology. What it is undertaking is a total critique of totality. The most specialized and most technical research programs are legitimate only if they satisfy the following conditions: that they do not change into a technocratic dictatorship within the social sciences, and elsewhere, and that the specialists admit the positivity of several negative and critical concepts which do not introduce value judgments external to the facts but which are clearly necessary for those facts to be understood. We find that once the specialist has set the real to a compact consistency, giving the illusion of concrete perfection, it is often more apparent than real. The world of appearances lends itself to such treatment. The dialectic of what is real and what is apparent is well known. There is no pure appearance, no phenomenon which could only be a phenomenon without something behind it. The real displays itself by means of phenomena, thus by means of appearances, what is essential is made manifest. Thus every appearance and every phenomenon contains a certain reality. They reveal and they conceal this reality. To reach the essential, knowledge must both grasp it and push it to one side. Let us add here and now that these concepts of dialectical logic and methodology must be made relative. Appearance from one point of view is reality from another point of view. Thus, for the sociologist, up to a certain point, the psychological is appearance, and vice versa. In critical analysis of everyday life, today's consumer society represents such a world of appearances. It hides a deeper reality, the manufacture of consumers by those who hold the means of production and who produce for profit. Consequently, their perception of what needs are is governed by the profits to be gained from them. At the same time, this appearance contains and reveals a certain reality, the elimination of traditional lifestyles, the leveling of needs, and the narrowing of the gaps between needs and lifestyles, and as we have said before, this does not mean the equalizing of standards of living. Objections from culturalists and structuralists. How right you are to criticize the fragmented knowledge provided by specialized techniques and to wish to integrate them into a corpus of knowledge. But come on, at least be coherent. Follow your thinking through to its logical conclusion. What is a corpus of knowledge without organization, without an inner structure, without systematization? So, if a coherent structure such as this is to correspond to reality, surely general concepts, forms and structures must already be inherent in that reality. All knowledge relates to a totality. The idea of totality belongs at the center of the real and at the center of knowledge. This idea alone can guarantee that the two correspond. Moreover, in this day and age this ancient philosophical idea is becoming more precise. The ideas of structure, form, signification, culture, and worldview make it more concrete. When they separate it from specifically philosophical systematizations, they give it the capacity to explore the real. If these ideas are profound enough to permit inexhaustible explanations, they are exhaustible in terms of the historical, economic, and sociological humanist they encompass. From the moment it ceases to refer to a totality, critique of everyday life has no object. Reply. The present prestige of the concept of structure arises largely from a general confusion. How could a concept which brings order and classification to all this chaos not be welcome? However, this coherence should not obscure movement. If the logical application of the concept of structure disguises the destructurings and restructurings which are in operation, the changes and action of the negative, then that too must be submitted to radical critique. Once the theoreticians of a science have discovered a fruitful concept, after a relatively extended period of time they often lose their scientific circumspection. They too forget that, inevitably, every concept and every technique has its limits, and so they proceed like the philosophers of the past did, and like specialists and technicians are doing today. They extrapolate from a strictly determined investigation. They transform the fruitful concept into an absolute, an ontological principle. They too become dogmatic. Thus an implement for knowledge, which is valid in certain conditions and in a determined sphere, is turned into a fetish. Over the last few years we have seen how the importance of certain otherwise valid concepts, such as structure, signification, and totality, has been exaggerated to the point of fetishism. This fact is all the more remarkable in that certain minds which have strayed along the path of fetishism and dogmatism have in the past been often brilliant and worthy opponents of other fetishisms and dogmatisms. In this way we pass from the methodologically legitimate use of structure to a dogmatic structuralism, from the valid use of culture to a culturalism. More particularly, as soon as the theoretician believes he has grasped the idea of totality, it lays itself open to dogmatic misuse. At that point, he will either integrate you into his totality, or he will reject you. The excuse of these theoreticians is that only by employing concepts can their limits be determined. How can one tell in advance whether a certain use is legitimate or not? Experience shows us that use quickly becomes misuse. Ideas have boundaries. We must do everything in our power to find out where these boundaries lie, and if we are to map them out we must cross them. Extrapolations and exaggerations are inevitable. All in all, a dogmatism which presumes to mark boundaries, and to signal danger zones in advance, presents more dangers than speculative unilaterality. These are likely to lead to the same tempting deception, dogmatism and the ontological illusion. Theoretically, every concept exhausts itself. Thus excesses, superfluities, extrapolation, and fetishisms contain within themselves their own critique, which is not to say that dogmatisms are capable of auto-critique. In practical terms, scientific milieu are human groups, and behave like many other groups. They will only give up on an interest, a technique, or an idea when it has become saturated. This consideration leads us prematurely into the everyday life of science, into the sociology of the mandarinate and the sociology of boredom. Let us put it to one side. Conclusion: we must resign ourselves to seeing concepts used until they are exhausted, and consequently to witnessing the saturation of these milieu. Let us generalize with the following Hegelian aphorism: the moment a dogmatism triumphs is the moment its end is nigh. Having said that, it is impossible to separate life, nature, everyday life, and culture into a kind of theoretical triumvirate. Such a distinction would duplicate the old theory of the three elements of man, the body, the soul, and the mind. But these are merely preliminary considerations, not really pertinent to our concerns and, when all's said and done, they are merely academic. Let us go to the heart of the matter. Yes, there are social structures which maintain and cement society as it is, by aligning it with things, which, as we know so well, are what they are, on different levels of existence and consciousness. The principal function of these social structures is to obscure the horizons of everyday life, making it appear as a mere series of real moments within the real, and nothing more. Yes, there is a culture which plays its part in structures, and it is located alongside other superstructures with less dignified names. Its main function is to make everyday life, apparently, coherent, to establish its coherence with itself and with the so-called superior norms and models, to blend existence, the lived, the everyday together until they are indistinguishable, and until future possibilities are blocked off, and the metamorphosis of the everyday appears impossible. To the age-old problem of philosophers, how can what is be, to Kant's problem, how can we know what we know, to the problem of more recent thinkers, how can what is born be born, we add another, simpler but just as serious: how can men live as they are living, and how can they accept it? Put another way, why does not every one of us imitate the man, the bourgeois, Kierkegaard talks about, who without warning feels he is suffocating and begins shouting, "Give me something possible! Give me something possible!" This is an incontestable cultural fact, and demonstrates the effect structures have. Voluntarily or not, when structure and culture are fetishized, there is a risk that, although they are provisional and questionable, they will be turned into absolutes. Our avowed aim is on the contrary to dissolve these structures and to demonstrate their state of dissolution in the very procedures of their restrictive functions. It is also to demonstrate the advanced disintegration of a culture which is all the more negative because it wishes itself and calls itself positive. Because it claims to create something real, it is all the more destructive of future possibilities. However well-meaning their scientific intentions are, the purveyors of structuralism and culturalism have not thought their concepts through, and this is our bone of contention with them. We will employ these self-same concepts in our arguments against their apologists, and against others as well. As for the idea of totality, the problem is even more complex, and we will need to consider it very closely. The idea of everyday life is only meaningful within a totality, but we must perceive that totality dialectically. If totality, society as a whole, social structure, culture, etc., is to correspond to anything at all it must do is admit and contain levels, or if you like, degrees or stages. Everyday life can be defined as a level of social practice within totality. Or, in less unattractive and more poetic words, as a somewhat neglected fragment of it. This introduces an additional reason why it is essential to elucidate the constantly used but as yet unclarified concept of level. The class perspective and its arguments. The real life, the everyday life of the working class has nothing in common with that of the bourgeoisie. It is therefore impossible to conflate them in the same concept, or to study them under the same heading. That would be an idealist distortion, the point of view of a sociologist who ignores class contradictions. Moreover, if it is true that the world and life must be changed, why study the very thing which has to be changed, which has to be transformed? The hardships of proletarian life should only be considered in order to provoke shame and anger, in other words for propaganda reasons only. Reply. The partisans of the class perspective often forget that the proletariat and the bourgeoisie make up the same society, which is much more complex than the representation of two conflicting forces, face to face and mutually exclusive. Even in the struggles and conflicts of class and their antagonisms, the wholeness of society does not disappear, which is what justifies terms such as society, world society, society as a whole, etc., which otherwise would be meaningless. This is a truism which Stalin himself sometimes had to point out to those class perspective dogmatists who were frequently guilty of class subjectivism. To round this point off, let us add that society is not only French society, or American, or Russian, in other words one specific national society, it is also capitalist, or socialist, society, modern industrial, or technological, society. While accepting that they designate units or types which are larger than a country or a nation, we have yet to determine the exact meaning of these terms, and exactly what the links between them are. In a specific society, French and capitalist for example, at a certain state of development of the productive forces, at a certain level of civilization, do the needs of the working class differ absolutely from the needs of the bourgeoisie? This study demonstrates that they do not. Indeed, these needs are similar, and as we have already said, this is the reality of the otherwise mystifying idea of consumer society. Needs are related to the productive forces and their level of development. Even more significant would be the question that, if the proletariat differs from the bourgeoisie from this perspective, would it not be because of the liveliness, complexity, and abundance of its needs and desires? Certainly, while there is a quantitative and qualitative disparity, of standards of living, between the extent to which these needs and desires are satisfied, needs tend to equalize. Privation and frustration, with their corollary, protest activity, imply and reveal the growth of needs, if only in their initial stages. This idea is important. It could be that an eventual and certainly possible social transformation might come from the pressure brought by needs more than by absolute poverty, want and pauperization. When the unremitting partisans of the class perspective presented the car, the refrigerator, the washing machine and the television set as examples of superfluous and parasitic consumption by social strata which themselves were parasitic, they made several mistakes, objectively and scientifically speaking. They failed to understand the growth of needs and the way they have been used, and diverted, in bourgeois society. They confused differing facts, political propaganda via the television, for example, and the generalized need for information and communication. They replaced knowledge by ideology and real problems by the illusion of dogmatic certainty. In a word, they were perpetuating a rather old-fashioned, almost mythic image of the working class, a mass united by poverty, destitution, toil, absence of pleasures and profound want, including the want of basic needs. In the general theory of needs, we will demonstrate how the proletariat as such contains the total human phenomenon, need, work, pleasure 15, and how it remains close to the fundamental spontaneity which is revealed in these three dimensions. Dogmatism has no right to reduce the working class social and human being to a single dimension, labor, on the pretext of saving the working class from reformism and of preserving an abstractly revolutionary project. In this light, the bourgeoisie presents a mutilated reality, in that all it wants is pure pleasure. It is stricken by alienation, different from but more profound than the alienation which mutilates groups within the working class. Through dissatisfactions and privations, the working class maintains and asserts human totality. In other words, it bears what is most burdensome in the everyday. All it has is its everyday life. And if its life is to be transformed, then everyday life must be transformed, or to put it another way, sooner or later the working class will transform itself and will transform the world by transforming everyday life. That is the truth within the class perspective, a truth which is not apparent in the discourse of those who support it. The political argument. Political revolution transforms the world. It starts by transforming everyday life, since it happens precisely when the members of a society no longer wish to go on living as they have lived hitherto. It is true that this initial transformation is not absolute, it continues during the construction of socialism and the gradual transition to communism. Historical circumstances can facilitate this transition or hinder it. In any event, after the revolution, everyday life in socialist countries has nothing in common with everyday life in capitalist countries, which are controlled and developed by the bourgeoisie. It takes on a different meaning. Political consciousness, the consciousness of man living in the future and for the future, is enough to change it completely. Any comparison would be meaningless, and can never be anything other than absurd. So that in itself to compare means to betray, to deny, to reject what is essential in favor of what is contingent. Reply. In the political or party perspective it is not difficult to detect the extension of the class perspective pushed to the absolute. The Marxist officials who support it confuse the ideological with the lived, and this confusion makes up part of their ideology. The error is twofold: to exaggerate the role of ideology is to compromise it by wrongly muddling it up with the praxis it produces or reflects. There is no longer any distinction between what knowledge, ideology, theory, and praxis really are. A philosophical blanket has been thrown over everything. It is certain that in the countries of the socialist camp, ideologies and, more generally, superstructures have changed in the wake of a political revolution. Therefore everyday life has changed for people living on the plane of superstructures, the political and administrative apparatus, the militants, the ideologues, the men of politics. One can see that as ideologues, statesmen, and members of an apparatus, they set themselves up on a plane exterior and superior to the everyday. Since Marx, this analysis has formed part of the theory of the state, of ideologies, and of superstructures. In the socialist countries, profound and irreversible historical changes have taken place in terms of society as a whole. All well and good. Politically, the state has transformed itself, although without moving towards the withering away contemplated by Marx and by Lenin. Economically, the process of accumulation is accelerating, above all in heavy industry, production of the means of production. As far as technical progress is concerned, these countries are in the lead. However, in so far as we know anything about it, the experience of the socialist countries demonstrates that their everyday life is changing very slowly. Everyday life may well be the slowest thing to change, and as soon as it experiences any difficulties, it may even adopt the old forms again, falling back into time-worn ruts. It can be backward, and very much so, in terms of the processes operating at the economic base, the productive forces, and at the apex, the ideological and political superstructures. Between the two, on the intermediary level of social relations, the everyday drags itself along in the wake of change. More than that, it resists change. Individuals and groups, including the working class, withdraw into the everyday, or at least when comprehensive changes do not offer them a new, acceptable, and desirable lifestyle. Can one blame them? The masses come together to make revolution because they are no longer willing to live as hitherto. If revolution fails to bring them the new life they hoped for, and which perhaps can be expressed in utopian terms, revolution, communism, if the revolution only changes representations, these masses seek refuge in an everyday which is an extension of the previous one: private life, scant public or political life, family life, life based upon the close relations of neighborhood and friendships. Could not these facts be responsible for one of the inner contradictions of the world socialist and communist movement? On one hand, an officialized ethic encourages this withdrawal, which makes it possible to distinguish between work and life beyond work, and thus to devote the maximum energy to productive labor. On the other hand, is it not sometimes necessary to shatter the stability of the everyday and the obscure resistance it puts up through the structures it re-establishes at times of important change? Now let us go to the heart of the problem. Official Marxism is inspired by Marxist thought. In fact, it does retain a certain number of concepts and representations, in political economy, in general politics, in philosophy, and in ideology. However, it has lost sight of the initial Marxist agenda. Moreover, the purpose of the general philosophy which has placed itself under the patronage of Marx is to conceal this oversight or omission. Its role is to entertain and to divert. In the name of philosophical materialism, historical and dialectical, the one hopelessly confused with the other, it makes no attempt to reinstate the initial Marxist project, improperly insisting instead upon the materiality of the outside world, on its exteriority and anteriority in relation to thought and consciousness. The test and criterion of this abuse is the theory of the withering away of the state, which was essential to Marx and Lenin, but was concealed during the Stalinist period. What did Marx want? What did the initial Marxist project consist of? Let us reinstate it once again in all its authenticity. First and foremost, Marx wanted to change everyday life. To change the world is above all to change the way everyday, real life is lived. In so far as the times he lived in allowed him to contemplate such hypotheses, Marx considered that the upheaval in external nature and the conquest of space as a result of technical development on a colossal scale would only happen after human life had been metamorphosed. How did he imagine this would be? We know that he was careful not to construct the future along the lines of utopian socialists such as Saint-Simon, Fourier or Owen, although their theories had inspired him. He was mindful of the role of the unforeseen and the new in historical development, and how right he was. Nevertheless, he suggested certain tendencies which must be prolonged or promoted if superior wholeness and totality is to be achieved, if divided man is to be superseded, and if the world turned topsy-turvy is to be set aright again. In Marx there are two projects for the transformation of everyday life. They lie halfway between utopia and practice, but they both imply a total revolutionary praxis. The first project is of an ethical order. It stipulates that the reciprocity of the needs and desires of men, as individuals and groups, be recognized. It implies the knowledge and, even better, the transparency of the relations between the two. It implies the end of the social mystery, in other words of everything which makes the relations between men opaque and elusive, and which conceals these relations from their consciousness and their actions. It is clear that this project is an extension of Hegelian thought, but with one essential modification. It is no longer the state which embodies and fulfills the ethical idea. On the contrary, it is private, everyday life which raises itself to the superior level of the ethical. It is as though one of the effects of the withering away of the state is that the state's very substance is assimilated by the domain which has been kept exterior to it, subordinated to it and reduced by it to an abstraction which is a reverse but symmetrical image of the state's own abstraction. Marx proved the state guilty of malpractice. By its very essence it perpetuates the social mystery, swatting private and public social relations in murky shadows, by the simple fact that it splits them, divides them, and makes them abstract. The second project is aesthetic in nature. It is committed to the notion of art as a higher creative activity, and a radical critique of art as an alienated activity, exceptional, allocated to exceptional individuals and producing exceptional works which are external and superior to everyday life. At one and the same time, art must fulfill itself, and then supersede itself. Ultimately it must disappear. The creative activity of art and the work of art foreshadow joy at its highest point. 16 For Marx, enjoyment of the world is not limited to the consumption of material goods, no matter how refined, or to the consumption of cultural goods, no matter how subtle. It is much more than that. He does not imagine a world in which all men would be surrounded by works of art, not even a society where everyone would be painters, poets, or musicians. Those would still only be transitional stages. He imagines a society in which everyone would rediscover the spontaneity of natural life and its initial creative drive, and perceive the world through the eyes of an artist, enjoy the sensuous through the eyes of a painter, the ears of a musician and the language of a poet. Once superseded, art would be reabsorbed into an everyday which has been metamorphosed by its fusion with what had hitherto been kept external to it. All in all, according to the first model, in the realms of the state and of politics, and consequently in objective morality and the law, the social powers of men have been alienated. They must turn back to and reabsorb themselves in private life in order to metamorphose it. According to the second model, men's spiritual powers, which have been realized but alienated in art, must journey back to ordinary life and invest themselves in it by transforming it. As it happens, the duality of these images of what is possible opens up a new problem, that of the supersession of this duality in an even more total metamorphosis of the everyday, which would be achieved by the intervention of a unifying praxis. Utopia. Fantasy. Imagination. It's unimportant. If one is inspired by Marx, everything must be judged in relation to his project, reality, what is possible, what has been achieved, history, revolution. In fact, Marx provided very practical basis for this utopian project, the growth of the productive forces in a pleasure economy, geared towards the greatest satisfaction of the greatest number of social needs and individual desires, quantitatively increased and qualitatively refined, the withering away of the state, etc. It is evident that world revolution has not exactly followed the path Marx predicted. Why should we not admit it? The power alien to human thoughts and intentions, which we must call destiny, historical necessity and at the same time randomness, chance, historical drift in terms of projects and actions, is alone responsible. There has been no revolution in the advanced industrialized countries. Capitalism has corralled it. Revolution has been forced to abandon everything which in the first few years still corresponded to the original project. It has been forced to devote itself to accumulation, to giving priority to heavy industry, to maintaining a powerful army with all the equipment this entails. Thus technological imperatives have moved to the foreground. In a remarkably uneven development, everyday life has lagged behind technology to an immense degree. Given all the random circumstances, this was inevitable and necessary. We must recognize the work of historical necessity insofar as it has made reality deviate in relation to the project, and results in relation to intentions. Let us accept this discrepancy. We should evaluate it rather than deny that it exists. If knowledge does not gain from this, then ideology will. Has Marx's program lost its meaning and validity? No. It is still the only project which implies a true conception of what is humanly possible. Why? Because it is alone in not contemplating simply a transformation of ideas or representations, an ideology, but rather a total metamorphosis of everyday life, bringing to an end those divisions and contradictions which make the real and the possible lag behind in a period when uneven development has become the norm. Up until now, one of the great paradoxes of the 20th century has been that capitalist economy has apparently taken the form of a pleasure economy. Like a caricature of itself, this economy sometimes goes so far as to become organized waste. Since it conceals the economy of power while organizing, controlling, and pulverizing pleasure, it is a form of mystification. In fact, as regards quantity and quality, it is very restricted. In a contradictory way it arouses many needs and desires, some artificial, the rest unsatisfied. Satisfaction is characterized by accident and contingency. It is a stroke of good fortune, a windfall, a happy piece of luck. In so far as the words mean anything, joy and happiness consist of a series of favorable encounters and chances. Freedom, so frequently exalted, is no more than the skill of making the most of luck and chance. This explains the importance of luck and chance both in the highest theoretical thinking and in the ideologies some extremely unsophisticated people adopt and live on a practical basis. However, it is still true that the socialist countries have not even begun to develop the features of a genuine pleasure economy. Far from it. Supposing that the imperatives of accumulation become less urgent in the USSR, for how many more years will they predominate in China? This does not mean that everyday life in the USSR, or elsewhere, is not already taking on some new qualities. The satisfaction of needs has lost its accidental, contingent, and risky character, at least in part. If this constitutes a new quality, it does not mean that other aspects are obscured. Only a concrete, on-the-spot analysis of everyday life, using all the possibilities open to investigation and eschewing all ideological preoccupations, would allow us to specify the differences on this level between socialist society and capitalist society. Next we could compare the everyday lives and everyday life relations with their ideological representations. Insofar as we are able to make this comparison, on the bourgeois side money gives prestige and power, in other words every possible joy, while on the socialist side it is prestige and status, in other words power, which give a range of advantages, one of which is money or its equivalents. Does this reversal rectify the world turned topsy-turvy, the upside-down world Marx talks about? Hardly. Meaning or signification can change while reality remains analogous and stable, or perhaps we should say, almost stable. This is doubtless true. But if radical critique denounces the snares of significations, which change while real substance does not, if it rejects moralism and the operation which consists in mistaking moral appearance for concrete reality and reality for the manifestation of the moral, why should it spare the official ideology of socialism? The ideological presentation of the acceleration of the cumulative process and of the intensification of productive labor as the fulfillment of socialism or of communism is objectively inadmissible. Scientifically, socialism can only be defined as production subordinated to social needs, and not to political imperatives. That in the course of a strategic operation and at a decisive moment the politician should declare, if you're not with us, you're against us, is inevitable. The logic of decision-making demands it. But while ideologues are forever imposing this implacable logic on concepts and thought, knowledge cannot accept it. It goes against its own laws. They say, give us a few more years breathing space. Socialism, in other words the colossal creative effort of the masses guided and directed by scientific ideology, will resolve all the problems simultaneously, the conquest of space, the development of the backward countries, the satisfaction of every need, genuine sexual equality in everyday life, the conditions for happiness and for the flowering of individuals, the unleashing of their creativity, of lifestyle, and the art of living, and reasons for living. 17. Very well, let them have this breathing space. We are patient. For a start, the fact that they are still asking us to be patient and to give them a breathing space means that they are asking for the possibility that history should continue without being interrupted by some gigantic catastrophe. Very good. How could we refuse to support such an idea? We live in hope, which is to say that we have returned to the Marxist project, we are reinstating it in all its authenticity, we are presenting it once again as the aim and meaning of history. And yet we feel anxious and we admit it. We already know that history does not always go the way we would wish. It creates, at one and the same time it brings the unforeseen, which knowledge discovers after the event to have been necessary, except when ideology disguises this necessity. And the irreversible. The past weighs heavy. Socialism will never be exactly what it would have been had history proceeded in another way. What does it need to put history right, to halt its drift? Who can we turn to? Who can we trust? In the willingness or the good intentions of leaders and of specialists in economics and politics. Marx warns us about falling into this naive trap, as old as the world itself. Only the growth of social needs, the subdued but constant pressure of the proletarian masses, can shift the process in this direction. Constant pressure, i.e., gradual effectiveness, to use careful and precise terminology. In short, we have no choice but to place our bets on democracy. As for revolution in general, and on the conceptual plane on which we are operating here, we say of it what Rimbaud said of love: revolution must be reinvented. And we must not worry about tactics or political strategy, or even about being immediately effective. As in Marx's thought, revolution must be reinvented, starting from a conception of what is possible. In other words, it is a choice between the various possibilities, then returning once more to the present and to the real to grasp them and to judge them. First, and patiently, we have reinstated the initial Marxist agenda, a project which is both utopian and practical, the idea of a total praxis which will resolve the contradictions by eliminating all alienating divisions. Second, in taking Marxism up again as radical critique of everyday life in this way, we are shedding light on precisely what revolution would change, if the real stopped lagging behind the possible. Third, we will continue measuring the gaps between the following terms: revolution and achievement, the real and the potential. Last, in so far as knowledge has strength, and gives more than just ethical patience and aesthetic irony, we will bring pressure to bear on the situation in an attempt to narrow these gaps. In Volume I of Critique of Everyday Life, our aim was simply to give the everyday access to history and to political life. Today we must build a long-term policy on how to answer the demands for a radical transformation of everyday life. 8. How can everyday life be defined? It surrounds us, it besieges us, on all sides and from all directions. We are inside it and outside it. No so-called elevated activity can be reduced to it, nor can it be separated from it. Its activities are born, they grow and emerge. Once they have left the nourishing earth of their native land, not one of them can be formed and fulfilled on its own account. In this earth they are born. If they emerge, it is because they have grown and prospered. It is at the heart of the everyday that projects become works of creativity. Knowledge, science, and scientific discovery sometimes consist of brief instants of discovery. Yet science has its everyday life, training, teaching, the climate in scientific circles, administrative questions, the way institutions operate, etc. The professional soldier dedicates himself to heroism. The army prepares itself for war, that is its aim and its purpose. And yet moments of combat and opportunities to be heroic are thin on the ground. The army has its everyday life, life in barracks, and more precisely life among the troops, otherwise known as the contingent. Lexical familiarity may veil what is ironic and dialectical about this, but here, as elsewhere, the contingent is the necessary. This everyday life is not without its importance in relation to dreams of heroism and the fine moral ideal of the professional soldier. It is the springboard for sublime actions. Questions of rank, promotion, and military honors are part of it. There is a saying that army life is made up of a lot of boredom and a couple of dangerous moments. Let us consider the state and the practical operation of its managerial spheres. There is an everyday life of the state. It is not the same thing as the everyday, private, lives of public figures. It has a well-known name, bureaucracy. There is a political everyday, the everyday of parties, apparatus, relations between these bodies and the masses who elect them and whom they administer. To study the everyday life of the state would thus be to study in vivo and in situ the functions and the functioning of bureaucratic apparatuses and their relation to social praxis. Emerging above this everyday life are important decisions and dramatic moments of decisive action. Factories, trades unions, work, and the relations between workers all have their own everyday life. And from that everyday life come strikes, or the introduction of new technologies, etc. 9. Should we define the everyday as the petty side of life, its humble and sordid element? As we have already said, yes and no. Yes, this small, humble and sordid side of all human existence has been part of the everyday since time began, and until there is a project and a policy to restore technical possibilities to the everyday in order to overturn it from top to bottom, it may well be so for a long time to come. Every day thousands upon thousands of women sweep up the dust which has gathered imperceptibly since the previous day. After every meal, too numerous to count, they wash the dishes and saucepans. 4 times too numerous to count, by hand or in the machine, they remove the dirt which has built up bit by bit on sheets and clothes, they stop up the holes the gentle rubbing of heels inevitably makes, they fill emptied cupboards and refrigerators with packets of pasta and kilos of fruit and vegetables. Which explains the following definition of everyday life: the ensemble of activities which of necessity result from the general processes of development, evolution, growth, and aging, of biological or social protection or change, those processes which escape immediate notice and which are only perceptible in their consequences. Point 18. This attempt at a definition, with the vivid description which accompanies it, sheds a remarkable light on one aspect of the everyday, the reverse side of all praxis. However, it prompts several reservations and criticisms. Like all definitions, it tends to immobilize what it is trying to define, presenting it as timeless and unchangeable. And as definitions frequently do, it takes one aspect or one part as the whole. If things were like this, the study of everyday life would be easy and critique of it would be effortless. It would suffice to note down and emphasize trivial details from one day to the next, the daily gestures with their inevitable repetitions. And after that a simple project, work, family life, immediate relations, block of flats, neighborhood or village, town, leisure. The impoverished eloquence of tape-recorded interviews would reveal the poverty and misfortunes of the everyday. Analysis of the content of these interviews, and in particular of their language, would quickly single out a certain number of themes: loneliness, monotony, insecurity, discussions on solutions and the absence of solutions, on the advantages and disadvantages of marriage, on professional occupations. 19. One could possibly examine these themes using the well-tried methods of sociology or combinative analysis. One might succeed in determining fairly precisely attitudes within or towards the everyday, attitudes of acceptance, but more often of rejection, in certain groups. As well as quantifying in this way, the inquiry would retain a certain number of privileged pieces of evidence. It could even go so far as to attempt some experiments, similar to the somewhat too successful experiment in which a study group simulated a serious car accident in order to observe the behavior of the other drivers on the road. With the help of a little irony, this path could lead us a long way. One may conceive of a sociology of the reverse images of society and of its duplicates, sacred or cursed. A social group is characterized just as much by what it rejects as by what it consumes and assimilates. The more economically developed a country is, the more gets thrown away, and the faster it gets thrown away. People are wasteful. In New York, in the promised land of free enterprise, the dustbins are enormous, and the more visible they are the more inefficiently public services operate. In underdeveloped countries, nothing is thrown away. The smallest piece of paper or string, the smallest tin is of use, and even excrement is gathered. What we are outlining here is a sociology of the dustbin. Cemeteries, for their part, present a splendid negative of built-up areas, villages, towns large and small. In their mirror, they faithfully reflect social structure, economic life, and ideologies. As such, they deserve to be studied sociologically as much as any other social phenomenon. Finally, the men society rejects are no less interesting than those whom society assimilates, and down and out still have a lot to teach us. The sociology of duplicates would not limit itself to these tarnished mirrors. It would study more attractive reverse images, although not necessarily less disappointing ones. For example, leisure clubs 20 where in the effort to break with everyday life by escaping from it, a strange everyday life, equally alienating and alienated, is reconstructed in caricature. If this were all there was, critique of everyday life would only bring the disappointing aspects of social praxis to the fore. It would emphasize the trivial and the repellent. It would paint a black picture of dissatisfaction. It would tend to concentrate on the sordid side of life, on suffering, on a rather old-fashioned populism. It would use the pseudo-realism of a Bernard Buffet or the stammering, desperate lyricism of a Samuel Beckett as a means of understanding social man. If this were the only path it followed, critique of everyday life would be barely distinguishable from a certain branch of existentialism which took it upon itself, and very skillfully, to underline the marginal elements of existence. To a philosophy like this, all analysis of everyday life would be scientific jargon and a stodgy sociological pretentiousness. The hypothesis of our study is rather different. According to this hypothesis, which underpins the program as a whole, it is in everyday life and starting from everyday life that genuine creations are achieved, those creations which produce the human and which men produce as part of the process of becoming human, works of creativity. These superior activities are born from seeds contained in everyday practice. From the moment groups or individuals are able and obliged to plan ahead, to organize their time and to use whatever means they have at their disposal, reason is formed in social practice. As day follows trivial day, the eye learns how to see, the ear learns how to hear, the body learns how to keep to rhythms. But the essential lies elsewhere. What is most important is to note that feelings, ideas, lifestyles, and pleasures are confirmed in the everyday. Even, and above all, when exceptional activities have created them, they have to turn back towards everyday life to verify and confirm the validity of that creation. Whatever is produced or constructed in the superior realms of social practice must demonstrate its reality in the everyday, whether it be art, philosophy, or politics. At this level alone can it be authenticated. What does such and such an idea or creative work tell us? In what way and how far does it change our lives? It is everyday life which measures and embodies the changes which take place somewhere else, in the higher realms. The human world is not defined simply by the historical, by culture, by totality or society as a whole, or by ideological and political superstructures. It is defined by this intermediate and mediating level, everyday life. In it, the most concrete of dialectical movements can be observed: need and desire, pleasure and absence of pleasure, satisfaction and privation, or frustration, fulfillments and empty spaces, work and non-work. The repetitive part, in the mechanical sense of the term, and the creative part of the everyday become embroiled in a permanently reactivated circuit in a way which only dialectical analysis can perceive. In short, the everyday is not a synonym for praxis. If we look at it in its entirety, praxis is the equivalent of totality in action. It encompasses the base and the superstructures, as well as the interactions between them. This view of praxis may be rather too sweeping, but if we substitute it with something more restricted and determined, it will disintegrate into fragmented practices, technology, politics, etc. We will have to look at the category of praxis again. For us, the everyday is a level. Critique of unfulfillment and alienation should not be reduced to a bleak picture of pain and despair. It implies an endless appeal to what is possible in order to judge the present and what has been accomplished. It examines the dialectical movements intrinsic to what is concrete in the human, i.e., to the everyday, the possible and the impossible, the random and the certain, the achieved and the potential. The real can only be grasped and appreciated via potentiality, and what has been achieved via what has not been achieved. But it is also a question of determining the possible and the potential and of knowing which yardstick to use. Vague images of the future and man's prospects are inadequate. These images allow for too many more or less technocratic or humanist interpretations. If we are to know and to judge, we must start with a precise criterion and a center of reference, the everyday. It is in this sense that in Volume I of Critique of Everyday Life we defined everyday life initially as the region where man appropriates not so much external nature but his own nature, as a zone of demarcation and junction between the uncontrolled sector and the controlled sector of life, and as a region where goods come into confrontation with needs which have more or less been transformed into desires. This definition is not exhaustive, and needs to be more thorough. Let us go back to the definition we suggested previously. It raises several questions concerning the general processes of growth, development, maturation, and decline. To what extent do these general processes, not only individual ones, but social and historical as well, go beyond the boundaries of the everyday? Do they abandon it? To what extent do they return to it? This is a question which will have to be addressed. 10. Let us look at things from another perspective. Let us use our thought and imagination to exclude specialized activities from praxis. If this abstraction is successful, it will rid practical experience of discrete occupations like the use of such and such a technique or implement, but not, of course, in physical terms of effort, time consumed, rhythm or absence of rhythm. What are we left with? Nothing, or virtually nothing, say the positivists, scientists, technologues, and technocrats, structuralists, culturalists, etc. Everything, say the metaphysicians, who would consider that this abstraction or analytic operation scarcely attains the ontic and is still far removed from the ontological, i.e., it fails to grasp the foundation, being, or nothingness. Something, we will say, which is not easy to define, precisely since the something is not a thing, nor a precise activity with determined outlines. So what is it? A mixture of nature and culture, the historical and the lived, the individual and the social, the real and the unreal, a place of transitions, of meetings, interactions, and conflicts, in short a level of reality. In one sense there is nothing more simple and more obvious than everyday life. How do people live? The question may be difficult to answer, but that does not make it any the less clear. In another sense nothing could be more superficial, it is banality, triviality, repetitiveness. And in yet another sense nothing could be more profound. It is existence and the lived, revealed as they are before speculative thought has transcribed them, what must be changed and what is the hardest of all to change. This proves the general methodological principle of double determination. In our opinion, this principle is essential to dialectical thought, which is not restricted simply to discovering links, differences, oppositions, polarities, and reciprocal implications, conflicts and contradictions, etc., between determinations. It discovers differences, dualities, oppositions, and conflicts within each determination, by conceptualizing it, i.e., thinking of it within a concept. 11. Let us look from yet another perspective. Cyclic time scales submerged themselves immediately and directly in the rhythms of nature, in cosmic time scales. For a long time they held sway over human life. Social man had not yet controlled nature, that is, he had not separated himself from it. His life was made up of a set of cycles and rhythms, from birth to death. The regular return of the hours, days, weeks, months, seasons, and years gave rhythm to an existence which was organically linked to nature. We can go as far as the supreme cycle, the temporal system of the world, the great year conceived of by so many thinkers since classical and Eastern philosophy, up to Nietzsche and Engels. Villages and cities also lived in accordance with these rhythms which did not control individual life alone. The alternation and rhythm of the generations had a profound effect upon collectivities, age groups, the preponderance of those who resisted death, old people, etc. The study of these time scales reveals several more precise characteristics. First, cyclic time, properly speaking, has no beginning and no end. Every cycle is born from another cycle and becomes absorbed in other circular movements. Cyclic time does not exclude repetitive action. The cycle is itself a repetition. However, in cyclic time, repetition is subordinated to a more total body rhythm which governs the movements of the legs and the arms, for example. Second, these rhythms do not exclude enumeration and measurement. One number in particular is extremely privileged, 12, with the submultiples and multiples of 12, minutes, hours, months, the division of a circle into degrees, the notes of the tempered musical scale, etc. Third, no genuine cycle returns exactly to its point of departure or reproduces itself exactly. No return is absolutely exact. A remarkable example, the way an octave is divided up, scales and the cycle of fifths in music. If it were otherwise, cycles would be vicious circles and the geometry of the circle would exhaust all that is physically real. Finally, cyclic and cosmic time has always been and remains the subject of magic and religious representations. It is noticeable that rational and of course industrial techniques have shattered cyclic time. Modern man detaches himself from it. He controls it. This control is first expressed by interruptions in the cycles. Cyclic time is replaced by a linear time which can always be reckoned along a trajectory or distance. Linear time is both continuous and discontinuous. Continuous, its beginning is absolute, and it grows indefinitely from an initial zero. Discontinuous, it fragments into partial time scales assigned to one thing or another according to a program which is abstract in relation to time. It dissects indefinitely. 21 Techniques which fragment time also produce repetitive gestures. These do not and often cannot become part of a rhythm, the gestures of fragmented labor, actions which begin at any time and cease at any time. However, cyclic time scales have not disappeared. Subordinated to linear time, broken into pieces and scattered, they live on. A very large part of biological and physiological life and a very large part of social life remain involved in cyclic time scales. Even if in a few very large cities, but not in France, public transport runs for 24 hours a day, even if a few very limited groups free themselves from the times conventionally allotted to customs such as resting, sleeping, and eating, these customs remain deeply rooted. No matter how highly developed an industrial civilization may be, hunger, sleep and sex are still bound up with customs and traditions linked to cyclic time. And it would appear that emancipation from cyclic time always follows a difficult path, by way of anti-nature and lived abstraction. It is unnatural not to sleep at night, not to eat at specific hours, etc. How would the complete control of nature, i.e., the complete metamorphosis of everyday life, be expressed? By an arrhythmic individual and social time, and also athematic, as in the example of contemporary electronic and concrete music, which shatters rhythmic time scales and traditional cycles, which would render any specific action impossible at any specific moment. By a transitory or durable group freely inventing its own rhythm. By the invention of new rhythms, of which the working day without breaks would be the blueprint. That is the problem. Critique of everyday life studies the persistence of rhythmic time scales within the linear time of modern industrial society. It studies the interactions between cyclic time, natural, in a sense irrational, and still concrete, and linear time, acquired, rational, and in a sense abstract and anti-natural. It examines the defects and disquiet this as yet unknown and poorly understood interaction produces. Finally, it considers what metamorphoses are possible in the everyday as a result of this interaction. In this context and in relation to this definition, we can see the everyday life of social groups in a more determined and three-dimensional way. For example, let us take a young farmer. His life is still governed by cyclic, cosmic, and social time scales, especially if he is the son of a small landowning farmer in a rather backward region. Days, weeks, seasons, seed times, cereal or grape harvests, youth, marriage, maturity, old age, births and funerals. He is aware of the set of cycles and of his place within it, no different from his place within the village, which still contains several features of farming communities, or the house, where the generations live side by side, among latent or violent conflicts. He can still feel more insecure in his links with nature than with society, i.e., markets, technology, urban life, unless the two impressions of insecurity are not brought together in a feeling of profound disquiet or panic. For him, the everyday appears as an organic whole which is in the process of disintegrating, but whose nucleus remains stable. Nothing separates childhood from adulthood, the family from the local community, work from leisure, nothing separates nature from social life and culture. When he is at school, he helps his parents in so far as his strength and the time at his disposal allow. As a child he has a precise and solid status which his village environment confers, a restrictive awareness of his social being which defines and limits him. As the son of so and so, he will become this and not that. In spite of the symptoms of dissociation and the already backward character of the state, this young farmer still experiences a certain integration of the everyday with the cosmic on the one hand and with the community on the other. Threatening, fascinating, terrifying, the outside world is the city, it is technology, it is today's society in its entirety. A multiplicity of prohibitions still protect this young man and the nucleus of the everyday as he lives it from the ever more numerous and effective attacks from outside. As for the young worker, he is both integrated within, modern industrial, society on a world scale and thrown to the mercy of deeper conflicts. From childhood on, what he experiences is dissociation and creative but painful contradiction. He very soon comes to know insecurity, his life feels dependent and disorganized, because rational forward planning is difficult in a working class family, fear of unemployment or of the need to move, lack of ready money, inconvenient daily working hours, etc. The opposition between school life and family life already presents a striking contrast, then comes the brutal transition from the life of a schoolboy to that of a worker. Life at work and life with the family offer a painful contrast. The young worker tends to assert himself in and via work, at the same time he is well aware that work imposes new dependencies upon him. It is only through a greater social dependence than before that he achieves a certain personal independence. However, he does achieve it, he will earn his living by working, but soon he must take on new responsibilities, staying in or returning to the social norm, building a family and taking on a twofold dependency, both personal and social. 22 In factory life, the young worker sees himself caught up in fragmented linear time, the time of production and technology. In family life, he will rediscover cyclic, biological, physiological, and social time scales. The one enables him to resist and to compensate for the other, but the balance will be a difficult one, and certainly problematic. 12. Once we have outlined the definition of everyday life as a level of social reality, we can consider the situation of individuals and groups in relation to this level. Conversely, it allows us to clarify the idea of level and the idea of the everyday as a level of reality. Thus it is clear that in terms of the everyday, the situation of a housewife and a society woman, of a toolmaker and a mathematician, is not the same. The housewife is immersed in everyday life, submerged, swallowed up, she never escapes from it, except on the plane of unreality, dreams, fortune-tellers, horoscopes, the romantic press, anecdotes and ceremonies on television, etc. The society woman gets out of it by artificial means, society life, fashion shows, snobbery, aestheticism or the pursuit of pure pleasure. The mathematician gets out of it by way of an extremely specialized activity in which, as it happens, moments of creativity are few and far between. If he is a mathematician and nothing but a mathematician, how insipid and unbearably obsessive he will be. The more highly qualified and technical an activity becomes, the more remote from everyday life the time it takes up becomes, and the more urgent the need becomes for a return to the everyday. For the housewife, the question is whether she can come to the surface and stay there. For the mathematician, the question is whether he can rediscover an everyday life in order to fulfill himself not only as a scholar, even if he is a genius, but also as a human being. And the society woman? No questions, Your Honor. Take this tool maker. He has a good trade, relatively speaking. Up to a certain point he likes what he does. He earns a good living. But this prompts the question, what life does he earn with his work? The life of a tool maker? Yes and no. Looking carefully, we would observe that his work may leave an impression on him, so that traces of it can be seen in his life outside the factory. And yet, if this man thinks only of his work, if his work and his position as a worker determine him when he is outside the factory, he is nothing more than an obsessive who has been mentally alienated, that is, unless he is a production activist who freely and voluntarily assumes responsibility for the alienation of labor in its entirety, which in one sense would disalienate him, but in another would alienate him more completely than anyone else. More often than not this worker will have needs, desires, or cravings, determined in part by the amount of energy he expends, his skill as a craftsman, his qualifications, and his love of his work, but which cannot be deduced from them. These needs and cravings will be influenced by his past and his memory, his origins, a certain country, a certain province, a certain town. Generally he has a family, he has a certain way of living out the link between his work and his family life, and between the latter and the hours he devotes to leisure. What does he want? What are his preferences? What is he looking for in the games he plays, in the films he watches, unless he cannot stand playing games and going to the cinema? Work is not enough either to determine this man's life in its entirety or to define what the everyday is to him. Nor can this everyday reality be defined by an arithmetical calculation, work plus family life plus leisure. He is one human being, the same everyday being who divides himself between these three sectors and undergoes these phases. He is the same and not completely the same. He keeps going through rifts and separations, in the divided, alienated, wholeness of his proletarian condition. Generally, because he is a proletarian and solidly based in the everyday, a man like this will not allow himself to be carried away by dissociation. Even if he has a variety of attitudes, in the factory, with his friends, with his trades union colleagues or in the cafe, with his family, playing games, or at the cinema, on holiday, etc., he does not have a variety of personalities, several me's. He maintains a sturdy wholeness, an individual wholeness, both in his everyday life, in the group, the working class, and in society as a whole. If we could watch him at work, we would doubtless perceive in his mannerisms and attitudes, towards his superiors, his peers and his inferiors, an echo of what he is when he is not at work, and vice versa. This is because in that substance or matter which is neither substance nor matter as the terms are usually understood, i.e., in the everyday, every sector cross-refers to another. What this provides is the representation of a kind of range or spectrum of situations, located between two poles which are not absolutely conflicting or separated, at one end, or rather underneath, men and women immersed in the everyday and submerged by it, at the other end, or rather above, men and women who have no sense of the everyday, detached, external, devoted to exceptional or artificial activities, integrated into groupings set up above society, society people, pure intellectuals, statesmen, etc. On the lowest level, we can describe an everyday life of the people, but in the knowledge that to overemphasize it would be to become too absorbed in the sordid aspects of life. In the everyday experience of the people, or as it is usually understood, in the lower depths, cyclic time scales and rhythms predominate, but broken up, fragmented, eviscerated so to speak, but to an uneven degree according to social group. In the upper sphere, As it is usually understood, linear time scales predominate, pointing in a single direction, but disconnected from one another. In the lower depths, time and space are limited, and these limits must be endured, and yet individuals and groups have an environment, they find something compact and, relatively, solid around them and under their feet. It is a zone of sweaty, suffocating heat, of intimacy, where the temperature maintains an organic warmth. For those who have managed to escape from it, this zone is painful, even unbearable. Those who go on living within it do not really understand it, and cannot imagine any alternative to it. In the upper sphere, space and time grow larger and wider, they open out indefinitely in the icy air of higher realms. Like rockets going up in a shower of sparks, activities run the risk of disintegrating and disappearing. In the lower depths, people and relationships gravitate around symbols, the general meaning of which they do not understand, perceiving them only as given realities, the father and the mother, the sun, the earth, the elements. Each symbol acts as an effective and organic nucleus. It is not an innate archetype from the depths of time or being, nor is it a myth or some obscure existentialist matrix. It is a perceptible and perceived reality, the center of a cycle and a socio-cosmic rhythm, the nucleus of family life, the center of the activity of the group throughout the day, the week, or the year. In the upper sphere, people move and act amid formal and conventional abstractions, or more precisely, amid signs and signals. They have become distanced from the vitality and spontaneity of symbols. In order to wield power over nature, for themselves, or more often than not for others, they live through anti-nature. Thus the quest for power contains its own weakness, and weakness contains a certain power. In the lower depths, people are weak but tenacious, like life itself. In more empirical terms, i.e., in terms of a description of praxis, they live inside a narrow time scale, with no understanding of what time is, not because they are stupid, but because they are unaware and powerless. They do not understand time, because they are immersed in it. They have little or no family history or folklore. Their origins are lost in the fog. It is amazing when family memories go back even as far as to grandparents. Moreover, as regards the future, actual wages and the way they are paid restrict the rhythm of forward planning. With hire purchase, forward planning becomes essential, and in restricted circumstances such as these, most people find it overwhelmingly difficult to accustom themselves to the rational and abstract kind of time implied by money and credit. They lie awake thinking about it. All they want is to get it over with. This abstract and long-term linear time ends up disrupting their rhythms. As for work in the lower depths, everyone knows that it is both fragmented and not very specialized. In the margin of the lower depths we find certain jobs which are generally reserved for women, not only in the house, but in businesses and offices, cleaning, basic non-technical repairs, an endless response to the permanent process of erosion, soiling, wearing out and aging which all that is used or has life must suffer. Like all work, it remains implicated in cycles, days, weeks, months. Although it is essential, it is not cumulative, and what links it has with accumulation are only indirect and by the back door, so to speak. In the lower depths, cyclic time is taken up in satisfying basic needs and basic tasks which are themselves governed by cycles. Like time, relative social space, affective scope, as the American sociologist Lazarsfeld puts it, namely housing and environment, is given over to basic concerns. Every day, every week, the same places, the same aims, the same itineraries. People have very few relationships or no few people outside this space. They are anonymous within their own lives, which explains the passionate interest in the trivial news item, that poor man's tragedy 23 in which destiny is revealed, symbols are reconstituted and anonymity is overcome in an effort to reach the great light of social day. This suffocating state of affairs has its compensation, the vitality and direct, immediate character of the lived, a sort of irrefutable concreteness. In the upper sphere, there is much more adventure, more openings, more play, but people are always in danger of losing themselves, some in abstraction, others in artificiality, and others in pointless subtlety and refinement. Thus, and gradually, we are establishing the everyday to be a level, in the way we talk of sea level and ground level. 13. More observations and objections from philosophers. Well then, why not attempt a phenomenology of what is lived socially in the Lebenswelt, a description of space and social time in human, intersubjective experience? However, it's still not clear. Take me for example, I'm a philosopher and a teacher, and I give my philosophy lectures on a regular basis. Where in your opinion does the everyday start and finish for me? Isn't my activity entirely determined by something else, history of thought, say, the history of our society, institutions, the university, teaching syllabuses, etc.? Reply. Let me take your questions one at a time. In the first place, the description we are trying to make here implies an analysis which is not really compatible with descriptive and purely phenomenological method. We are removing from praxis those activities which are apparently its most concrete and positive, the so-called higher activities. We are proceeding via abstraction, using analysis on the plane of the imaginary, because the operation requires a kind of imagination if it is to delve into the hidden life of visible and tangible human beings. The result may therefore appear abstract, fictitious, and negative. What we are arguing here is that such an abstraction is legitimate and well-founded, because it reaches something which psychological or sociological evidence does not reveal or make immediately apparent. Our thesis is that the negative is also positive, and that it is not a bad thing to overcome the separation between the positive and the negative, between description and imagination, between understanding and analysis. In this way thought becomes dialectical by the very act of thinking. Phenomenology, do I hear you say? Yes and no. In the first place, no, for the reasons I have just given. And for other reasons. How can we describe and understand anything if we make no attempt to explain it? And no, because if we are revalidating the concept, which is as negative as it is positive, we do so with a certain historicity. And no, because it is also a matter of changing things, and we are proposing change by demonstrating what is capable of being changed. Critique is inherent to our monstration, critique of what is above by what is underneath and critique of what is underneath by what is above. And yet, to a certain extent, yes, it is phenomenology, because it certainly is a question of the lived. Yes, since whatever is total, whatever is mediated and reflected through the multiplicity of mediations, through culture and through language, must also turn back to the unmediated in order to demonstrate itself, to offer itself and become apparent. Objects, gestures, day-to-day words, they all embody totality, in a real but fragmented way, on their respective levels. They are partially beyond it, and yet they are a part of it. If this were not so, there would be no mediation, no non-mediation, nothing but permanent totality devoid of any real inner difference, and all the more importantly, devoid of contradictions. To sum up, using your vocabulary, Mr. Philosopher, the total becomes a phenomenon. It expresses itself in fragmented actions, in gestures, in objects, which are inconceivable without it, but which are not defined according to it, since they have their own, specific reality, on the level of the everyday. And now, my dear philosopher, allow me to inform you that your activity, teaching philosophy, is both everyday and non-everyday. Insofar as it is an exceptional activity, a mediation, a journey into the purely abstract and conceptual, philosophy is constructed above the everyday, even when it meditates on life and the concrete. Insofar as it is a social activity, integrated within structured groups, with their models, their norms, and their social roles, such as the philosophy lecture, the lycée, the town, the university, it enters into the everyday. All the more so because you too earn your living by teaching philosophy. But what life do you earn? It cannot be reduced simply to philosophy itself, simply to the right to meditate? At least, for your sake, I hope not. In any case, I think that like all human activities, yours can be examined on several levels: on the biological and physiological level, what you eat, the amount of calories you need to recoup your strength; on the psychological level, your personal relationships with the students you teach, for example; and on the economic level, your salary, your expenses, etc. Taking the content of a single activity considered on various levels, and using a specific part of that content, thought can establish a virtually unlimited number of sets of facts and concepts. If we abstract them out, what is left? The everyday lived, doubly determined as the residual deposit and as the product of all the sets considered, and thus, in its way, a total phenomenon, that is, a level in totality, and on its own level, a totality. 14. Let us pause a moment to consider this new determination. Is the everyday a residual deposit? We must be clear about this. There is in effect a residual aspect to the everyday, since it can be defined by abstraction or by a series of abstractions. It could always become reduced and disappear. Let me give you an example. Take dreary and repetitive activities such as cleaning and repairing. To do away with the need for cleaning, by using materials which do not produce dirt, thus eradicating dust and smoke, would be to reduce the everyday and to lift it up methodically to the level where techniques operate. This would indeed be an objective, the metamorphosis of the everyday, which in our opinion implies a plan and a policy. However, this residual deposit is irreducible. Were we to suppress it, would we not annihilate being? The study of everyday life does not focus solely on survivals in the sociological meaning of the term. One might just as well consider biological and physiological needs and desires as survivals from primitive man. Let us suppose that in the not too distant future human cells will be created artificially, which is perfectly conceivable, and given consciousness. This man-made human being will still have vital rhythms, needs which are satisfied only to become needs once more, desires which may or may not be fulfilled, which come to an end and are born again. This being will obey certain laws of being which for a philosopher are related to the profound link between the non-finite and the finite, to the finiteness of the expressions of non-finite being. This created being will still contain an uncontrolled sector and a controlled sector, and thus it will also imply a problematic of everyday life, a perpetual confrontation between empowerment and powerlessness. It will experience an inner struggle to appropriate life, a struggle against whatever disappropriates it, whatever distorts it, degrades it, or kills it. Can we say these are survivals? Yes and no. There can be no survivals without a real base. To this vague idea of survival we would prefer the much more concrete idea of uneven development. In our history, the uneven development of sectors is also a consequence of history. Indeed, in uneven development the everyday defines itself as what lags behind history, but not as what eludes history, events, development, and human power. In history, in development, the everyday is also a product. The concept of the everyday can therefore not be defined as a kind of existential illusion, the illusion in which we, social man hic et nunc, appear and believe we can grasp what we are, in which we see ourselves from a certain perspective without knowing the reasons and the causes, without understanding history and ontological truth. Trapped at the center of a kind of false consciousness or permanent bad faith, we try to evade them. In a word, it is inauthenticity. No. My dear philosopher, the level of the everyday is not the illusion of a false consciousness. How do we live? This question does not stem from ignorance, and moreover the problem cannot be resolved by knowledge and knowledge alone, nor by language or logos alone. 15. This spectrum analysis, which places human reality between two poles, is not merely sociological. It also involves the psychological. In our opinion, the psychological is also a level. If it can be opened up to knowledge, it will present itself as a totality which encompasses historical and social determinations. Understood in the context of a wider field, it is as though the psychological were encompassed by the sociological. The study of everyday life reaches layers deep inside the social individual, i.e., a non-isolated consciousness and a non-separated psyche. Point 24. First layer, resistant, external, morphological, a kind of membrane through which the osmosis between the individual and society occur. The individual rejects uncomfortable questions. He evades problems. He confines himself to banalities, to the accepted norms of trivial communication and behavior. He is at one and the same time shut inside himself and boringly social. The outside makes him feel extremely uncomfortable. It is the superficial context in which the individual adapts to the different social circles through which he travels in the successive phases of practical life. But this peripheral stratum is also where social, linear, time scales and the gestures of industrial and technological labor graft themselves, insofar as they have not been actively adopted by the individual and are not the consequence of a stronger interest, that is, insofar as they remain abstract. And yet, in one sense, this external sphere is also to a certain extent the most internal sphere of all. It makes decisions, it is here that decisions are made. Second layer, a vague discomfort triggers violent reactions and revealing turns of phrase, often in an aggressive way. What a life! Why on earth do we put up with all this? Problems emerge, and questions, and the individual replies with fumbling and disjointed answers using the models, the norms, the values, and the hierarchic attitudes and behavior patterns of whatever groups he has chosen to identify with. And within these problems ready-formed choices emerge, more or less consciously, and which consequently, as will become clearer at a later stage, echo the opinions of these various groups, implying involvement in their activity and acceptance of their tactics and strategies. Third layer, finally a deeper sphere is revealed, an effective nucleus, with its own characteristic tonality. It is the sphere of non-adaptation, of vague rejections and unrecognized voids, of hesitations and misunderstandings. When we reach this sphere, we discover the dramatic situation of the individual in society. Usually, however, all the drama is removed. Unbeknown to the individual himself, it is smothered by trivialities, emptied of all expressivity which might be compromising, and even more, of all lyricism and rhetoric. In this sphere of secrecy, the secret itself is smothered to the point of becoming unrecognizable, and it is generally a petty little secret, involving a deliberate or imposed choice and a mutilation. This is where the process of alienation and disalienation, of fulfillment and incompleteness, of partial satisfaction and partial dissatisfaction unfolds. This is the sphere from which spring the projects, the half-dreams, the little everyday miracles which horoscopes and predictions rework and embellish. It is also the sphere where what is possible and what is impossible for the individual confront each other. It is the most internal sphere, and yet, in one sense, it is the most external one, the sphere where the history of the individual reveals itself in the history of society. It is essential to note that on every level, in every sphere and in every layer we discover social representations which are like representations of society, norms, models, values, collective and imperative forms of conduct, rules, and forms of control, in short what is meant rather vaguely by the terms ideology, culture, knowledge, etc. A sharper analysis would require us to distinguish the different stages at which these external/internal elements are adopted, are assimilated, and effectively function. The most profound and most effective stage is where symbols are active, perceived not as such, but rather as vital realities which consequently cannot be defined as representations. What is the general function of these representational elements? For better or for worse, they guarantee the reciprocal adjustment of needs and desires, and ideas, of cyclic time scales and linear time scales, in short, of the aspects and layers of the social individual. They are the equivalent of the regulations by which a relative stability is maintained within the social entity, but at the heart of the psyche. They normalize the individual and impose a minimum amount of cohesion and coherence in his everyday life. They compensate for privations, conceal frustrations, hinder demands, and deviances. No spontaneous or mechanical self-regulation takes place in the consciousness. There is no feedback to guarantee balance. This role is played by representations at the heart of the conscious being, the social individual, and not by processes of stabilization. Thus, among the conflicts they conceal and to which they offer pseudo-solutions, critique of everyday life reveals the equivocal and ambiguous representations by which symbols are underpinned and encircled. Rather optimistically, Hegel believed he had discovered a system of needs, a kind of substance of civil society, in the links between the individual and the social. What we have discovered are more like systems of representations. They are very relative and, despite their tenacity, rather fragile, but they guarantee the everyday an amount of stability even in its moments of disappointment and drama. These analytical considerations correspond to empirically observable facts, to cases and situations which can be classified, thus making space for a typology. As an example, we could take those people who assume tasks and responsibilities in order to disguise the emptiness and ennui of their everyday lives, who want a large family so as to give their lives a meaning, who have ambitions far beyond their own existences and their immediate associates, etc. 16. We are moving closer to a detailed and precise definition of everyday life. Now that we have situated it at its own level, and looking at it more closely, we can observe that it contains levels of its own, layers, degrees, stages. Reciprocity, interaction, the hierarchy of these levels and degrees, all depend in part, but only in part, on approach, point of view and perspective. How can we talk about all this without resorting to verbal artifice, or to that interminism which destroys every structure, every regularity, and every law? Because what is most external is also what is most internal and vice versa. This statement formulates a law. Commonplaces are to be found both in the peripheral layer of the individual and in his affective nucleus. He has a limited and subjective perception of the conditioned responses to stimuli by which society adapts him, willingly or by force, to external conditions, and a limited and subjective perception of the symbolisms which rise up from the depths within him. For him, conditioning and symbols, external or internal constraints, are all mixed up together. We, however, are drawing distinctions between the various layers and spheres. First we perceive the struggle against time which takes place within time, as well as the conflict between the simultaneous temporalities of the individual, social being in our, industrial, society. Lagging behind that society, the opposite of all that is magnificent and flourishing, everyday life consists of a set of basic functions from which the so-called higher functions emerge. Thus it encompasses the immediate and natural forms of necessity, needs, cyclic time scales, affective and vital spontaneity, as well as the seeds of the activity by which those forms are controlled, abstraction, reason, linear time. Next it encompasses the region where objects and goods are continually appropriated, where desires are elaborated from needs, and where goods and desires correspond. This is a zone of confrontation between the necessary and the random, the possible and the impossible, what has been appropriated and what has not, and empirical good luck and bad luck. In this zone, broadening what is possible is not an effortless task. With its regions of fulfillment and unfulfillment, of effective and possessed, appropriated, joys and lack of joys, it is the realm of the dialectic between alienation and disalienation. Finally, we have discerned a third level or degree. On the one hand, this third level can be considered to be unmediated and empirically given, and can be studied in terms of ideologies and moral values. On the other hand, it can be considered as mediating between the individual and the social, and, within an individual consciousness, between the individual and his own self. It is a set of practices, representations, norms, and techniques, established by society itself to regulate consciousness, to give it some order, to close the excessive gaps between the inside and the outside, to guarantee an approximate synchronization between the elements of subjective life, and to organize and maintain compromises. This social control of individual possibilities is not absolutely imposed, it is accepted, half imposed, half voluntary, in a never-ending ambiguity. This same ambiguity allows the individual to play with the controls he imposes within himself, to make fun of them, to circumvent them, and to give himself rules and regulations in order to disobey them. Here, on its chosen territory, critique finds its points of impact. It mounts an attack on gaps and imbalances, between temporalities, between the basic and the superior, the historical and the private, the social and the individual. It points out the gaps, the vacuums, and the distances yet to be covered and overcome. It criticizes the role of society and the roles society imposes, which bestow a pseudo-coherence, a simulated adaptation and an illusory balance to the whole. It attacks alienation in all its forms, in culture, ideology, the moral sphere, and in human life beyond culture, beyond ideology, beyond the moral sphere. Critique demands the dissolution and the revolutionary metamorphosis of the everyday, by reducing its disparities and time lags. By demonstrating theoretically that the everyday is not an immutable substance, it has already begun to dissolve it. Finally, it demands a twofold movement within a unitary praxis, that the everyday catch up with what is possible and that the processes which have been distanced from it return and reinvest themselves within it. This broadens the critical program presented in the introductory volume I of Critique of Everyday Life considerably. There we restricted ourselves to a generalized and as yet abstract critique of alienation in general. We also considered, but rather vaguely, a reciprocal critique of the positive real by dreams, and vice versa, of the lived by the imaginary, by art and by the ethical, and vice versa, in short, critical analysis of the fictive, non-practical, transpositions and metamorphoses of the everyday, in particular by aestheticism, values, the cult of personality and personalities, and rituals and superstitions, etc. Our plan is becoming broader in scope, and clearer. 17. Let us view our subject in another light. We will start with a classic distinction in general philosophy and methodology, the distinction between form and content. A content can only manifest itself and be grasped within a form. What we perceive is always the unity of form and content, with the result that several doctrines have felt able to challenge the distinction between the two terms. The theories which reject this distinction also reject any kind of analytical method. In fact, analysis, and analysis alone, breaks this unity. It abstracts form and consequently determines it per se. Those who believe they can grasp forms per se, unmediated, are just as erroneous as those who challenge the concept of forms. As for content, the intellectual act of analysis determines and constructs it per se, by separating it from form. In the context of this study, what do we mean by forms? We mean ideologies, institutions, culture, language, and constructed and structured activities, including art. Previously we used analysis to abstract these forms. What did we say was left? A sort of human matter, the everyday, a sort of human nature, but with the proviso that human matter or human nature can only exist dialectically, in the endless conflict between nature and man, between matter and the techniques which wield power over it. Thus we must define everyday life in two ways, as a residual deposit and as a product. If in one sense the everyday is residual, it also expresses itself as the product of forms, what has been acquired and won via these forms, their human investment. Resuming this analysis, we will still see the everyday as doubly determined, but in another way, at one and the same time as unformed, and as what forms contain. Bit by bit contemporary sociology has discovered the importance of the unformed and has reinstated spontaneity as a social phenomenon. The unformed spills over from forms. It evades them. It blurs the precision of their contours. By marking them with erasures and marginal areas, it makes them inexact. The everyday is that, a something which reveals the inability of forms, individually and as a whole, to grasp content, to integrate it and to exhaust it. It is also content, which can only be seized by analysis, whereas the unformed can only be seized immediately or intuitively by participating in spontaneous activity or by stimulating it. To conform to an already established custom, and while stressing the incomplete character of any isolated illustration extrapolated from concepts, let us give an example. Bureaucracy tends to operate for and by itself. By establishing itself as a system, it becomes its own goal and its own end. At the same time, in a given society, it has real functions, which it executes more or less effectively. Thus it modifies the everyday, and this too is its goal and its aim. However, it never succeeds in organizing the everyday completely, something always escapes it, as bureaucrats themselves ruefully admit. The everyday protests, it rebels in the name of innumerable particular cases and unforeseen situations. Beyond the zone bureaucracy can reach, or, rather, in its margins, the unformed and the spontaneous live on. There is something tenaciously resistant within this organized or possibly over-organized sphere, which makes form adapt and modify. Form either fails or improves, and this is how it manages to go on living. The dysfunctions studied by certain sociologists are remarkable in that they stimulate functions and functionaries alike. They set them a multiplicity of problems which prevent them from going round in circles, and from setting up a perfect form and a vicious circle. Thus, insofar as it is both unformed and a content, the everyday contains an ongoing critique of bureaucratic form and its effectiveness. All that is required is to single this ongoing critique out. In this way we can get a better grasp of the double dimension of the everyday, platitude and profoundness, banality and drama. In one respect everyday life is nothing but triviality or an accumulation of commonplaces. Only those lofty activities which abstraction sets to one side possess breadth and elevation. In other words, they alone are profound. And yet it is in the everyday that human dramas ravel and unravel, or remain unraveled. It is there that veritable profoundness shines through and the question of authenticity is posed, or, perhaps, the question of vulgarity and non-vulgarity. The everyday is neither the inauthentic per se, nor the authentically and positively real. When a feeling or a passion avoids being tried and tested by the everyday, it demonstrates ipso facto its inauthenticity. Although the drama of love may well consist in it being smashed against everyday life, in the words of Mayakovsky, the boat must brave the current or stay at its moorings. This test obliges subjective feeling to transmute itself into willpower, in order to confront something for which it is not responsible. Taken in isolation, failure is just as lacking in authenticity. Sooner or later all feelings, passions, and intentions come face to face with their own limits. They fail, making future endeavors impossible, but this in itself proves nothing. Only the history of feelings or willpower, only the events they incite or assume responsibility for, only their confrontation with what is real within the real, demonstrate anything. In the narrative of every endeavor, what counts is the combination of failure and what has been won prior to failure, rather than failure per se. An event has unfolded, it has taken time, it has taken its time. Time occupied by the onward movement of an event, failure, on a winding path through the murky thickness of everyday life, that is what counts. Perhaps this is what creates the novelistic. The quality of a failure is more significant than the fact of having failed. Therefore, if everything in the everyday ends in failure, since everything comes to an end, the meanings differ. Could not successes sometimes be the worst failures? And sometimes failure can give birth to its own meaning, to its investment in the everyday, to what can be learned from the drama, and to what will survive it. In the everyday, platitude and profundity do not coexist peacefully. They fight bitterly there. Sometimes profundity and beauty can be born from a poorly determined and unexpected combination, an encounter. Later on, this chance event seems deserved, perhaps even predetermined. Once profundity and beauty are lived, and not simply gazed at or seen as a spectacle, they become moments, combinations which marvelously overturn structures established in the everyday, replacing them by other structures, unforeseen ones, and fully authentic. When we talk about society/individual, need/desire, appropriation/pleasure as though they were units, we should take care never to be misled by the way the logic of coherent discourse uses these words. These units are always conflictual, and thus always dialectical and in movement. In the everyday, when the human being confronts within itself the social and the individual through the test of problems and contradictions which have been more or less resolved, it becomes a person. What does this mean? In our view, a cloud of possibilities, gradually vaporized by choices, by actions, until it is exhausted and comes to an end, until death finishes it off. It is not an untroubled scenario making its way towards a foreseen conclusion, but rather a drama, the drama of personalization in society, the drama of individualization. In this drama, death is the only conclusion we can foresee, because it is necessary, and it comes only in unforeseen circumstances which depend on the narrative in its entirety. In the everyday, alienations, fetishisms and reifications, deriving from money and commodities, all have their various effects. At the same time, when, up to a certain point, everyday needs become desires, they come across goods and appropriate them. Therefore, critical study of everyday life will reveal the following conflict: maximum alienation and relative disalienation. Not as goods and objects to appropriate, but as objects of property, things alienate and even reify human activities and living men. 25 But in the link between pleasure and objects as goods, the reification engendered by these very things tends to break up. It comes up against a hostile force. The theory of alienation and reification must take this dialectic into account if it is not to lapse into that speculative form of reification known as dogmatism. There is a world of objects, but it is also a human world, an area of desires and goods, an area of possibilities, and not simply a world of inert things. In commonplace speech, the words good luck and bad luck make an arbitrary connection between the results of randomness in society and randomness in nature. They also confuse necessity, which has been misunderstood or subjectively unrecognized, with what is objectively random. Such and such an individual is unlucky because his health is poor or because there have been pitfalls in his career. Better hygiene, or a medical breakthrough, would have spared him his health problems, and improved social organization would give this individual a better chance, etc. However, we know only too well that the power social man wields over material nature and the power individual man wields over social reality are not the same thing. Far from it. Everyday life is also the realm of the confrontations and distances which the words good luck and bad luck summarize in a naive dialectic. The realm of randomness and alienation can be reduced. But can it disappear? It would only disappear if technology were to gain complete power over material nature, and the random were eliminated from the social. Here, as ever, the residual deposit cannot be deemed to be reducible. Its disappearance, which would give the non-finite a limit, as absolute learning gives a limit to the non-finiteness of relative knowledge, is not even desirable. In so far as we can conceive it, it would only come about through social over-organization and a terrifying intervention by information technology. In the meantime, a social failure can signify positive qualities: independent thinking, critical intelligence, rebellion. A biological misfortune can have happy consequences. A child with defects in one area may compensate by possessing exceptional qualities in another. In the psyche too, development is uneven. If we make a fetish of the total, it can be devastating for being, since we are underestimating the plurality of the sectors within the configuration which situates or rather constitutes everyday life. Now and again we will need to lay bare a certain nefarious pedagogic illusion, and in doing so we will be able to highlight the part played by education and its importance in everyday life. This illusion is twofold: on the one hand, a fetishism of the partial, and thus of the fragmentary and the specialized, an acceptance of fragmentation and a dismissal of totality; on the other hand, a fetishism of the total, an equalizing of differences, a superficial encycloptism, and a belief in the complete mastery of pedagogy and human knowledge over human nature. There is a middle way between the dismissal of totality and the fetishism of the total, and critique of everyday life can help to define it. 18. In years gone by, when cottage industry, trades and guilds were still very important, the social man par excellence, the worker, was formed in and by labor. In this sense, man as an individual being and man as a social being were formed along similar lines. It was a relatively simple situation. Essentially, attitudes and behavior patterns outside work derived more or less directly from work itself. The individual was this or that, a miner, a carpenter, a stonemason, a teacher, etc. Everyday life was almost completely determined by profession. It created well-differentiated but more or less caricatured human types, such as Hegel's abstract animals or the social species in Balzac's Comédie humaine. We should note that this process has not entirely disappeared. Consequently, there are many confusions. Uneven development intervenes here as well. What is no longer true in the modernized sectors of industry remains true in a great many more or less backward sectors. Nowadays, in the advanced industrial countries, this situation relative to work and outside work tends to be reversed. There is a shift in the focus of interest. It is the attitude towards work which is formed in everyday life, including those leisure activities which have become a part of everyday life which do not involve getting away from it all, or apparently so, with breaks or holidays, and not vice versa. To be more precise, in days gone by, work had a value in the ethical as well as economic sense of the term. There were work values, the idea of work well done, and of the product as a personal creation and to a certain extent on a par with the object created by a craftsman or an artist, etc. With the fragmentary division of labor, and with the mass influx of unskilled workers and machine operators in factories, this traditional ethic has crumbled away. Work has lost almost all its appeal, and all the more so because it is fairly easy to move from one job or company to another. What we are describing here is a certain period in industrial society, definable by certain characteristics and by certain types of machine, and very bleak it is too. So, for the worker, work and life outside work have sunk into the same lack of interest, a lack which is poorly disguised by entertainments which are as noisy as they are empty. In fact, our society has not completely emerged from this period, just as it has not completely emerged from the period which preceded it, given the way previous forms of techniques and organization persist at the very heart of the most modern forms. Recent techniques, such as automation, call for abilities and knowledge even in work which has become passive, almost absence of work, such as the control and supervision of machinery. Technicians, employees, and operations coexist in an organization which wants to be stable because it is in its interest to be so. This produces new concerns, such as stable employment and therefore stable living conditions, or credit facilities giving workers access to durable consumer goods, housing, household equipment, cars, etc. Obviously, these economic and technical demands give rise to a deliberate policy and an ideology. Therefore one can see stable employment becoming the predominant concern in the most advanced working class, at least for a period of time during which a, conscious or unconscious, option is taken and its results are forthcoming. For indeed there is a genuine option here, which, we may add, is not irreversible, or so it would seem. In any event, the focus of interest is displaced from work, which in this context we take to mean the use of a technique and a set of implements. It focuses on everyday life in general. It is in the everyday outside work that the attitude towards work is formed. Work is no longer considered as an end in itself, but as the means to an end. People earn their living. And yet again we ask ourselves, what life do we earn when we earn our living? We shall see, or rather we shall emphasize once again, that the life earned is private life, and nothing but private life. 19. In our initial project, we proposed that critique of everyday life would include an auto-critique of the everyday. Its principal aim was to confront the real and the lived with their representations, interpretations, and transpositions, in art, in the moral domain, and in ideology and politics. From this comparison would have come a reciprocal critique of the real by the imaginary, of the lived by its transpositions, and of what has been effectively acquired by abstraction. In a similar way, our agenda included the confrontation between private life, seeing the individual as distinct from the social, but without separating him from society, and public life, the life of the citizen, historical man, social groups, and the political state, and reciprocal critique of these two fragments of totality. We proposed a single solution, that private life should be granted access to collective, social, and political life, and that it should be allowed to participate within it. In other words, we proposed the bringing together of everyday man and historical man, and the participation of everyday man in the problematic of totality, society as a whole. In this way the political sphere of the state was raised to the rank of supreme authority. Essentially, our critique was directed towards private life, which we defined as an impoverished sector of praxis, a backward and underdeveloped region at the very heart of so-called modern, industrial, and technological society, in the context of capitalism. We intended to devote several chapters to the scrutiny of the petty magic of everyday life, habitual gestures and rituals, proverbial expressions, horoscopes, witchcraft, diabolisms, intending to eradicate them by submitting them to practical reason. Certainly, we did not intend to merge the individual with the collective and the private with the socio-political, but rather to raise them to the level of the collective and the historical, and thus via political consciousness to the level of the political. A relatively simple theory of alienation and disalienation seemed to satisfy all these requirements. Before the great disalienation which political revolution would bring about, but preparing for it and proclaiming it, the opening up of everyday life to public life and its active participation in history and political action would disalienate everyday man and negate his privation. Far from disappearing, the everyday would become enriched and organically linked to totality, to the total man. These oversimplified hypotheses betrayed a certain naivete. And this is where certain modifications have transformed our initial project. Over the last few years, important changes have become apparent within the configuration made up by private life, political life, history, and technology. How could critique of everyday life leave them to one side? We have already alluded to these changes, indicating that while not destroying our agenda, they introduce new elements. We will now stress the importance of these elements, and devote some time to explaining what they are. In the first place, the mid-20th century man who belongs to an advanced society and who is using Marxism as the theoretical means of understanding that society will find himself in the same position as Marx vis-a-vis history. He cannot accept or confirm the historical as a series of events and processes. If he is not a professional politician, and if he locates himself in the sphere of knowledge, he will refuse to award history its degree in philosophy. The politician is involved in a strategy, and whatever he has to say he says in the context of this strategy. In terms of history and the historical past which weighs upon the present day, he must save face. If not, he will put his strategy and, of course, his political career in jeopardy, because another and more effective politician would immediately be found to carry out the task. This divorce between knowledge and politics, and the inevitable renewal of a sociology of politics which defines politics as politics per se rather than as the supreme science, presents some very disturbing features. Never mind. This is not the place to worry about them. In his time Marx submitted politics, events, processes, tactics and strategies, to a merciless critical analysis. Starting from an objective determination of the strengths and the possibilities, and assessing what had and had not been accomplished, in terms of these possibilities, he examined the decisions, the mistakes, and the failures. He did not use simplified and schematized hypotheses to deal with the facts, he did not recognize a constant and coherent progress in all domains, or a unilateral determinism, or an absolute necessity. Marx never considered the historical as a set of faits accomplis to be accepted and recorded globally. While disputing the absolute of history and politics, and notably Hegel's philosophy of history and of the state, he studied what we will call drifts. He drew many lessons from the discrepancy between intentions and results. Today we must call history into question, even the history we have lived and to which we have contributed. This so-called history has not yet superseded the prehistory of mankind. From decisions and actions, something else suddenly appears, something other than what was intended and planned. Although we may accept that through the intervention of the revolutionary proletariat the gap between the plan and the result has been narrowed, although this is debatable, it has not yet disappeared. Far from it. Men make their own history, but not in the way they wish it to be. They do not do what they want to do, they do not want what they do. There is more to the world than philosophy predicted. So what can we suggest everyday life should do to bridge the gap between the lived and history? How can we persuade it that its model should be the political sphere, the sphere which intervenes in history in an attempt, in the best cases, to make it and to direct it consciously? The split between private life and political consciousness is self-perpetuating. The two forms of consciousness are juxtaposed when in fact they could coexist. But in many cases, private consciousness gains the upper hand over a political consciousness obscured and starved as a result of the rift between the two. We have had to bring the theory of the withering away of the state back to center stage. This essential Marxist theory has been obscured by contemporary history, and by the history of Marxism in particular. Is it a utopia? Probably. In fact, nowhere in the modern world is there a state withering away to any convincing degree, and there is nothing in line with the process Marx considered the future of history would be. Point 26. If there is anything utopian in the theory of the withering away of the state, it will make it even easier for us to demonstrate just how utopian Marx's thought is, and to refute several erroneous assertions yet again, but with more effective arguments. Utopia, i.e., a theory of what is distantly possible, is not an eschatology, a theory that the process of becoming might be brought to an end. It is the very concrete and positive idea of a history which has at last been orientated, directed, and mastered by knowledge and willpower. The day when the gap between aims and results is narrowed, and the end of destiny, in other words the end of prehistory, is nigh, the withering away of the state will be at hand. The withering away of the state or the practical possibility of it is an objective precondition for the resolution and supersession of the rift between private life and political life, between consciousness and political consciousness. The private will only rise to the level of the public when the public ceases to place itself in inaccessible and mysterious realms, and goes back down to the private to merge itself in the everyday once more. This process of supersession also plays a part in determining concrete democracy. Democracy must move towards the withering away of the state and the supersession of the conflict between the private and the public. If it does not, it is moribund. So how can we propose to the private consciousness of the everyday man of today that its practical aim should be to become recognized by political and historical man? In so far as this mutual recognition might possibly heal the rift between consciousness and praxis, it remains an abstract ideal, an idea, a utopia. In so far as this recognition can be reduced to a simple fact among other facts, it has already been accomplished. In propaganda, which epitomizes state action and reasons of state, ideology and political consciousness target private consciousness. The aim is not to fill in the chasm and to achieve fusion through supersession. Propaganda leaves everyday life, consciousness, and private life intact. It takes them as objects and even as things. It insinuates itself inside them in order to shape them. It does not lift them up to the level of the universal. It fights with other ideologies for their possession. Is this inevitable? Certainly. It is destiny we are dealing with, in other words historical necessity and chance which have been turned into strategic necessity and tactical calculation. Recognition has only been unilateral, and unity has been achieved by means of confusion. Hence a paradox which will require further examination, the intensification of ideologies at a time when they are being discredited, and the, more or less deep or momentary, depoliticization of an everyday life which is prodigiously well informed politically, at a time when pressing political problems demonstrate an urgency which nobody denies. There is something else which acts equally as an innovation and a deterioration, the technical element. It forces us to formulate the fundamental demand of the everyday differently from the way we did in our initial project. It is no longer a question simply of carrying the private to the social via language, knowledge, and concept, of raising the everyday up to the historical and then to the political. Critique of everyday life requires a plan, in other words a policy which will raise the everyday to the level made possible by technology. 20. We have already talked about the above idea, but it deserves and even demands further explanation, so let us clarify it. Although technology has gone very far and high above the everyday, and continues to do so, it has not abandoned this neglected sector to its own devices. Up to a certain point the everyday has ceased to be underdeveloped. A technical vacuum, long the characteristic of the everyday, has been partially filled in. Technology has introduced a host of household objects and gadgets. Thus small technical objects have become familiar, although many housewives still have no access to this familiarity and persist in regarding technical knowledge, including that of small objects, as a masculine attribute. Indisputably, the uncontrolled sector has somewhat declined. Could it be that everyday life has become integrated within a technological milieu or, to use our own terminology, within the controlled sector organized in accordance with industrial technology? Could industrial society have given it a coherent and specific structure, thus separating it from contact with uncontrolled nature, or conversely allowing it to rejoin nature via the world of technical objects and making it part of a set of dynamic balances, similar to the feedbacks, homeostases, and scannings studied by specialists in autoregulations? Nothing allows us to confirm this. In fact, everything proves the opposite. Point 27. With the introduction of the technical object within everyday life, the contrast between the aesthetic object, which may or may not be useful, and the strictly functional and utilitarian technical object has been revealed in a harsher light. Hitherto confined to being part of the decor of social life, the aesthetic/technical or artistic/functional dichotomy has entered into familiarity. The industrial aesthetic and the commendable efforts which have been made in the field of industrial design have not succeeded in conferring an aesthetic status on the technical object, nor a technical status on the aesthetic object. The world of objects is marked by this dichotomy, which classifies them in two major categories. We cannot avoid the fact that extreme or moderate functionalism has failed time and time again to extrapolate a plastic art from the functional. The fact that aesthetic creation or production has become saturated with technology and abstract functionalism make these failures all the more astonishing. Only partially technicized, everyday life has not created its own specific style or rhythm. Unconnected objects, vacuum cleaners, washing machines, radio or television sets, refrigerators, cars, etc., determine a series of disjointed actions. Small technical actions intervene in the old rhythms rather like fragmented labor in productive activity in general. The equipment of everyday life finds itself more or less in the same situation as industrial mechanization in its early stages, in the period when specific tools had unique and exclusive functions. If these gestures increase effectiveness, productivity, they also split things up, they truncate, they make mincemeat of everyday life, they leave margins and empty spaces. They increase the proportion of passivity. Dialectically, progress consists of gaps and partial regressions. What is more, a reduction in the time devoted to productive actions and gestures which are now carried out by technical objects has raised the question of time itself, and already this is a very urgent problem. If we examine time as it is experienced by many of today's men and women, we will see that it is chock-a-block full and completely empty. On the horizon of the modern world dawns the black sun of boredom, and critique of everyday life has a sociology of boredom as part of its agenda. Incorporation of the everyday within a concrete totality, the total or world man, via modern means of information and communication can be interpreted in a variety of ways. Is it correct to say that television gives the everyday a worldwide dimension? Yes, it is. Television allows every household to look at the spectacle of the world, but it is precisely this mode of looking at the world as a spectacle which introduces non-participation and receptive passivity. The idea that the audiovisual as it was lived in archaic communities, in scenes of magic, could be reconstituted is laughable and frivolous. The mass media stripped the magic of presence from what was the presence of magic, participation, real, active, or potential. Sitting in his armchair, surrounded by his wife and children, the television viewer witnesses the universe. At the same time, day in and day out, news, signs and significations roll over him like a succession of waves, churned out and repeated and already indistinguishable by the simple fact that they are pure spectacle. They are overpowering, they are hypnotic. The news submerges viewers in a monotonous sea of newness and topicality which blunts sensitivity and wears down the desire to know. 28 Certainly, people are becoming more cultivated. Vulgar encycloptism is all the rage. The observer may well suspect that when communication becomes incorporated in private life to this degree it becomes non-communication. Radio and television do not penetrate the everyday solely in terms of the viewer. They go looking for it at its source, personalized, but superficial, anecdotes, trivial incidents, familiar little family events. They set out from an implicit principle: everything, in other words, anything at all, can become interesting and even enthralling, provided that it is presented, i.e., present. The art of presenting the everyday by taking it from its context, emphasizing it, making it appear unusual or picturesque and overloading it with meaning, has become highly skillful. But even if the lives of the great and the good are presentified in this way through the mediation of presenters, editors, and producers, it is still never anything else but the everyday. And so communication passes from unmediated event, captured the instant it happens and where it happens, to unmediated reception, within the familiar context of the everyday. Concrete mediations, language, culture in the traditional sense, values and symbols, become blurred. They do not disappear. They are too useful. They are worn down, they deteriorate, and yet at the same time they hypertrophy. It is their mediating function which is worn away. At the extreme, signs and significations which are nothing more than significations lose all meaning. At the extreme looms the shadow of what we will call the great pleonasm, the unmediated passing immediately into the unmediated and the everyday recorded just as it is in the everyday, the event grasped, pulverized, and transmitted as rapidly as light and consciousness, the repetition of the identical in a wild whirling dance devoid of Dionysian rapture, since the news never contains anything really new. If this extreme were reached, the closed circuit of communication and information would jeopardize the unmediated and the mediated alike. It would merge them in a monotonous and Babel-like confusion. The reign of the global would also be the reign of a gigantic tautology, which would kill all dramas after having exploited them shamelessly. Of course, this extreme situation is still a long way away. It would be a closed circuit, a circuit from hell, a perfect circle in which the absence of communication and communication pushed to the point of paroxysm would meet and their identities would merge. But it will never come full circle. There will always be something new and unforeseen, if only in terms of sheer horror. There will be creations which will stimulate informative energy and allow for a massive injection of new information. This extreme exists only in the mind's eye as a distant possibility, in the same way as the debasement of informational energy and the triumph of entropy are. And yet, this extreme allows us to imagine and determine certain aspects of the real. The very least we can be sure of is that the mass media have not yet incorporated the everyday into a vaster, richer whole, such as spontaneity or culture. They have left it to its privation while moving into this privation and taking it over. It is the generalization of private life. At one and the same time the mass media have unified and broadcast the everyday, they have disintegrated it by integrating it with world current events in a way which is both too real and utterly superficial. What is more or less certain is that they are dissociating an acquired, traditional culture, the culture of books, from written discourse and logos. We cannot say what the outcome of this destructuring process will be. To conclude this point, let us say that we have many reservations about the terms we are employing: technological society, industrial society. Primacy of technology. Certainly, but technology does leave several essential sectors behind civilization, and outside it. Industrial society? Yes, but it is within this society that for the foreseeable future uneven development will go on producing all its effects. 21. Modified in this way by modern technology, the everyday has not disappeared. Although its problems may have changed, in a great many respects they have become worse. A prime example, new towns. Here, the everyday reigns in what we might call the chemically pure state. The extreme example can be seen in practice. Here, everyday life is shrinking into private life. Every object has been calculated and technically realized to carry out a daily function at the lowest possible cost. It implies a series of actions, and brings them into being. These are actions which guarantee the bare essentials of existence, foreseeable and foreseen functional gestures which obey the peremptory suggestions of the thing. When used, everything must satisfy a need, not a desire, but a need, isolated, analyzed, dissociated, and intended as such. And this integral functionalism could with some justification be seen as the best hypothesis. It is the best thing that could happen to people living in new towns and recent housing schemes. Individual and social needs are too often overlooked, treated with contempt, repressed or frustrated. Infinitely superior to the slums and workers' housing estates of the past, the flats and apartment buildings of today seem to offer the new life in the Golden City. Propaganda shrieks it from the rooftops. And so we pass from exaggerated praise to exaggerated disparagement, from exaltation to despondency. Sociologically, the truth is that new towns reduce the everyday to its simplest terms while at the same time structuring it heavily. The everyday in them is perfect and stripped bare in its privation, basic and deprived of basic spontaneity. It wanders around stagnantly and loses hope in the midst of its own emptiness, which nothing technical can ever fill, not even a television set or a car. Everyday life has lost a dimension, depth. Only triviality remains. Apartment buildings are often well-constructed machines for living in, and the housing estate is a machine for the upkeep of life outside work. Every object is determined by its function and is reduced to being a signal. It orders one thing and forbids another, it demonstrates behavior patterns, it conditions. Let us describe a new town and analyze it dialectically. Point 29. Every town planning scheme conceals a program for everyday life. Explicitly or not, it refers to an overall conception of man, of life, and of the world. In our new towns, the project, or program is all too apparent. Everyday life sees itself treated like packaging. A vast machine seizes the worker's time outside work and folds it in a wrapping as sterile as the protective cellophane round a commodity. People are separated from group to group, workers, craftsmen, technicians, and from each other, each in his box for living in, and this modernity organizes their repeated gestures. The same machinery whittles down the number of essential gestures. That most of these housing estates depend upon technically outstanding firms, automated, where work is almost entirely reduced to the control and upkeep of equipment, makes the emptiness all the more blatant. Of course, equipment does not function by itself. Technical objects make up an ensemble which requires occasional attention. However, this can only come when the technical object issues a message, a signal. The town and the factory complement one another by both conforming to the technical object. An identical process makes work easy and passive, and life outside work fairly comfortable and boring. Thus everyday life at work and outside work become indistinguishable, governed as they are by systems of signals. Controlled by signals, paradoxically dissociated, everyday time becomes both homogeneous and dispersed. Work time falls into line with family life time and leisure time, if not vice versa. In the new housing estates, objects with aesthetic pretensions appear ridiculous, and indeed they are, because they have been added on in an intentional and clumsy manner. There is nothing surprising about them, except perhaps the surprise of uneasiness they afford. As for entertainment, that too belongs in this sorry scheme, unless it is rescued by the vigorous initiative of those concerned. Men come home from a day's work which has been almost as far removed from consciously creative activity as the spectacle of the world which they now view on the television screen from the passivity of their armchairs. Women, who work less frequently in the new estates than in the old towns, where there are more tertiary jobs available for women, get their household chores out of the way, put the nagging task of minding the children to one side, and immerse themselves as soon as possible in the romantic press. Yet all it needs is to visit the perfectly automated factory at Lac, or to gaze at the hills above it, and then to go into the new town which shelters its workers, to observe a striking contrast. On one side, dazzling wonders, on the other the poverty of pure everyday life. Let us take a flight of utopian fancy. Let us suppose that just as much care and money had been devoted to Morenxville Nouvelle as was to Lac, and that these funds had been used wisely. What would the result have been for its inhabitants? How would the chasm have been filled? By means of what marvels of town planning, of variety, of games connected to culture and all that is serious in life. 22. Admirably made by women for women, which does not mean it has no male readers. The women's press demonstrates by its quantity and quality an obvious wish to promote women. At the same time it reveals the uncertainties and ambiguities of such a promotion. If women are still trying to assert themselves, it means that they have not yet achieved their goal. But what is that goal? The women's press and specifically the romantic press provide a sort of feminine ideology. Now every ideology is an implement for effective action. Therefore, consciously or unconsciously, this press is part of a strategy. What are its aims? Who makes use of this ideology? A women's lobby or the vast unformed group of women in general? The critical reader is unable to understand. At first it seems that the aim is to sell feelings and dreams, or rather to help women assert themselves. But the plethora of means for self-assertion or compensation exceeds so limited an objective. Could the aim be, political or non-political, power in general, or rather, and more vaguely, the will for power? Could it be ethical? Could these vast means be targeting ethical recognition of the feminine being, as yet equally unachieved for women as for men and their ever hazy consciousness? Could it be aesthetic? Or, in an immense confusion, could it be both at the same time? Finally, could it be some sort of grand game without any precise objective? What is certain is that individually and collectively the modern woman is involved in a long, bitter struggle for being, without really understanding and without even asking herself whether being means social role, importance, power, pathos, mastery of the self, beauty, fecundity, mysticity, conformity or nonconformity. No thing, no possibility is excluded. So could it be all these things simultaneously, in a marvelous muddle which no philosophy, no option, no mutilating reasoning could clarify? Perhaps. There is an opposite point of view. Whoever wants being without knowing how to define it, without being able to define it and without even wanting to define it is just as incapable of defining non-being, and runs the risk of confusing the two. Without scruple and without measure, the women's press mixes the everyday up with the imaginary, so that the project of a mutual critique of the everyday by the fictitious and of the fictitious by the everyday has been both achieved and superseded, as a theoretical project, in the women's press. What the so-called women's press creates and offers is a world, a feminine world. Temporary or lasting, the specific and complementary traits of a femininity are literally made into a world in the women's press. It is a world where triviality does not exclude the extraordinary, where the physiological does not exclude high culture, where the practical does not exclude the ideal, and where these aspects never become disconnected. It is not a logical world, coherently abstract or abstractly coherent. It is not a full, concrete universe analogous to a great work of art. Coherent in its own way, incoherent in an original way, which is not apparent as such to the men and women who accept it, rich in surprises, inhabitable and densely inhabited, this feminine world has no closure. It opens itself up to be looked at and touched, even to males, it tempts them and it can captivate them, since it is not their world and there is no longer a virile world, supposing that virile virtues, together with masculine shortcomings, ever made up a world or were able to assert themselves and to live according to this mode. The feminine world is ambiguous and muddled. It does not even reflect a given feminine essence, an eternal feminine whose homologues would be found in the ephemeral and the instantaneous. This world is a mishmash of the aesthetic, the ethical, and the practical. It does not define an art or a moral domain, not even an art of living, but rather a moralism and an aestheticism, lipstick and powder for practical everyday reality which manage to conceal it or at least to make it look prettier from time to time. Nothing in this world or of this world is true, and everything is true, nothing is false and everything is false. Nothing is possible and everything is possible. Nothing is permitted and everything is permitted. As far as men are concerned, this is a myth or a set of myths. In the eyes of society, it would be more of an ideology. In terms of women themselves, is it not a sort of utopia? Everything happens as though the image, myth, ideology, utopia, or what you will, of the total woman had replaced the image or the idea of the total man after the latter had collapsed. According to this interpretation, and we have no intention of glossing over its twofold irony, the feminine strategy, the strategy of women as a vast, amorphous group or the strategy of their leaders, would have either a conscious or an unconscious goal, to form and impose the image of the total woman, a modern and practical version of the defunct total man. After the demise of the latter, men themselves would accept the relay and the transfer, through powerlessness. The illusion has changed. The image of the total man was political and revolutionary. It received its inheritance from a long and glorious past. It did not wish to separate virility from masculinity, virtue from skill and manual strength from mental strength, it did not claim to unite them easily. The state, history, wars, and philosophy had influenced it, leaving traces and operating a hard process of selection. The image of the total woman is distinctly reformist and apolitical, confused and syncretic. It has the backing of this great force, newness, the effect of surprise, plus confusion and syncretism. The total woman becomes everything because she does everything. She produces and directs consumption. She has children, she brings them up and educates them. She governs the family. She allows men to devote themselves to sterile games, politics, war, feelings, intellect. And yet artists create for her, woman, and about her. The feminine world, the women's press offers us wishes to be total, so as to correspond to the total woman and to impose her image. It attains totality through confusion. And what a world it is! Everything is found or reflected there, everything is recognizable, although not with the transparency desirable for a world. Techniques and technology happily set up home with art and morality. Aestheticism and moralism bless these marriages, no better and no worse than any others. By using techniques, the feminine world has gathered together all worlds past, present, or future. It excludes nothing. In this it differs extraordinarily from that virile image which merely asserted its reality and inspirational values, work, courage, knowledge. Today philosophy is being distanced, and so, with all its demands, is the philosopher's lifestyle. Recent and modern, still almost pristine, the feminine world has emerged from a series of tests which up until now it has avoided facing. It has even avoided the test of philosophy, for its birth coincides with the moment when the withering away of philosophy is at its height, and indeed philosophical discussion has become one of its most charming and interesting subjects. And so it takes in the most ancient myths and the most apparently worn-out symbolisms. In a mode of assertive triumphalism, Images of the time when woman was a slave reappear: the queen, the beast divinity, the servant mistress, the doubly martyred and oppressed mother-wife. Figures of fatal beauty, of predestination, of absolute good luck and marvelous damnation cohabit with the representation of free initiative and practical effectiveness. Courageous and virile heroes, moths and mayflies consumed by passion's ardent flame, seducers who fall victim to their own magic powers, princes, kings, knights equal to their own destiny, all make up the retinue of the total woman. The feminine world is woven of indecisive correspondences and uncertain analogies. Its life is nourished and maintained by confusion. It generalizes the individual and personalizes impersonal techniques, and cheaply too. All it needs is a perfume, a color, or not even that, an intention, a signification. Cycles intertwine in a tepid and murky harmony, from the hours and the days to the seasons and to entire lives. In the distance hard, linear time passes by, the time of masculine efforts. Colors, perfumes, numbers reply to and correspond with the stars and their conjunctures. It truly is a world, a romantic cosmos stripped of risk and violence, where lyricism has become familiarity. Benign or malignant impulses shoot through it, and we can believe in them, and we can disbelieve in them while still believing in them. Neither the most insignificant of magical gestures conjuring up misfortune, nor the most minuscule of superstitions fabricating the illusion of good luck, stand in the way of grandiose representations of human dramas, madness, passion, and death, theater and religion. On the plane of fiction, anecdotes and trivial events take on gigantic meanings. Conversely, tragic images and figures are reduced to the dimensions of everyday crimes, which above all are crimes against common sense. This ambiguous world, this world of ambiguity, is also the world of universal muddle, where people talk colloquially about the sublime and use the same tone of voice when talking about the familiar. And actually this is quite correct, since tone of voice metamorphoses whatever one is talking about, and in any case the familiar really does contain elements of the sublime, and vice versa. This world is neither true nor false. It is a microcosm, small, but for those who inhabit it immense and perhaps infinite. Ambiguity allows people to pass indiscriminately from anything to anything else. Cookery becomes a fairyland and fantastic stories are like recipes in a magic cookery book, flanked by articles on fashion and stories about the romantic agonies of a famous star or an oriental princess. Mystification. Mythification. No. It is less than that, and more, better and worse, it is the ambiguity of the everyday, exploited by an ambiguous consciousness which above all is not consciousness of ambiguity. Hence something irritating and captivating, slightly inane and very intelligent, sometimes. What? The everyday wrapped up and hidden away, metamorphosed and revealed. This something which wishes to be total and in a sense is total appears in all its ludicrous weakness and poverty through its veil of transparent images. This pseudo-everyday is lived and perceived in the manner of an ambiguous consciousness, neither false nor true, half true, thus contradictory, but without consciousness of the contradictions, so that these contradictions become blunted and weakened, and this could serve as a definition of ambiguity as a category of everyday life. It can easily be linked to the ever-changing important issues of current affairs, fashion, art, politics, and history. At the same time it offers an escape from the genuine problems of art, politics, history, and, in the end, of modern life. It is a perpetual alibi, always accessible and welcoming. The doors of this world are open wide, you can walk right in. The seats are cheaper than at the cinema or the theater. What matter if the quality of illusion and participation, or rather of non-participation, is not as high? What is important is that eventually these cosmetics make everyday life bearable, that boredom is diminished and worries are forgotten, that private life becomes open to wonder, in part knowingly simulated, like a kind of semi-astonishment. This confused world restores a sort of wholeness to disjointed gestures and interrupted rhythms. The lived will be lived in the manner of the non-lived, the possible and the impossible are mixed up together. By transposing it, fiction and half-sleeping, half-waking dreams will make an intolerable life livable by offering it meanings which will support it and deceive it without being deceitful. In this pseudo-world nothing is, and everything signifies. Like Juan Halo's, significations exploit without exploiting, mislead without misleading. The virile mind was never satisfied with significations. The impalpable coefficients of spirituality connected to things could never satisfy the philosopher. Man, the virile mind, wanted to be, he wanted being. Feminine in essence, and by its very presence, if we can use that word, since it is the opposite of presence and a parody of it, a substitute for being, in a state of collapse, signification bears witness to the downgrading of philosophy. Nevertheless, a vague question remains, amorphous and unanswered. Who are these multiple significations of things and actions intended for? Why are they never able to attain more consistency? Why are they incapable of being anything more than a moralistic or aesthetic intention? These phenomena, and it is difficult to state with any certainty whether they are temporary or long-lasting, have some disconcerting aspects. Before the Second World War the women's press and romantic press were scarcely out of the cradle, but in only a few years they became very powerful. They quickly gave a certain pitch to the press in general, to news journalism and even to the male-orientated press, which was henceforth isolated and quasi-specialized. The content of these publications altered very rapidly in accordance with general circumstances. It shifted from a relative immoralism after the liberation to a concern with moral order, and from a humanism discreetly tinted with femininity to a religiosity openly tinged with mythology. The same topics reappear, but in different guises, so that their repetition soaks into the public only gradually. Quasi-permanent symbolisms appeared in some surprising lights. In effect, ambiguity allows for almost inexhaustible variations on the same themes, each variation containing a few fresh details and, most importantly, a new tone. The same love story can suggest erotic emancipation or the need for a strict moral discipline, according to its tone. 30 By studying this press historically we can measure out a variety of ingredients contained in this volatile mixture, the promotion of women and its uncertainties, techniques for finding happiness, moral order, the vicissitudes and anguishes of modernity, etc. The crowning achievement of the operation, if we can call it that, is to suggest and insinuate a moral order by means of anecdotes which pander to cynicism, immoralism, eroticism and a tasteless romantic sentimentality. A press with a vast circulation sells moral order wrapped up as immoralism, just like a government policy in apolitical wrappings, an ideology disguised as ideological detachment. As we have already stressed, our study of the reality in question, namely the situation of women in modern life, raises other problems, problems of society as a whole. Where does moral order originate? What does it correspond to in history, to what necessity, or lack of necessity? Does it correspond to something more general than the requirements of particular groups, and more humble than the requirements of ethics or philosophy? How does it come about that today, for the first time as far as we know, a moral order is not being imposed by force, but seems accepted and even called for by the wishes of most, if not of everyone? As for techniques for finding happiness, what exactly do they consist of, and what are they aimed at? Is it the satisfaction of those basic, fragmented needs, comfort and well-being? Is it security, tranquility, peace of mind through order and a new modality of clear conscience? And by what means? Cooking, fashion, do-it-yourself, relaxation, sexual and emotional harmony, general or mental health, catharsis or relief of tensions, an end to the romanticism of passion and the sense of the tragic? How do those who promote and employ these techniques hope to avoid boredom? What link do these minor, everyday techniques have with technology, with art, with aesthetics, and above all with aestheticism as a social phenomenon? These questions lead us to the connection of modernized everyday life to modernity in general. Therefore they go beyond the confines of the promotion of women taken in isolation. The more we consider the promotion of women, the more vague it appears, like the ambiguous base or foundation of ambiguity itself. The elimination of age-old sufferings, such as pain in childbirth, has not suppressed the specific links between femininity and nature and its rhythms. The great hope that work would emancipate women brought them many setbacks and disillusions. They soon discovered that work in factories or offices was scarcely less monotonous than housework, which in fact was being facilitated by new technology, and that they were in danger of being landed with both. Meanwhile, industry had introduced fragmented labor. The number of successful women writers is more an indication of the crisis and decline of certain genres, the novel, for example, than of the triumph of vital intuitions or of strongly original ideas. The violent feminine onslaughts in the domain of ideology are as much an expression of their lack of self-confidence as of their robustness. The press contains as many compensations, justifications, and consolations as it does positive values. The tactics and strategies it employs are surprising not so much for their brilliance, but rather for their powers of innuendo. Beneath personal narratives and beyond their symptoms and expressions, we sense the strange and painful zone of the private eros, a zone where failures and illusions, superstitions and false powers, the images and myths of powerlessness all converge. 23. Seen in this light, could we not say that of all new phenomena the reprivatization of life is the strangest, and that to a certain extent it encompasses all the previous ones? To use a certain philosophical language which explains nothing and which would demonstrate the need for a deeper theoretical development of these concepts as well as of the facts themselves, the point of view of totality bears witness to a detotalization. Let us look at these facts more closely. They are paradoxical. The reprivatization of everyday life, which both modified and confirmed the everyday in the modern world, started from 1950 onwards. It consisted of an escape from the nuclear threat and from the setbacks of history. It evaded civic tasks while at the same time suffering the mystifications of official public-mindedness. However, we cannot explain reprivatization by these historical conditions alone, nor as a simple reaction to certain setbacks. At the same time needs were being aroused, some new, some existing potentially as mass phenomena and only crystallized by advertising, by the mediation of which they were connected to their objects. What was most striking, and still is, was the isolated nature of these needs and of the way they were stimulated. Each one of them has its objects and its slogans. Therefore each has its own distinct satisfaction which does not become part of a coherent totality. The satisfaction of contingent needs by objects which are themselves external and contingent defines one of the characteristics of the new private life, where general economic and social necessity is expressed by a series of chances, needs experienced, needs satisfied. Once need becomes need for this or for that, it loses its fundamental spontaneity, while failing to individualize desire. This does not make the process any the less irreversible. Options have been taken, for example, as regards the role and importance of the motor car. Growth of needs, alienation of desire is how we expressed it previously. We can now formulate it more precisely, the external necessity of needs and the randomness of satisfactions, with private life continuing to be the arena of these disjointed needs and satisfactions, and the link which joins them together. Sociologists have noted how the contemporary family has been reduced to its simplest expression, to its nucleus. They speak commonly and without irony of the isolated, nuclear family. Well, this nucleus is being consolidated. 31 This residual deposit has not yet broken up. It manifests itself simultaneously as a residual deposit and as a product, which is something we have said about the everyday in general. The family has not splintered as was expected a few decades ago. Reprivatization is none the less surprising for not deriving from a precise, foreseeable function. It demonstrates that maybe the social cannot be reduced to the functional, and that the residual not only is able to persist, but can also grow stronger. In any case, specialists can argue endlessly about the functional and its links with the real and the structural. Could the private life and the family of today be suprafunctional? In certain circumstances, would not shelter from external dangers and pressures define a function? In fact, the emergence of needs and the consumption of goods in this day and age can be seen as being functional in the institutionalized framework of the family and of private life. In any event, everyday, private or reprivatized life and family life are these days intimately linked together. Although the everyday does not restrict itself to the internal life of the family group and to private life, it encompasses the things which affect them. Therefore it includes whatever escapes from other groups as such, something which should not make us forget that in its way private family life penetrates, emphasizes, and colors everything which spills over into it: work, leisure activities, sociability, culture. The difficulty here is that if we are to grasp all the contradictions of reality, we must not overlook a single one of its aspects. Let us recall Marx's very illuminating observation: the abstraction of the state as such was not born until the modern world, because the abstraction of private life was not created until modern times. 32 This formula allows us to place the everyday within modernity, and we will have cause to remind ourselves of it more than once. Indeed, the paradox of the situation is not the consolidation of family life reduced to the nuclear, nor the process of reprivatization. What is surprising is the set of contradictions which accompany this process and which constitute it. Reprivatization takes place while history is speeding up. It is not only linked to the setbacks, trials, and dangers concealed within this headlong acceleration, it is also linked to technology. Well, beginning with radio and television, technology should have given private life access to social and political life, to history, and to knowledge. But while life and consciousness are becoming globalized, consciousness and private life are withdrawing into themselves, and this produces some unexpected results. Predictable and expected, globalization is being achieved in the mode of withdrawal. In his armchair, the private man, who has even stopped seeing himself as a citizen, witnesses the universe without having a hold over it and without really wanting to. He looks at the world. He becomes globalized, but as an I, purely and simply. He learns something. But what exactly does this learning consist of? It does not consist of genuine knowledge, nor of power over the things seen, nor of real participation in events. It is a new modality of looking, a social gaze which rests on the image of things but which is reduced to powerlessness, the possession of a false consciousness, quasi-knowledge, and non-participation. Without seeing that it is doing so, this gaze banishes real knowledge, real power, and real participation. It really is a private gaze, the gaze of the private man who has become social, and despite the fact that it harbors the potential for interests, for enjoyments, and for a kind of mosaic of culture. 33. Reprivatization has its pleasant advantages. It creates a certain taste and a certain skill in the use of everyday objects. At the same time, its end product is submission to an impersonal, encyclopedic, and vulgarized culture. Like the feminine press, it introduces moral order through innuendo. It facilitates all the rigging and fixing that goes on in mass information. It is the world as an entity passively perceived, and without effective participation, and processes unfold within it which are visible but inaccessible: technology, space exploration, political strategies. Under the socialized gaze which substitutes for the active consciousness of social practice, these processes vanish into the distance at breakneck speed. So the word private has not lost its main meaning, privation. Private life remains privation. The world is there to plug up the holes, fill in the cracks, paper over the gaps, camouflage the frustrations. Time is crammed full and life seems fit to burst. Or else it is empty. Chock-a-block full and completely empty. At the same time as life was being reprivatized, power and wealth were being personalized, and by the same means, public and political life became laden with images borrowed from private life. For a long time, perhaps from the start, public men and women, in other words, powerful or famous people, were commonplaces. They belonged, apparently, to everyone. This illusion was part of the way politics operated. It was part of the essence of the state and of the culture which had been established above society while appearing to remain part of it. It was not incompatible with democracy as a political system. It was one of the more honorable and relatively profound contradictions of a democracy which had been relatively successfully established. Using modern means, this illusion deploys itself in a vast representation of real and practical social life. We are spared no detail of the everyday lives of princes and queens, of stars and millionaires, since great men and bosses and even heroes have an everyday life on a par with our own. We know their bathrooms almost as well as we know our own, we know their mansions almost as well as we know our own flat, we know their bodies almost as well as we know our own. This knowledge, if we can call it that, is spread throughout the world by means of images, and helps to create the attraction or powerful influence these celebrities exert. They are slaves to this knowledge. They cannot do without it. They know this, and submit to the demands of the public and of publicity, even if it means that they too must find refuge elsewhere. In short, seen from this angle, grandeur and the sublime are restored to the everyday. The public becomes private and the private becomes public, but in appearance only, since power retains its properties and wealth its possibilities. The humblest citizen knows his prince. He has been able to see him close up, almost as if he could touch him, but once he accepts this illusion, he has stopped being a citizen. The humblest farmhand knows queens, princesses, and film stars. But if he really believes he has attained a knowledge of something, he is being trapped by one of modernity's strangest and most disturbing alienations. The rift between the private and the public has been overcome in appearance only. The supersession of these two aspects of social practice is nothing more than an illusion. The social appears more open and more transparent than ever before. The socialization of society has adopted new forms, more extensive than previous ones, and on a truly world scale, but mystification, alienation, and privation have also adopted a world dimension. However, it is curiously worldly minded, and turns the world into a caricature of itself. The world carries on its business beneath a gaze which has become social. But what happens in people's homes, in the enclosure of their private lives and behind the wall that is their forehead? Viewed from outside, private life appears opaque. From the warm and damp intimacy within, it is what is outside which appears threatening, storm-tossed and opaque. Inside, we do not know what is happening outside, where events come from or what causes tensions. The most petty side of the everyday becomes reassuring. There, in private life, we think we are sure of being loved or hated, or both at once, of being protected and smothered, of being taken care of and pushed towards morbid states of mind. We are given the assurance that however insignificant we may be, at least we exist. This is one nucleus of the everyday, and one of its polarities. It is the place where significations rise and then fall away into insignificance. Let us take a photo album. Every face and every scene contains an episode or sums up a period in someone's life, each image is loaded with significations. Very quickly, these faces and scenes fade away, they become forgotten, dying their own social death, and are dead forever. Dramas lose their cutting edge and things lose their halo of meaning. Thus reprivatization is prolonging and replacing the individualism of the earlier period, by substituting the small family group in place of the individual. Our society harbors profound contradictions, which mark the necessary and inevitable socialization of society. While not making it completely problematic, these contradictions do raise many problems. Groups are getting larger, cities, businesses, classes, while at the same time the differentiations at the heart of these groups are becoming more strongly asserted. Information is increasing while direct contacts are in decline. Relations are becoming more numerous while their intensity and authenticity are diminishing. Along with segregations come diversities, and with possibilities of initiative and freedom come stricter conditionings. Withdrawal into the self is passive in relation to an over-complex social reality which oscillates between innuendo and brutal explicitness, but it appears to be a solution of sorts. It is as difficult to assess as it is to understand. It cannot be said that reprivatization has not been actively chosen. There has been an option, and a general one, social options, group choices, socially accepted and adopted proposals for choice. Nor can it be said that it has been chosen freely. However, the choice itself is imposed and the solution is indicated or countermanded. This constraint operates within a fairly narrow margin of freedom. The weight from outside and from the world becomes increasingly oppressive for an intimacy which has been metamorphosed into a mass phenomenon. Is this a lifestyle, or is it life unequivocally stripped of all style? Although we would tend towards the second of these hypotheses, it is still too early to reach a decision. Scrutiny of these hypotheses and this problem is part of the sociology of boredom. Very oddly, reprivatization through critical study of the everyday off course. Reprivatization confirmed the everyday, but in an unexpected way, it modified and reconstituted it more forcefully than before as privation and as the domain of appearances. This unexpected consolidation threw the study of it off track, because it altered the subject and the way of seeing it, as well as the methods being employed. We have left several of the most surprising historical conditions of reprivatization to one side, for example the temporary or permanent loss of prestige of the collective. Seen as a historical phenomenon, this loss of prestige was itself motivated in many psychological and sociological ways: experience of the restrictive nature of the collective, an end to the illusion of a catharsis for the individual and his troubles by means of the social, an end to the illusion of a happy equilibrium for the individual within the social, and the realization that economic and political organization and over-organization were absorbing private life without creating a lifestyle free of privation, etc. What is most astonishing in all of this is not that the collective had been resorted to, nor the fact that this failed. For a long period of time, people were hoping and waiting for a radical transformation of everyday life, a new life. Only the collective, or rather a certain representation of the collective, seemed capable of delivering this transformation. This was the meaning of the utopian socialism which was so closely linked to scientific socialism. The history of socialism offers a twofold lesson: the fall of the collective as a transforming agent of everyday life, and the rise of technology and its problems. Given this twofold experience, and given that the idea of a revolutionary transformation of the everyday has almost vanished, the withdrawal into an everyday which has not been transformed but which has benefited from a small proportion of technical progress becomes perfectly understandable. No, what is most astonishing is perhaps the fact that this withdrawal has in no way stopped collective organization and over-organization continuing to operate on its own level: the state, important decisions, bureaucracy. Reprivatized life has its own level, and the large institutions have theirs. These levels are juxtaposed or superimposed. Consolidated around this nucleus, private life and the everyday provide an alibi for escaping from history, from failures, from risks and from threats, and this creates a gulf between the lived and the domain of history 34, which is a consequence of its setbacks and backward surges. But let us not be misled. To be reticent about history, to run away from the historical and from the problems of society as a whole, in other words, to run away from politics, is nevertheless one of the ways history is lived. The extra-historicity of modern everyday life is itself a modality of history and a demonstration of its inner conflicts. When the everyday consolidates itself as private life, it does not eliminate history, no more than what is determined eliminates the randomness it contains. No throw of the dice can eliminate chance. 35 Hesitations, hiding places, escape routes, they all disguise many things and prevent nothing. Never did history pursue people to the extent it has since people have entrenched themselves against it and attempt to take part in events as spectators of images. Nevertheless, it remains true that not everything is equally historical, or equally cultural. Although in fact men do not escape history, or culture, or knowledge, and are fascinated by them precisely because of the growing gap between such external forces and their own lives, they nevertheless consolidate a level of reality which offers a kind of passive resistance to history and knowledge. In certain cases this resistance becomes active, and so, withdrawn within their own everyday reality, the members of a social group can oppose an enemy, an occupying power, a creator of events or a political leader. In our view, there is a sense to reprivatization. It cannot be defined simply as the search for an alibi or a means of escape from history. In its reactions to the setbacks of revolution or the danger of planetary extermination, it is not simply burying its head in the sand. Clumsily but insistently, it is seeking an acceptable way forward, not an absolute barrier between the private and the public, between the individual and the social and the historical, nor a completely free passage which would abolish the characteristics of the former in favor of the latter, and which would be nothing more than a gaping void. Radical critique of reprivatization does not stop us from understanding it, on the contrary, understanding it is just as important as explaining it. Along with reprivatization are various phenomena deriving from social links and relations, the reinstatement of certain affective tonalities, such as friendship and comradeship, and ill-defined values associated with groups linked by affinity or affiliation, a hesitant return to social spontaneity. Moreover, the world of objects has assumed new importance, while at the same time it has become more diversified. Familiar or unfamiliar technical items, useful or useless items, luxury items, aesthetic items, objects which impose certain behavior patterns or which allow for initiative by appealing to the imagination, to emotions, to memory. To study this world of objects and how it is divided and classified would require a logistics of everyday life. 24. Is this a matter for philosophy or philosophical analysis? Yet again, yes and no. Yes, since critical analysis and presentation of the everyday use categories which originate in philosophy, appropriation, alienation, privation, power, of man over nature and over his own nature, need, desire, critical negativity, etc. And yet, no. Before they can be used in the pursuit of concrete knowledge, these categories must be extricated from the systematizations within which philosophical thought has imprisoned them, and made to stand apart from any specifically philosophical system. So what is the core issue? In our view, critical study of the everyday contributes towards a dialectical anthropology which is itself dependent upon, or coincidental with, a dialectical humanism. The real core issue is to define mankind. Marxist dogmatism defined it by labor and for labor, as a producer. But active man creates the human world and, through the act of production, produces himself. He does not simply produce things, implements or goods, he also produces history and situations. He creates human nature, nature in himself and for himself, nature appropriated to man by means of his many conflicts. Marxist dogmatism determines man unilaterally, and foregrounds the outside world and the thing, and power over matter and material production. It has parenthesized man's nature and the inner appropriation of nature by the human. In its pedagogy, in its philosophy and in its propaganda, in its art and in its system of education, its conception of them is purely cursory. All dogmatisms mutilate the human by determining it as something unilateral. They take away one or several of its dimensions. Our starting point is a totality, but differentiated according to dimension and level. Our starting point is a total human phenomenon: need, work, pleasure, speak, make, live. The term phenomenon shows the will to supersede philosophical ontology and not to presume to exhaust the human and the world by defining them as essences. Could the human be essentially cultural? Could it be defined by tools and technology, reason, logos, or language, by knowledge, by culture, by an analytic intellect which calculates and organizes? These definitions are just as acceptable and just as limited as definitions which use historicity, or practical reason which projects and realizes objectives by taking risks and options, and less rational definitions which use dreams, laughter, play, love or awareness of death. Man is this, but other things, or other non-things, as well. He is a plurality of dimensions, a multiplicity of forms and structures. he is a shifting hierarchy of levels, which means that the usual concept of structure must be modified and dynamized. Thus he is also the everyday, insofar as the everyday introduces an unevenly developed level into totality, which nevertheless transforms itself, and which above all must transform itself. In the words of Nietzsche, man is the animal which is not yet defined. We would add the everyday to the dimensions we have previously defined, and that everyday is something which urgently needs to be transformed, so that its theory cannot be separated from a revolutionary praxis which has been restored to all its former breadth, and from a vision of what is possible, and impossible. Dialectical anthropology does not exclude culture, but neither does it parenthesize nature in the name of culture, which would be a culturalism. It studies the conflictual nature/culture relation, particularly on the level where it manifests itself, in the everyday. It does not exclude the historical and does not place the lived outside history. It studies the conflictual historicity/lived relation, particularly on the level where it manifests itself, in everyday life. By concentrating on this humble territory, which forms and structures both inhabit, it hopes to avoid unilateralities and neophytisms, of signification, of non-signification or of the thing without signification, of structure and of the spontaneous, of culture and anti-culture, of totality and non-totality, for example. This anthropology takes history into account but excludes historicism, which sees everything as being equally historical. It encompasses the study of political economy, but combines with a critique of political economy which rejects and refutes economism, the doctrine of economic determinism. Finally, it includes a sociology, in other words a conception of the social ensemble, but equally it includes a critique of sociologism, in other words of the attitude which privileges one set of facts and concepts in totality since it eliminates history and historicity, nature and the problems raised by the links between them. In short, it eliminates a whole range of dialectical movements. Therefore, and not without paradox, we will offer both a dialectical sociology, or an attempt at one, and a critique of the foundations of sociology. To put it another way, our guideline will be a critical study of what can and ought to change in human reality. By emphasizing one part, one level, of reality, and above all by referring to critique of this level of reality, to creative negation, we will attempt to grasp reality, but not to exhaust it. 25. As we continue in this direction towards our goal, we will soon come up against some run-of-the-mill methodological concerns. There are a certain number of formal and general concepts which we need to review in order to see precisely how we can use them, the concept of level, of structure, of totality, of tactic and strategy, and finally, of model. The latter is particularly important in that we will be proposing a model, or several models, of social reality, nothing more, nothing less. 26. Once we have clarified this conceptual equipment, we will introduce several specific concepts. From the outset we will divide these specific concepts into two groups, categories of ambiguity and categories of non-ambiguity. The following concepts belong in the first of these groups: ambiguity, misunderstanding, compromise, misjudgment and misuse, denial, agreement and contestation, connivance and complicity, disquiet, alibi, etc. We will rank the following concepts in the second group: decision and opposition, dilemma and action logic, challenge and mistrust, refusal, choice, wager, risk, repetition and recognition, the possible and the impossible, etc. 27. Finally, we will present a certain number of theoretical ideas and theories with the intention of interpreting the everyday within the context of society as a whole, the theory of the semantic field and of the social text, the theory of cumulative and non-cumulative processes, the theory of moments, the theory of the world of objects and of the logistics of things, the theory of doubles, of reverse images and of breaks, etc. We have already presented or outlined several of these theories in previous publications. Finally, we will need to return to the theory of alienation and the theory of praxis in order to clarify them dialectically. 28. In no respects is this lengthy conceptual development an end in itself, and nor is the knowledge it may produce. Concepts and knowledge are not ends, but means. Means for what? To reply, and to bring this methodological summing up to an end, we would like to reiterate our principles as strongly as possible. There can be no knowledge of society, as a whole, without critical knowledge of everyday life in its position, in its organization and its privation, in the organization of its privation, at the heart of this society and its history. There can be no knowledge of the everyday without critical knowledge of society, as a whole. Inseparable from practice or praxis, knowledge encompasses an agenda for transformation. To know the everyday is to want to transform it. Thought can only grasp it and define it by applying itself to a project or program of radical transformation. To study everyday life and to use that study as the guideline for gaining knowledge of modernity is to search for whatever has the potential to be metamorphosed and to follow the decisive stages or moments of this potential metamorphosis through. It is to understand the real by seeing it in terms of what is possible, as an implication of what is possible. For man will be an everyday being or he will not be at all. This lengthy conceptual development will allow us to tackle a determined and precise problematic, the theory of needs, the links between everyday life, the modern city and housing developments, the place and the future of art in the so-called modern world, etc. Then we will be able to look at some of the questions which have been treated in a methodologically flimsy way by certain recent authors. Thus in the Affluent Society 36 Galbraith points out the drawbacks of the consumer society in America, where the most important social needs are left to badly managed public services, and then, starting from the opposite political postulate, we have Moravia, whose A Month in the USSR shows that whereas the public domain in the USSR is generally remarkably well managed, most private needs are overlooked or scorned. How can we explain this symmetrical breakdown in the two conflicting modes of production in the world today? And what does it mean? One day we might even try to deal with questions such as, in conditions which in other respects are well defined, what is the social cost of an ordinary individual life? And in equally well defined conditions, what would be the social cost of a fulfilled individual life, if such fulfillment had become the norm? 37. 2. The formal implements. 1. Axioms and axiomatization. We will not make a systematic attempt to construct a table of axioms, in other words a group of propositions which have formal properties, consistency, rigorous coherence without contradiction, independence, relatively methodical, of the statements proposed, sufficiency, completeness of the system, saturation, categoricity. In our opinion it is possible to formulate axioms in the social sciences and especially in sociology, but impossible to build any particular science using deductive theories, in other words, to establish a closed system by saturating that set of axioms. It goes without saying that it is imperative to make ample room for forms and formal systems, both as regards the methodology of the sciences and as regards the object of study itself. In social reality, forms have their own existence and effectiveness. This does not make systematizing and formalizing them in any the less erroneous and impossible enterprise. Research, conceptual development, and theories are a matter for dialectical method, not deductive logic. For example, counting, which is used in mathematics with the utmost rigor, can be found in every discipline. However, rather than demonstrating the inexhaustible character of a continuum, the act of counting, of classifying and of exhausting a set of distinct units, an act which gives rise to operations and operators, does not constitute absolute intelligibility. Only mathematicians have been able to imagine that it does. The human mind and knowledge begin with small whole numbers, nevertheless we very soon imagine the infinitely large and the infinitely small, the continuous, the inexhaustible. For century after century the mathematician has made every effort to extend counting into large numbers, something done by machines nowadays, Today his concern is continuousness, inexhaustible units, and order for its own sake within these units. The social sciences and the study of human data use counting, but already they are subordinating it to a more complex set of implements. All formal implements are subject to the conditions under which they are applied. All formal systems have their limits. In the course of this study we have already come across some axioms, but without recognizing them as such. One in particular scarcely needs formulating: there can be no knowledge of society without critique of that society, of its representations, ideologies, and its accepted concepts. Let us proceed by drawing up a provisional, non-restrictive list of the axioms it is appropriate to formulate as such. Axiom of language: the sociologist speaks the same language as the men, individuals, members of a group, he is seeking to reach and whose way of life he wishes to understand. Comments. This axiom lends itself to a trivial interpretation. It has been pointed out 1,000 times that it is difficult to gain access to a group which speaks a different language than the scientists studying it. It is not only dialects, vocabularies, jargon, and languages specific to determined groups, such as small farmers from a specific region of France, or workers in a specific trade and from a specific city, which set traps for the investigator. Let us get beyond these banalities. The very way this axiom is formulated underlines a danger and a risk which we must confront empirically. Its value as a regulator derives from its falseness on the immediately empirical level. No matter how simple the facts of the everyday may be, the investigator and the group he is investigating will never use exactly the same words in exactly the same way. Every dialogue is made up of two unequal participants: one wants to know, and speaks the language of someone who wants to know; the other remains hidden, even when he is perfectly willing to answer the questions. When the subject of an inquiry, the interviewee, coincides with the object of study and opens himself up unreservedly, we have someone abnormal on our hands, an exhibitionist, and there is all the more reason to mistrust what he tells us. In sociology, most interviews, and the in-depth, indirect interview in particular, begin with a period of awkwardness, as investigators well know. Beginners would like to avoid or shorten this period; they do not realize how fruitful it is. That such awkwardness cannot be avoided, that uneasiness arises almost of necessity when a living contact is established, is something which techniques of group dynamics and psychotherapeutic interviews would confirm, were confirmation needed. In all cases, the dramatic content of the lived is concealed beneath evasive behavior patterns. The interview starts with a sort of tacit challenge to the interviewee by the interviewer, to reach him, to grasp him, to know him, and to the interviewer by the interviewee, to put him off track, to elude him. The higher the stakes, the greater the challenge and the deeper the uneasiness. While this uneasiness lasts, the investigator, unable to fight back a kind of mental vertigo, tries to clarify his representations and to refine his language. During this same period, the person being interviewed slowly agrees to receive or to release a portion of the real, an aspect of the hidden drama, the situation of his everyday reality. Any common language becomes apparent at the end of these dialogues, once the dialogue of the deaf has been avoided. It is at the end, and not at the beginning, that the common language is to be found. Sadly, the police interrogation, the psychological investigation, the dialogue between someone who wants to know and someone who resists being known, and the psychoanalytic interview, all have more than one point in common. The big difference is in the way the initial awkwardness is dealt with and modified, and in the degree of caution, which is simply a form of respect, with which it is made use of. Some interviewers try to influence their subject, who is also an object. Others, more attentive and more circumspect, seek to know their subject while modifying him as little as possible. Such investigators will rank patience among the virtues which are a precondition of knowledge. Subsidiary axiom: signs and significations are not things. Expressions, symptoms, and manifestations are not beings. To achieve a common language in dialogue, the investigator, who, no matter how cautious and respectful, will always be an inquisitor, must avoid imposing his own language on this subject who is also the object of knowledge and the theme of the investigation. When the subject bends over backwards to accept the sociologist's terminology, his statements become unreliable. Evasion and defiance are more revealing and more valuable than the accommodating attitude beginners find so beguiling. But there is a lesson to be learned from experiencing this awkwardness. We could call it the sociologist's catharsis, or a major aspect of sociological culture. A profound culture and a difficult catharsis are essential for grasping the sheaf of givens which, though objective, in no way share the objectivity of things, and which represent nothing more than an approach by being caught up in the drama of its everyday life. The significations of these givens are formulated in the very act of dialogue. What words other than action and dialogue could define this subtle, delicate, and finely honed mixture of sympathetic friendliness and harshness, perhaps even cruelty, which alone is capable of bringing what is concealed by evasiveness and yet revealed by it out into the open? When crudely conducted, a sociological interview modifies the semiology one it is trying to grasp and interpret, as radically as any police interrogation would. Knowledge and understanding between human beings, individuals, and groups can only be reciprocal, in and via an exchange. The relation between the subject and the object, between the investigator and the investigation as a common language is sought, i.e., a semiology which will reveal the secret drama of the group and of the everyday individual in the everyday life of the group, is one which is learned and cultivated. The wish to learn and to understand should reveal being rather than fixing it in its inevitable evasiveness, and that is the aim of this culture. The more finely honed it is, the less it will suppress, and the more it will be capable of overcoming the distances and obstacles set up by defiance and misunderstandings. It alone allows us to be genuinely concerned with human beings, in a way which justifies the wish for knowledge. A culture such as this is conditional on certain qualities and talents, such as tact and speed. It requires training. And even more, that the investigator involve and compromise himself within the dialogue. Only via a return to his own everyday reality will he reach the everyday reality of the people he is interviewing. It is a detour he must take, and a disturbing one. He must purge himself not only of his ideological and theoretical prejudices, and of his limited vocabulary, but also of his value judgments, which perhaps constitute the biggest barrier of all. Point 2. Inspired by qualitative or ordinal mathematics, groups theory, information theory, certain theoreticians in the social sciences would surely formulate another axiom: all research consists of questions which can be answered by yes or by no. For them, a question for which there is not a yes or no answer is simply badly expressed, it is a question which cannot be answered. While taking care to make room for these theories, and for information theory in particular, we would challenge this axiom, which precisely would lead towards an integral axiomatization and to a purely logical cohesion of science. To exhaust reality, the number of questions which must be answered by yes or by no would be infinite. What is more, there are questions which demand replies other than yes or no and yet which bring knowledge. And perhaps this is the moment to stress the difference between information and knowledge. Those questions to which the interviewee replies and can only reply by yes or no provide information. The questions to which he cannot reply by yes or no bring knowledge. Are you happy? After a moment's thought, nobody could answer with an absolute yes or no. Everyone will reply, yes and no. In this respect, yes; in that respect, no. And in any case, what do you mean by happiness? The person who does answer yes or no is informing us of a fact, that he is going through a phase of satisfaction or dissatisfaction, that he is being optimistic, that he is simplifying his opinion in order to communicate it, etc. There is nothing worse than a questionnaire which is so well constructed that it believes it can exhaust its object. It imposes clarity and the vocabulary of science upon the people it is seeking to reveal. Much more valuable in a dialogue are chance and game playing, when the participants talk about this and that. In this case, meaning may spring from a chance encounter, similar to a reward or, to use the register of psychiatry, a gratification, although knowledge cannot consist of such fortuitous gratifications alone. A vocabulary which is clumsily and disrespectfully imposed leads us easily to a certain scepticism. Since the chosen terminology is unusable, would it not suffice to talk to people in any way we like, and to make contact through any subject at all, by skillfully using their own language? This is not valid either. Although game playing may be worth more than inflexibility, and chance just as valuable as excessive rigor, cunning linguistic maneuvers are just as ineffective as the use of crude and destructive terminological implements. The goal of research, which challenges the sociologist per se, is to enable a dialogue to produce knowledge by means of mutual understanding. Obliged to take the language of the individuals and the groups he seeks to understand into account, should the sociologist eschew the language of his own group and of science? No. The language of science must be as precise as possible, and act as the common denominator between the symbolisms and modes of expression which research will discover across a range of different groups. What is more, there can be no science without terminology. But where does terminology end? Where does jargon begin? Must the sociologist force himself to use nothing but familiar words, giving them a conceptualized meaning which differs slightly from their usual meaning? Would this be a way of establishing a common ground between the relatively incoherent or systematized semiologies he is seeking to reveal and interpret? The physicist and the mathematician do not have this problem. As specialists, they divorce themselves from everyday men. They are no longer concerned with the link between the terms and signs they employ and day-to-day vocabulary, or between their concepts and common sense, their everyday reality. The correspondence is apparent throughout the history of knowledge and science for whoever wishes to find it, the philosopher, for example. For the sciences of mankind, it is quite a different story. It must be possible to transfer from the day-to-day language of social praxis to scientific terminology at any time. If not, the terminology will lose contact with the first and final object of knowledge, praxis, and science will no longer come together with praxis to change itself into action. Jargon begins with the hiatus between practical language and scientific language. From that point on, well-integrated sets of facts and meanings may be constructed, but they will have one drawback: arbitrariness, linkage by jargon terms. Hence the axiom of discourse which we will formulate for use as follows: in his memory and in his thinking, the sociologist of everyday life must maintain the linkage between day-to-day language and his own terminology, and the transition from one to the other. At every moment he must be able to translate the one into the other and to carry out all the necessary intermediary operations. In this way the sociology of the everyday is reinvesting specific knowledge with a philosophical requirement philosophers have too often neglected. Its science never becomes separated from poetics, in the sense given to the term by Diderot in the Encyclopédie, a set of rules which one applies to create a work in a given genre. Poetics here is the transformation of everyday life in and by praxis. It extends philosophy, it satisfies the requirements of philosophy, and it supersedes philosophy. Axiom of strategies: whether they are aware of it or not, social groups and individuals within groups have tactics and strategies, i.e., series of connected long-term or short-term decisions. Conversely and reciprocally, a set of individuals without a tactic and a strategy cannot be a social group. Comments. We are giving a definition axiomatically. Tactics and strategies correspond to what in often vague and philosophical language are called projects, decisions, plans for action and for the future, or agendas. In its particular manner, the immobility of groups, always more apparent than real, like the principle of rest and inertia in nature, provides a tactic and a strategy for survival. Survival in itself is a form of action. Tactics and strategies do not exhaust the reality of social groups within themselves and in their conflictual relations with other groups. To formulate the theory in a way which would eliminate other aspects of reality, alienation, for example, or symbolisms, would be unjustifiable. Nevertheless, this axiom is extremely important. It eliminates the illusion of inertia and rest, and this is a point we would like to emphasize. The existence of a social group, with the individuals it encompasses, is permanently called into question, both in the short term and in the long term. It either knows this, is reluctant to know it, or does not know it. If it does not know it, the group, and the individuals, will sink into mindless stagnation. To put it another way, individuals can be differentiated by their degree of participation in the consciousness and action of the group. Leaders are people who think up the tactic and, most importantly, the strategy, and who devote themselves to putting it into action. It is clear that everyday life within the group depends upon these constellations, the consciousness and participation of individuals, and the presence and activeness of leaders. The axiom of strategies demonstrates a multidimensionality. The sociologist belongs to one group or to several, each with its own tactic and strategy. Science itself has its strategy, of which the scientist is more or less aware, and of which he is more or less the leader. In short, every group we may study will have its strategy and its tactic. Once it comes under scrutiny, a group may seal itself hermetically in the face of any investigation, or it may welcome the sociologist with open arms. Consciously or unconsciously, both reactions form part of its strategy. If a stranger is given a warm-hearted reception, apparent or genuine, it is because he is expected to bring something with him, such as information or propaganda from outside the group. As for the sociologist, objectivity is frequently and superficially trivialized as being a form of passivity, and this he cannot accept. And yet, he does not want to be biased. Therefore he will have to confront these multiple dimensions, the tactic and strategy of the groups to which he is affiliated or from which he originated, class, nation, intelligentsia, etc., the tactic and strategy for knowledge and for the insertion of his knowledge into praxis, the tactic and strategy of the group he is studying. This confrontation will provide a limited, relative but heightened objectivity. During it the sociologist of the everyday will make a comparison between the revealing, signifying, elements of the various projects for action, including language, symbols, attitudes, opinions, and behavior patterns. During this comparison he will disengage himself from his own subjective elements, ridding himself of them by calling them into question. As far as possible, he will free himself from the social contexts upon which he depends. He will force himself to adopt the asceticism which is an integral part of scientific culture, to think on several planes and to organize and structure the transfer from one to the other in a coherent way. Axiom of mediations, it will be to the advantage of the sociology of everyday life and of empirical research in general to avoid groups which are too small or too large. It is equally to the advantage of sociologists engaged in empirical research if they parenthesize concepts which are too narrow and too precise, in terms of how they can be understood and to the connotations they have. Comments. This axiom stipulates a regulatory rule or hypothesis rather than a form or a formal definition. It has links with the previous axiom. The sociologist of the everyday will not lose sight of the fact that he is acting as a rational medium or intermediary between groups in society as a whole. Despite the many mediations and communications which exist between them, including language, these groups are partially external and opaque to each other. There are occasions when this rule needs to be flexible. For example, the study of inter-individual relations within the restricted framework of family life, and the description of individual roles and their relation within this framework, would fall more within the purview of psychology or social psychology. However, private, family life in an overall context, the bourgeoisie, farmers, the proletariat, French society, etc., is within the purview of the sociology of everyday life as we have defined it. This does not mean to say that it does not exist within even larger groups, where standards of living and lifestyles, etc., can be determined by the relations within them. If we consider a very large group, for example the working class in general, i.e., on a world scale, it is a reality which goes far beyond our investigative possibilities. It is a matter for sociology in general, beginning with the concept, it seeks to define the link between this concept as accepted and current praxis, and thus to grasp the current situation of the working class within a specific social entity. However, it will be very difficult to study so vast a reality empirically, in its everyday reality. As an overall entity, society itself is very difficult to grasp. It is in our scientific interest to move among intermediate realities, employing modest concepts which are not too wide and not too narrow. It is in our interest to begin our investigation with those realities which act as mediations and means, and which consequently are neither too secret nor too publicly manifest, tactics and strategies in so far as they become manifest in action, symbols and signs in so far as they are practically effective, communication groups, villages, neighborhoods, towns, businesses, trade unions, etc. The macro-sociological and the micro-sociological, the whole and the restricted, none must escape scrutiny. However, the restricted, the local and the micro have limits and an opaqueness which resist investigation. In the pursuit of the whole and the total, sooner or later thought will be brought to a halt by the political decision which determines them, by the options which have been taken or are in the process of being taken, and by the ethic or the aesthetic which is in the process of making, or breaking, itself, invention, creative activity, poiesis. Now knowledge can offer them its contribution and its arguments. It cannot presume to command them. As a working hypothesis, we will elaborate certain propositions which are linked to the previous axiom, the sociological unity of a group and the social consciousness which links the consciousnesses of its constituent individuals to it are never more than intermediary states, mediations, or means to an end. Tactic and strategy determine this and are determined by it. In phases of extreme tension, turmoil, and intense social activity, the existence of a group becomes historical. Its structures burst asunder. Its everyday life is suspended, shattered, or changed. It coincides with the historical. In the phases of complete relaxation and stagnation, inter-individual and psychic relations predominate, the group tends to fall apart and everyday life tends to show only its most banal and trivial side. Thus it is indeed the medium, intermediary, mediating phases which we are considering here as providing privileged testimony. Thus, setting out from the medium zones, our study would go in one direction towards the broader zones, and in another towards the narrower ones, not in order to separate them from each other, but to reach them. Our study holds no presuppositions about the complexity and the contradictions on these, micro and macro, scales, and this is what distinguishes the previous rules and axioms from Cartesian thought, which uses the simple to assemble the complex. These givens underline the prudent, limitative, and relative character of a research program which nevertheless opens a vast field of experiences and knowledge. Every statement acts equally as a safety barrier and as a positive heuristic rule. 2. The role of hypothesis. The role of hypothesis in the sciences in general has been examined many times. We feel it could be useful to return to it in order to clarify its role in the social sciences and in our own research. Let us remind ourselves that in all dogmatisms the process of knowledge is bound up with systematized philosophical arrangements, thus devaluing the role of hypothesis and the invention of hypotheses. Dogmatism quite correctly gives prominence to the presuppositions inherent in the way facts are perceived, as well as in scientific observation, in conceptual links between phenomena and in theoretical developments, but then it extrapolates. It tries to reduce these implications to general, and thus philosophical, postulates. This would allow it to police the use of hypotheses. However, it is clear that hypotheses which are subordinated to a systematized philosophy, to an idealist or materialist ontology, lose the characteristics of hypothesis, and are imposed a priori as absolute truths. This is the way the materialists, contradicting dialectic, and the idealists, totally in agreement with themselves, which guarantees them the benefit of coherence, proceeded. When knowledge is regulated in this way, the first thing to be compromised is the invention of hypotheses. This leads to sterility. On the other hand, a certain subjectivism, equally philosophical in inspiration, a certain relativism and a certain positivism have stressed the hypothetical character of every science. The use of hypothesis would make knowledge conjectural. In its way, this tendency extrapolates as well. The invention of hypotheses and the very requirement for hypotheses may originate either in the elusive complexity of the real, or in an a priori inherent to the human mind, such as determined categories or a general, logical and formal, principle of identity. Going farther than previous methodological work 3 and with the desire to make room for imagination in the knowledge of the human real, we will maintain here that the role of hypothesis is connected to the complexity of the phenomena under scrutiny and also to their random character, both aspects being interdependent. We are not using the term random in a pejorative way to mean whatever knowledge is unable to grasp, in other words pure chance, a radical contingency or an indeterminism. The thesis of an absolute indeterminism both in nature and in historical and social reality, as opposed to the thesis of an absolute determinism, is certainly untenable. Here as elsewhere we are trying to clarify a way of thinking dialectically. There are determined biological, historical, economic, sociological conditions, which are taken over and modified by their own creative praxis, which constitute the real in its accepted sense. There are processes, which contain the evolution and forward movements of the real. These conditions and processes point towards possibilities. It is itself a necessary requirement that a choice, an option, or a decision, a tactical and strategic commitment, be made regarding these possibilities. Free actions, collective or individual, short-term or long-term, do not escape determinism, they are based upon it, they have their inner determinisms, they unfold, they are born premature or they come to full term, they are enacted with varying degrees of awareness and effectiveness, sometimes blind, sometimes calculated, they modify their determined conditions and create new ones. They modify and reorientate processes but they do not eliminate them. We rule out the idea of absolute necessity along with the idea of absolute chance and the purely fortuitous. Absolute necessity, i.e., determinism, belongs to ideology, not to knowledge. It excludes dialectical movement, relative chance, and relative necessity, the relatively predictable and the relatively unpredictable. From this viewpoint, there is a certain unpredictability, and thus the advent of something genuinely new, which does not come simply from not knowing the causes and limits of knowledge. It also comes from chance per se, and also from freedom. We cannot calculate a priori what the limits to predictability are, but knowledge can never predict everything, nor can practical action prefigure and control everything. By using formal theories, games and decision theory, information theory, we can even predict the unpredictable per se. Thus this notion of randomness is based on a few recent acquisitions to the field of knowledge, and notably on information theory. If we are careful not to confuse information with knowledge, this will facilitate the inclusion of information within knowledge. The concept of randomness in information theory profoundly modifies the concept of statistical probability which derives from the natural sciences, statistical and quantic theories. It implies an exploration of the field of possibilities, whereas statistical probability infers predictions based on the past. Above all, and this is its principal interest in so far as the study is concerned, it implies the idea of a widening of the field of possibilities. To our mind this widening is essential if we are to understand the life of groups and individuals in modern society. In a sense it characterizes it. It is what makes it imperative to have increasingly more finely honed and conscious tactics and strategies. It is what makes it essential to opt more and more frequently. The widening of possibilities is accompanied by contradictory phenomena, pressures and constraints, models and norms, checks, gaps and imbalances. Moral or ideological pressures and constraints maintain a sort of static equilibrium within individual or collective consciousnesses which run the danger of being swamped by possibilities. Thus realization can lag behind possibilities to a vast extent. In the random field of what is possible, realization, subjected to objective and restrictive rules, is itself random. The real, i.e., realization, can only be understood through the possible and the random. Let us go beyond formal methodology and illustrate this statement by a few examples, i.e., a few hypotheses. A. An individual can imagine himself to be a nebula, a cloud, of virtualities, possibilities. This representation is not a carbon copy of quantic theories of matter, which speak of a cloud of probabilities. The process of his practical life consists of a sort of condensation of possibilities. From being a nebula or cloud of virtualities, he becomes a constellation of actions and powers, capacities. He realizes himself, more or less completely. Complete realization, the exhausting of possibilities, is immobility and death. The same is true of groups. They too make their way through randomness, they take chances, they wager on their future, or they stagnate. They come into being, they manage to survive, or they die. B. The entry of women into industrial production has not resulted in a massive increase in the number of women in the active, productive, population. It has allowed for a redistribution of female jobs, fewer women employed in domestic services and more employed in commercial services and office jobs, etc. Above all, it gives women, to a certain extent, and according to social class and country of residence, the chance to choose. They can educate themselves, take up a profession, give it up as soon as they marry or have a baby, or go on working. Possibilities require options, not irrational options, but ones which are motivated and thought through. Thus the determined economic and social process, the entry of women into industrial production and more generally into active life, has not revolutionized the female condition, as it was expected to do. It has increased the number of possibilities and choices, and the degree to which women can be free, both as individuals and as a social group. This produces obvious paradoxes. In the working class, many women choose, more or less freely, not to work in factories or workshops. In the comfortably off classes, many women choose to work in offices and to take up professions. Thus the ideas of determinism or of necessary process, and of possibilities and options, are not ruled out either for groups or for individuals. The same applies for the idea of chance and of regularity, or determined tendency. If a group is to establish what its relations are to be, hypotheses are inevitable. The way options are shared out within a group is not completely predictable. Any study of the situation of women today will contain hypotheses about the grouping under consideration, the contingencies and possibilities of choice, and the variables within projects of choice which help to explain frequencies. This brings us to the idea of social options. Individuals are not alone in making choices. Very large or restricted groups alike point themselves consciously or unconsciously in an irreversible direction, and select a particular solution for their problems, either collectively or in the person of their leader. Any given solution was not imposed by an absolute necessity. Other routes were possible. Sometimes we, individuals and groups, the masses and their leaders, realize this too late. In any event, a bifurcation has been reached, possibilities have been separated, and one possibility has been adopted to the exclusion of the others. Thus in the so-called West we have opted for a durable consumer item, the car. We have given it an important place in our everyday lives. Though it was taken in the past, today this option controls the development of industry, causes traffic problems, and makes it necessary for towns to be restructured, etc. The example of countries of the East makes it clear that this was a social option and a collective choice, not a necessity. This option is an integral part of a comprehensive society, economy, culture, lifestyle. It helps to compose and to typify it. Just like important political decisions, collective options introduce discontinuity into the historical and the social. See, when dealing with a sociological problem, it is sometimes possible to use the following formula: let us suppose the problem has been resolved, and let the person answering be X, given a virtual population or the virtual rise in an existing population, we may find ourselves faced with a problem such as the following: if X is the possible structure of the town which contains this population, what properties should we attribute to this possible structure to enable the population to draw predictable advantages from it? Then, we will try to find a representation for X, i.e., to imagine it in function of the desired result. Generally we will find variance X, 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 each one of which we must examine and criticize. Thus we will use the method of imaginary variance. It is obvious that these variants can be relatively daring, according to the quality of the imagination constructing them. The examination of solutions and variants may often force us to reconsider the problem, its terms, and the notions which allowed it to be formulated. This is how the sociology of everyday life can consider the problems of urban development. It can contribute to the search for optimum formulae. The problem is a practical one. We have a great many experiences at our disposal to help us resolve it: the experience of old towns, spontaneous, historical, which were relatively successful, and of new towns, which have been more or less a failure. We are working on a virtual object, which must be brought into being. How can we achieve this without the use of images? If we are to move from received experiences to the construction of the virtual object, there are a certain number of steps we must take: the formulation of a problematic, the elaboration of hypotheses and propositions about what is possible, the invention of images, etc. Therefore we must bring hypothesis into general use. No hypothesis must be excluded a priori, no matter how arbitrary, risky, extreme, or even dangerous it may be. By introducing both chance and imagination into knowledge of the social real, we are making room for chance in the way we invent hypotheses, and for a kind of free play in the process of gaining knowledge. The sociologist's investigative abilities are linked to his capacity to invent hypotheses. Consciously or not, he explores what is possible by using images just as much as concepts. Therefore, in the specific culture which follows the catharsis we spoke of earlier, there is a form of imagination which has its part to play. The role played by imagination and hypothesis will have consequences in terms of styles of thinking, and the sciences of human and social reality will use imagination more or less consciously and deliberately to find an original style. If hypotheses which share the random character of the phenomena under scrutiny are used extensively, this is also due to the problematic character of these phenomena. This term no more means irrational, uncertain, or impossible to formulate than the term random means interminable. On the contrary, human groups have problems, real problems which make up part of their total reality. Possibilities are answers and solutions, more or less good, near or remote, to these problems. To get close to a group, or to the individuals within a group, and to understand it, is to determine what that group's problematic is, at a given moment and in a given situation or set of circumstances. The problematic cannot be confused with the absurd. In real life, human problems arise with contradictions which demand and imply solutions, opening up possibilities. The problems men set themselves are not insoluble. If it were true that humanity only set itself insoluble problems, and that its problematic is indefinite and undetermined, all present and future humanism would collapse, and nihilism would take over in its stead, but nor do they have ready-made solutions. Therefore it is the problematic side of a human group which enables us to grasp its reality, its possibilities, and the tactical and strategic way it can achieve them. In this way we avoid yet again the false dilemma of either pure empiricism and the collection of unconnected facts, or philosophy, dogmatism, and presuppositions. Finally, we are connecting the social sciences as a whole to a general but determined problematic of man, the problematic of everyday life and of its radical transformation. By formulating specific problems, the problems of groups, and trying to see how they connect with the general problematic, we will stimulate projects, hypotheses, and possible solutions. In its turn, the confrontation between these possible relations stimulates the invention of hypotheses about phenomena. So what we are doing here is looking not for a method for formulating sociological problems, but rather for a method for connecting each given and each partial reality to the more general problematic we are concerned with. In our opinion, the common expression sociological problem contains an illusion. In one sense, all problems are sociological, since every sociological reality can only be grasped in relation to its problems. On the other hand, no problems are sociological, since problems can only be formulated in relation to a general problematic of historical and social man which goes beyond sociology as a specific and particular science. Propositions concerning what is possible must be scrutinized, confronted, and argued. When projects are confronted with real life, with practice, it is imperative that the interested parties participate. It is impossible to impose a solution. Whoever decides for one particular solution, and consequently integrates it in his strategy, is obliged to examine the counter-proposals. He must bear in mind that his solution may fail. Therefore the hypothetical character of this process, and the way its method is linked to a determined general problematic, has profound connections with the democratic character of social life and the free scientific study of it. So to the generally accepted types of hypotheses we will add a new one, the strategic hypothesis. Taking the most distant possibilities as its starting point, it returns to the present in an attempt to extend the force lines and the tendencies of the real towards this extreme point of what is possible. Its aim is to be more precise than the other hypotheses in the way it mediates between facts and concepts, and between givens and solutions to problems. It connects all the fragmented empirical facts with the concepts it is elaborating and constantly calling into question. It has the classic qualities and properties of hypothesis. It keeps in contact with the facts, it discovers new facts, it organizes the facts without forcibly systematizing them, it is verifiable. It is verified within praxis. The hypothetical character of the procedure and of its object will become even more apparent when we examine the following extreme case: the creation of the object, the construction of a new town or the development of a new kind of town planning informed by the ideas provided by the sociology of everyday life. We are no longer talking about the usual kind of case, i.e., where the observer modifies what he is observing and is himself part of what can be observed. The extreme situation we are examining seems both more dramatic, because it involves more responsibility, and more capable of founding a broad practical rationality. This practical rationality would not exclude the so-called irrationality of images, emotions, and feelings by ignoring or harrying them. As we have said, the sociologist of everyday life has his strategy. Moreover, what he discovers and makes public can modify certain other strategies, namely those of the groups affected by the problems posed. This gives knowledge an entry into creative praxis. By emphasizing the role of hypothesis, randomness, and newness, and by making the procedures and the object of knowledge more hypothetical, rather than invalidating this knowledge, we are confirming its rational and scientific character. The importance attributed to hypothesis does not authorize us to fetishize it in favor of an approach theory by which approaching facts and problems would be more interesting and far-reaching than actually grasping them, which would immediately be suspect. Such a confession of powerlessness would be incompatible with the will to enrich research and to open it up to new perspectives. The importance of hypothesis does not exempt us from the need to look for proof and to scrutinize it. A mass of facts can only prove anything in cases where reality is static, in a process of becoming which does not experience any serious accidents. In such cases, it is the logical coherence of the hypothesis and the way it harmonizes with a set of phenomena which provide the proof. Much more interesting is the case of a dynamic reality, racked by problems and possibilities, where the convergence of several privileged testimonies proves more than any amount of empirical observations. The real proof is to be found on the level of the practical verification of a hypothesis. We are therefore talking about two distinct types of proof, one formal, coherence, and the other experimental, realization within praxis. 3. Transduction and transducers. The classic operations of reasoning can no longer suffice. Induction turned fact into law, the particular into the general, and the contingent into the necessary. To draw its conclusions, deduction went from the general to the singular, from affirmation to implication, and from the necessary to the necessary. To these rigorous operations we would add the notion of transduction, which builds a virtual object using information, and which uses givens to arrive at a solution. We can also say that transduction goes from the given, real to the possible. The theoreticians of information talk about psychological transducers in order to designate the psychic modalities of this operation, revealed by their theory. In a similar way, we will introduce the idea of sociological transducers to designate the operation carried out unceasingly by social groups, and the individuals within those groups. They go from the present to the virtual and from the given to the possible in a never-ending perspective operation which the usual psychological ideas of achievement, prediction, and uncertainty cannot exhaust. Theoretical transductions and effective, practical, transducers derive from the same theory. Point 4. The idea of level. The idea of level is rapidly becoming widespread. As well as being adopted by scientific terminology, the terminology of the social sciences and even of the natural sciences, it is also entering into day-to-day vocabulary. This empirical usage in no way clarifies its scientific usage. On the contrary, essentially it derives from the hierarchic structuring of modern bureaucracy, which expresses itself in the following way: at managerial level, prefectorial level, ministerial level, cantonal level, departmental level, regional level, etc. Levels of authority are also degrees in the hierarchy. In the army, they tend to use the term echelon, which is similar. Therefore there is a meaning behind the generalized usage of the word, the astonishing role played by hierarchy and bureaucracy in the structuring of society. Are its scientific meaning and this popular meaning the same? If they are, the word is clear but worrying. If we use it carelessly we will risk validating a certain practice and ideological representation of the social. If they are not, then it will require elucidation. In truth, the scientific meaning of the word is rather obscure, for sometimes it is used subjectively, on the level of good sense, on the scientific level, sometimes very objectively, at subatomic level, at molecular level, at the level of gravitational field, and sometimes in a mixed way, at infraconscious level, at linguistic level, at supralinguistic level. I have collected these terms from a variety of scientific journals. If we read the recent entretiens between Levi Strauss and Charbonnier, we will come across even more obscure turns of phrase, such as level of participation and level of authenticity. Point 5. Earlier we located everyday life rather summarily as a level within praxis and society as a whole, and we added several observations. Scientifically speaking, the concept of level is no longer distinguishable from several other concepts, i.e., stages and degrees or planes, such as sets, frames of reference, perspectives, or aspects. And yet these concepts are not identical. They all contribute towards expressing a complexity which is differentiated and yet structured within a whole, a totality. A level designates an aspect of reality, but it is not just the equivalent of a camera shot of that reality. It allows for it to be seen from a certain point of view or perspective, it guarantees it an objective content. In a reality where successive implications can be seen, it represents a degree or a stage, but with more consistency and reality than symbols or models. For example, taken in its widest sense, the idea of level encompasses the idea of differences between levels. We could even say that the actual or possible difference between levels is the criterion by which levels are determined. Wherever there is a level there are several levels, and consequently gaps, relatively, sudden transitions and imbalances or potential imbalances between those levels. Therefore this idea excludes the idea of the continuous field, although it is not incompatible with the ideas of general context, globality, or sets. Levels cannot be completely dissociated one from the other. Analysis may determine levels, but it does not produce them, they remain as units within a larger whole. The schematic of a scale or of a formal hierarchy of degrees is much too static. Although by definition they are distinct and are located at different stages, levels can interact and become telescoped, with differing results according to what the encounters and circumstances are. As one level mediates another, so they act one upon the other. At one particular moment of becoming, in one particular set of circumstances, one level can dominate and incorporate the others. The idea of a structural set of precise and separate levels is untenable. It would invalidate a concept which is indispensable. Rigid concepts do not capture the real in some vast, flexible net, they let it escape. Thus the level of the everyday and the level of the historical can interact. Level must not be thought of as being incompatible with the process of becoming and with mobility. Realities rise to the surface, emerge, and take on substance momentarily at a certain level. At the same time, the concept implies an internal determination, a relatively stable situation overall. The fact that we can speak of a level makes it clear that everything is not in everything, there are not only differences, but also distinctions. The concept of level makes the concept of implication sharper and more concrete. Each level is the result of an analysis which brings out the content of the other levels, and makes it more explicit. To use a turn of phrase we employed earlier, each one of them is therefore both a residual deposit and a product. But these propositions are not sufficient. Each level contains others, in a state of possibility. It analyzes itself and makes itself more explicit. Thus every level is a level of levels, although the analyst does not have the right to suppose that they are limited or unlimited in number, or whether they are finite or non-finite. Each level implies others. When the analyst has singled out two distinct levels, he may be able to find others in between them. By analysis and experiment he should be able to discover thresholds leading from one to another. The threshold confirms the level. Finally, multiple realities coexist on each individual level, implying and, mutually, implied, enveloping and enveloped, encompassing and encompassed, unmediated and mediated, unmediated in themselves, mediated in relation to other vaster or more restricted levels. Thus, in a succession of dichotomies, the logic of genera and species begins to take shape and ramify. Through its contact with the concrete it helps to define. This representation may be approximative, but it has the merit of uniting mobility and structure. As it becomes more explicit it stands increasingly apart from frameworks of social origin, such as military and bureaucratic hierarchies. It can stretch out towards the universe, which henceforth we will not imagine as an architecturally rigid edifice, or as a flowing river, but as a colossal interaction of levels, from the subatomic to the galactic, from microcellular organisms to living species, from small social groups to the large socio-cultural formations we call civilizations. To make the representation more precise, we can turn to physics. Spectrum analysis of light and harmonic analysis of sound make distinctions and discontinuities apparent within what are apparently continuous phenomena. In a spectrum, there are both stationary, or relatively stable, and mobile transients, periodic global formants and partials. Spectrum analysis, and even more so harmonic analysis, can offer us a guideline for the analysis of overall or periodic social phenomena which are apparently continuous and homogeneous. There are certain branches of modern mathematics which may help us to get a tighter grasp on this representation. Let us write a random series of numerals. 819258. Between these numerals we can write more at random, and so on, and similarly we can add more in vertical columns, above or below the original numerals. 8874931621990753. 721938297772. The sequences of numerals do not constitute a number and yet each one of them is a set. It has a structure, but this structure is not rigid as in numbers and numerical sets. It can be called semi-rigorous. The set forms a grid, or trellis, to which we may add as many columns or lines as we wish. Thus the set is neither finite nor non-finite, or rather, like the sequence of numerals and numbers, it is non-finite virtually, but always finite. This set is never completed, and we can always add new elements to it in between any of its elements. Instead of vertical and horizontal rows of numerals, let us put straight lines, see next page. This makes the trellis more concrete, more determined and mobile. Although we can start from any line or column to begin the trellis, its structure is not arbitrary. We can insert any horizontal or vertical straight line we have previously drawn. The beginning is arbitrary, and so is the end, when analysis stops. Therefore we can start the analysis of levels where we wish and where we can, and still come up with something determined. The construction of the trellis determines the squares or rectangles implied within one another, and which are homologous or identical and spatially distinct. Thus the trellis, or lattice, represents implications of identical levels in distinct times and places. We will call these successive implications in the two possible directions, the broadest, macro, and the narrowest, micro, levels with arbitrary starting points. The broadest implication we can attain will always come within the scope of an even broader figure, and vice versa. The trellis makes us aware of the existence of thresholds and also of their mobility. It also makes us aware of the existence of differences between levels and their variability. There is nothing absolute about the split between them, and yet their relative variability is incontestable. Between any two implications there will always be an interval which is impossible to bridge. To grasp the idea and how it may be used, we would do best to confront it with something concrete. So here are some examples of grids which present levels in their relative situations and their active reciprocities. These examples by no means exhaust the fruitfulness of the idea, and they only partially make what it means more explicit. In particular, they fail to make the distinction between levels of reality, levels of abstraction and levels of meaning completely clear. Nevertheless, we can see a rule emerging: if the highest level of abstraction does not correspond to the deepest level of reality, the object of knowledge will become confused. The first table is a condensed version of material borrowed from various chapters of Robert Francis's book Perception de la Musique. The other grids deal with our own subject, everyday life, and the analysis of it. The schematic of levels has the disadvantages of all schematizations. The mobile network, trellis or lattice, of squares is by no means absolutely or definitely superior to any other representation. The problem of what is distinct, the problem of units, whether they are ultimate or signifying, or not, etc., will crop up yet again. In spite of its deficiencies, the schematic of levels has incontrovertible advantages. It demonstrates how a level which has been chosen as the starting point for analyzing a set of phenomena defines a frame of reference. The level at which we begin restricts the horizon of our analysis. It will require other concepts on a corresponding level. It will stipulate the use of procedures permitting us to pass from one level to a neighboring one, and it will forbid us to skip over levels, etc. Thus the schematic takes subjective or arbitrary elements of the analysis into account, while not insisting that the starting point must determine the object, which would lead to a hypersubjectivism, or to a pure probabilism, which would dissolve the object per se. Levels of musical perception. Note that a. Intensity, timbre, and pitch in sound, melody, rhythm, and harmony in musical composition, are not exactly levels, but elements, formants, or dimensions. b. The sensory level is a necessary, non-sufficient condition. c. The perceptive level is the foundation of the set, which the other levels return to. d. There can be gaps, according to the people and the cases involved, and it is precisely these gaps which demonstrate the levels. e. Their hierarchy can change, as can the hierarchy of the dimensions, when one or other of them is emphasized. f. There are still other levels which can be determined, for example levels of fullness of perception. Level of analysis, in structural linguistics. Liaison between the two levels, the principle of the double articulation of language, 6. b. Level 0, the extralinguistic world, objects. Level 1, speech as a system of signs and sets of words, language as a system of signs with rules for their use. Level 2, a meta-language, logical system of meta-signs, referring back to the signs in Level 1. This is based on the work of various logicians and semanticists. Fragment of a grid of levels in everyday life. Another fragment of a grid of levels in everyday life. 5. Continuity and discontinuity. The links between these two categories affect every area of knowledge. In this respect, considered per se, in the way they interact and in their links with objects and contents, and finally in terms of the operational techniques they bring into being, they should be granted prominence in any treatise on dialectical logic, which is a mediation or intermediary level between formal logic and the theory of concrete dialectical thought. Here, however, we will merely offer a few methodological observations. Analytic reasoning, or understanding, which is an essential process of knowledge, examines continuity by using discontinuity, and vice versa. A straight line is the result of a cut made by thought in 2 or 3-dimensional space. To study it, I make a further cut, I select an arbitrary point of departure, point 0, on the line, I segment it, then I bring in an unlimited number of other cuts, which I can count, enumerate. I fragment it in innumerable sets of pieces, each with 2 ends. However, I know that this line still escapes me, every segment has the power of continuity, and enumeration cannot exhaust it. On the other hand, if the study of a phenomenon, analyzed in variables, gives me a series of discontinuous values, and consequently distinct points on a graphic representation, I join these points together by a curve, I look for the function best able to make this join. If necessary, I extrapolate. Continuity will join the discontinuities together. In this way, insofar as we can determine it, the unity of what is continuous and what is discontinuous is located first and foremost in pure abstract logic, where what is continuous is defined by what is discontinuous, and vice versa, the one referring to the other, and so on, concretely, dialectically, to infinity. Were it possible to grasp this unity concretely and to determine it fully, knowledge would come to an end, and the object, the universe itself, would be exhausted. We can only determine this dialectical unity by considering it to be inexhaustible. For knowledge such as ours, which proceeds by using categories and by applying concepts which have previously been developed with the real as their starting point, reality is not inaccessible or transcendental, and yet it can only be considered as a limit to the asymptotic infiniteness of finite knowledge. The infinite, which is the ultimate object of finite knowledge, manifests itself successively as an aspect of continuity, a mathematical example, the power of content in set theory, and of discontinuity, a mathematical example, a space with an infinite number of dimensions. On this point, it is surely bad dialectics to make the mistake of thinking that the idea of this unity constitutes effective knowledge, whereas in fact it merely indicates the vanishing point of our knowledge, which is only determined by the direction in which it is going. In our view, this idea orientates knowledge, i.e., the use of concepts. It is less rigorous than an axiom but more demanding than a simple regulatory idea or a heuristic principle, as it is usually understood. Its content is more than an abstraction, and is less than concrete. It only becomes apparent knowledge when, as if by magic, an ontology changes it from being an idea or a distant and inaccessible horizon into a thing, a being which has been possessed. The result is a relativization of the knowledge obtained by the use of concepts. Inherent to dialectical thought, this relativism has always been fought by dogmatics, and above all by those who purport to be dialecticians. The grain of truth, Lenin, contained in a statement or in a series of propositions is never anything more than a grain, and its truth only becomes apparent later on, when the grain has germinated and prospered, thanks to its own fertility. However, there is indeed a grain of truth, and we are not adopting an absolute relativism. Knowledge has points of impact and connections. To use a metaphor, it has anchorages. We analyze the continuous using the discontinuous as our starting point, and vice versa. However, discontinuity enjoys a kind of privilege, which is malignant but at the same time benign, to use more metaphors. We set out from it, i.e., from the finite. The small whole number is still the springboard of science. Discontinuity constitutes the beginning and the stability of thought, the point from which its far-flung expeditions set out, and to which they return with their plunder. In praxis, there are distinct and stable objects, and analytic reason purports to know that these objects exist, and what they are, but then realizes that they are not particularly stable or distinct, and that it does not know what they are, which leads it to ask questions about their stability. These objects constitute the point at which knowledge applies itself, because this is what they are in everyday practice. Basically, to produce is to create well-defined implements and objects which are strengthened in the process of becoming. Knowledge always aspires to reduce its object to a finite number of answers to a finite number of questions, each question eliciting a yes or no, and thus logical, answer. Thus there is nothing immediately ontological about the privilege of discontinuity, even though it is connected to human finiteness and to what is finite in discontinuity. It derives from everyday practice and from the process which leads from ignorance to knowledge, from what is near to what is far away, from the unmediated to the mediated, from the small whole number to limitless sets, from solidity to randomness. Dialectical thought has not the right to compromise with vague propositions. There is continuity and discontinuity, and the two interact, by transforming them into absolute truths. It must establish a firmer grip on ideas and processes. Nor has it the right to identify the object of knowledge, marked by a certain relativity and a historicity of knowing, with an absolute objectivity to which it holds the key and with which it shares the privilege. Dialectical reciprocity demands that thought should analyze the continuous by starting from the discontinuous, and vice versa. Concepts and categories do not coincide with reality. They illuminate it, and in doing so to a certain degree they reflect it. As a result, the application of categories such as continuity and discontinuity to a content, a set of phenomena or empirically verifiable facts, involves an element of contingency, subjectivity, and relativism. In a sense, and up to a certain point, to illuminate something is to give it a certain perspective. However, one particular perspective implies another, and the confrontation of the two creates new problems. It brings forth the grain of truth each one of them contains, and makes it grow. The objectivity of the object constructed according to each category is revealed, it takes on new shapes. Objectivity is heightened. George Isgurovich believes that sociology establishes a perspective which sees human facts according to the category of discontinuity. It emphasizes distinctions and reveals irreducible diversities. It discovers types, genres, and dichotomies. It traces the outlines of groups, such as classes and nations, and describes conflicts between structures. The historian, on the other hand, focuses on the same inexhaustibly diverse facts, but from the perspective of continuity. He emphasizes transitions and transfers. He thinks according to a pattern of continuous becoming, a single time, the time of history. This ingenious and profound thesis strikes us as being acceptable, up to the point we indicated previously. In our opinion, the sociologist's perspective interacts with the historian's, and vice versa. Their mutual antagonism is intellectually fruitful, and the one must constantly take the other into account. The confrontation of their perspectives enables us to contemplate a unity between them. This is a path which leads us towards new truths. Could it be possible to alternate from the one to the other while leaving them mutually separate? Even if the difference between them proves insurmountable, and if the unity cannot be achieved and exhausted, it is nevertheless a process which must be attempted. Without it, the sociologist's discoveries, of types and structures, and those of the historian, epochs, periods, processes and events, would become fixed unilaterally and would hinder the development of knowledge, i.e., of concepts, and the dialectical movement of their effort to heighten objectivity. So the sociologist reflects on the limits of history as a science, and tries to discover how it relates to his object. We already know that sociology has formally recorded the unevenness of developments in history. We also know that it has observed historical drift, the gap between effective actions and intentions, and the results of events provoked by tactics and strategies. In this way, sociology becomes a rational part of history, but in our view without having to relinquish the historicity of the human being. The relations it brings out differ from those discovered by the historian, but this does not eliminate the process of historical becoming. Critique of everyday life emphasizes certain aspects of human experience, i.e., of praxis. It separates them out and classifies them according to type. The situation of the everyday in praxis and the level it occupies within it depend on society as a whole. In the monopolistic state capitalism which we know from experience, the gap between everyday life and the other aspects of praxis reaches a maximum. Everyday life is subordinated to an extremely basic hierarchy of functions, such as norms, values, roles, models, and apparatus, at the top of which come technology, bureaucracy, and personal power. Sadly, it is almost the same in state socialism, which we only know from a distance. The difference, noticeable but not absolute, lies in the importance of politics and the understanding of politics in the social structures of state socialism. The idea of a possible transformation of the everyday and consequently of a radical critique of everyday life is the equivalent of opting for a decentralized socialism which would subordinate production to social needs which have been recognized and detected preferentially, thus placing knowledge and the recognition of other people, desires, creative freedom, and the poetics inherent in social practice at the top of the hierarchy, of norms, values, and models, etc. Finally, we know that in archaic societies, the everyday was much less separate from culture, religion, and ideologies than it is today. Nevertheless, although we may emphasize differences, this is not to overlook homologies, analogies, and above all transitional processes, in other words history and human historicity. Insofar as it is sociological research, critique of everyday life will not be satisfied merely to emphasize and draw certain outlines for bringing what is empirically real into general social and rational contexts. It is concerned to discover where and upon what it can bring its influence to bear in order to transform everyday life. It sees itself as practice within praxis. It has a certain will, without which it would degenerate into poetic lamentation, like Rilke's, for example. It opts, it determines the stake and the risk, it gambles and wagers on history. In a sense, the historicity of man can be defined by moments of great turmoil, revolutions. When these turmoils occur, the sociological and the historical, the everyday and the global, come together and fuse. Revolutions are total phenomena, essential events, or at least they are so in the modern world, the world where historicity asserts and confirms itself. After turmoil comes calm, drift, then divisions and gaps. We will come back to these processes, and when we do so we will give the category of continuity pride of place. It does not create them. It enables us to grasp them more effectively, while the implied, reciprocal, rival category enables us to grasp the results of the process of becoming and of human actions. Let us now consider another aspect of this question, namely the relations between the continuous and the discontinuous. Let A and B be two living or, better still, thinking and acting beings, individuals or groups. A space separates them. If this space is impenetrable, forests, uncharted mountains, seas, they must each go their own way, regardless of whether they want to meet or to avoid each other. If the space is completely penetrable and offers a continuous free field, A and B perceive one another, and walk forward either to fight or to love, or simply to get to know each other. The most interesting cases are those where the intermediate space is neither completely penetrable nor completely impenetrable. There will be obstacles, and so there will be several paths A can follow to reach B and vice versa. These paths are distinct, yet they intersect, or merge. This is when discontinuity intervenes. A must choose a certain path. He sets out towards B, or towards where he thinks B is, and at each crossroads he must make a new choice. Every option obeys tactical considerations. A supposes that B is in a certain direction and that the path he chooses will lead him closer. If the series of choices is articulated according to coherent considerations, we say that A has a strategy, and so has B. And so the theoretician can place A's and B's strategical choices in a matrix. Calculation comes into play. It reveals the mutual chances of the pair. They may be lovers or bitter enemies. What is important is that we know whether they want to meet or to run away from each other, or whether one wants to meet the other, and which of the two this is. Point 7. Let us suppose A and B to be enemies. If the space is opaque and impenetrable, neither has a vantage point, and they will have to trust to chance. The alia is complete. If they can see each other from a distance, they can challenge each other visually and run towards each other in a luminous, transparent space. The agon is complete. Therefore the agon and the alia represent two extreme cases and two characteristic polarities in the pure state. Between the two there stretches a vast mixed region where the agon and the alia, opaqueness and transparency, fear and daring, risk and chance combine in a variety of ways. In this vast region, numbers, small whole numbers, in the simple cases at least, the first numbers to be tackled by analysis, are in charge. The possibility of enumerating actions and events depends upon a certain number of choices, options, and decisions, and how they are linked together. This enumeration must not lead our analysis to overlook the deeper dialectical movement, the relation between the agon and the alia, of the continuous, objectively, space, subjectively, the will to strike the enemy, and the discontinuous, the coherent series of decisions. To put it another way, distinctions, distinct units, must have a foundation. They cannot be taken as absolute, for this would be to overlook the fact that they are providing a momentary form or structure to something. After having made a distinction, analytic thinking makes connections. After having made connections, it makes further distinctions. Then, dialectical reason reconstructs the process of becoming and tends towards totality by heightening the object and objectivity.